Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Wraith Street Vigilante? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was 4 years old. Their mama had just taken them to the doctor to see why their quirk was taking so long to come in. The doctor was a stout man that, even at that young age, Izuku thought was kind of creepy. After the numerous tests, Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. For some reason his mama stopped smiling. She dragged him into the car. She didn't notice that she was holding his arm too tight. The drive home was silent, and when they got home Izuku was sent to their room. Mama and Daddy were yelling about something. They didn't know why. They didn't get it. Later that day Izuku was excitedly talking to Kacchan about being heroes together when Kacchan yelled at him that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Izuku didn't understand. He knew that many heroes didn't use their quirk to fight, like Sir Night Eye, All Might's sidekick. So what if they didn't have a quirk? They were gonna be a hero no matter what. Kacchan didn't like that. The walk home was painful as starbursts that would eventually become pale scars bloomed across their shoulder. Izuku tried to tell Daddy what happened. He just said they deserved it, and that Kacchan was right for putting Izuku in their place. Mama just looked at through them and sighed. Izuku didn't understand why Mama didn't stand up to Daddy, but they went upstairs anyways. Soon Daddy barged into Izuku's room and yelled at them to get out. Izuku didn't understand at first, so they just stood there numbly until Daddy grabbed them by the arm, and before Izuku could process anything they were on the porch and suddenly they were aware of the biting cold, their backpack lying at their feet. Izuku waited for half an hour before accepting that their parents weren't going to let them in. They thought that this was the end of everything as they knew it. They were right. 11 years later, looking up at the gates of Izuku considered getting kicked out the best thing that ever happened to them. Running from muggers through the streets of Mizurufu was not exactly the way Izuku planned on spending their day, but fate seemed determined to screw them over. Wouldn't be the first time. How did a simple dumpster dive end up like this? Oh right, the three buffoons chasing them had decided that mugging Kubo-san would be a good idea. Seriously, what kind of jackass do you have to be to rob an elderly woman who spent her days volunteering at the local soup kitchen? And of course Izuku couldn't just keep their head down. No, they had to jump in and try to stop them. I guess old habits die hard, they thought as they ran down filth alleyways, jumping on dumpsters and climbing rusted-out fire escapes that creaked ominously with every step, following escape routes memorized long ago. The thugs, however, could not keep up. They must be new, Izuku mused to themselves, as they lost their pursuers within 5 minutes. They sighed as they headed through memory-filled alleyways, amusing themselves by imagining how annoyed those thugs must be that a 9-year-old had outrun them. Eventually they reached an abandoned warehouse that, on the outside at least, looked abandoned, rusted roofing, worn-down walls. In fact, the only sign that the place had ever been functioning was a half-torn sign that designated the place as storage for a long-since bankrupt mechanics company. Opening the door, they walked into what had been their home for the past 5 years. They stashed whatever scavenged supplies that had survived the trip into cupboards that were probably about to fall apart. They didn't change out of the grimy clothes, too mentally exhausted to even bother. They ate some stale bread that was about to go bad, carefully tearing out the moldy bits and some of the canned tuna they'd managed to snag from the local grocery store, wrinkling their nose at the smell. It was probably fine. They dug around in their backpack, a bright yellow thing with more stitching and tears than intact fabric. Was it obvious and recognizable and not at all great for sneaking around? Yeah, they'd gotten caught stealing on multiple occasions because the thing attracted attention. That doesn't mean they're going to get rid of it though. After all, Inko, because she was always Inko now, never Mama, had gotten it for them back when Izuku was still her child. Maybe they're sentimental for wanting to remember the times before their diagnosis, but it was the one thing about their old life they couldn't part with. Shaking themselves out of their thoughts, Izuku fished out a worn notebook labeled Analysis Number 8 in neat handwriting. The books used to be called Hero Analysis for the Future, but they'd long since lost hope for that dream to ever come true. Deep down they still held on. Izuku flopped down on the nest of moth-eaten blankets and ragged pillows they called a bed, clicked their pen, and started writing up an analysis on a new hero that debuted last week, A lady with a mutation quirk that gave her the traits of a rabbit. She called herself Miruko. Izuku sat there, writing away in the kind of half-aware state that comes from extreme focus. Before they knew it, it was getting dark outside. Izuku flopped down on the blankets, contemplating not going out tonight since they were already sore from the chase that afternoon. But eventually the allure of the fresh night air was too much to resist. Izuku quickly threw on a dark green hoodie that covered their iconic curly hair and a black face mask to hide their freckles. Pocketing some pepper spray and a butterfly knife they had stolen permanently borrowed from a mugger. Finally they grabbed their staff, it was literally the pole of some street sign, and set off into the night. Running across the rooftops of Muzatafu was exhilarating. Izuku had initially started free running to distract from the nightmares they knew would greet them if they slept to get rid of excess energy from the day, and besides, it was good practice for running from bullies. Their legs pounding on the concrete of the roofs while their steps were almost silent. The only thing that could make people notice them was their bright red quirkless shoes. They had never liked those shoes, but it's not like there were other options. The brand that made the specialty shoes that quirkless people needed due to their extra pinky joints specifically made the shoes as noticeable as possible, so that everyone knew when they saw a quirkless person, knew when they saw someone lesser. Of course, thanks to the low population of quirkless nowadays, most of that 20% were in their 80s, there were a lot of people who actually didn't recognize the shoes. Most of the ones that did were either quirkless themselves or knew a quirkless person. Izuku was sure that they could probably make themselves a different colored pair of shoes, but they didn't have the materials, nor the skills to do so. A scream for help jolted Izuku out of their musings. Running to where they'd heard it, they saw a small woman being cornered by two thugs. "Listen here, lady, no one's gonna come save you, not in this part of town, just give us the money and no one gets hurt." Izuku quickly took stock of the quirks at play. Okay, the first guy's got horns of some kind, plus hooves, likely some kind of bull mutation, likely coupled with enhanced strength, maybe poor eyesight as well? Oh yeah, he's squinting, I can work with that. Second guy doesn't have any obvious mutation, so I should be more careful since I don't know what his oh never mind, his nails just turned into needles. Okay, so, stay out of grabbing range for the needle guy, and see if I can trick the bull guy into running into a wall or something. With that plan solidly set, Izuku jumped down in front of the lady, using their staff to block a hit from the needle guy. "Ma'am, you should probably run," they said as they started dodging the two thugs. They couldn't rely on one hit knocking either of the guys out. They might be fast and stealthy, but their offense is certainly something they don't get opportunities to practice. Besides, quirkless people shouldn't be able to fight back. They were weak. Izuku was weak. Eventually the needle guy got a bit too close for comfort and Izuku reflexively swung with their staff, hitting the guy right in the groin. He screamed and writhed on the ground. Quickly knocking him out, Izuku then focused on the bull guy. As suspected, he'd been having a lot of trouble hitting them due to poor eyesight, so Izuku decided to play Matador and lead the guy around until he got really mad and charged. Izuku dodged just before impact and the bull guy crashed right into the wall, causing him to fall backwards, unconscious. Izuku pulled a bunch of zip ties from their pocket and tied the two unconscious thugs to the handle of a nearby dumpster, wrote their sticky note, explaining what exactly happened before scurrying up the fire escape and disappearing before the cops actually showed up. Honestly, becoming a vigilante was an accident, really. It sounds ridiculous, but they genuinely didn't realize what they were doing until they saw a newspaper calling them one. They just wanted to do some free running. It just so happened that people tend to commit crimes at night. And Izuku being Izuku, they intervened every time they saw or heard a crime being committed. They just hoped no one sent any heroes after them. Wraith is what they were called, several cops and civilians making reference to their tendency to disappear into the night like a ghost. Their only identifiers were a green hoodie, red shoes, and a metal staff strapped to their back. Always neat and tidy in their takedowns, and often the only sign that they'd been there being a small sticky note attached to the tied-up criminals listing what their crimes were. Of course, this was none of Shyuda's business, or at least it wasn't until Tsukachi contacted him about finding the vigilante and bringing them in. Truth be told, Shyuda didn't have a major issue with vigilantes, unlike most limelight heroes. As long as they were decent human beings genuinely out to help people, Shyuda left them alone or even worked with them occasionally. So really, he didn't know why it was him specifically that the detective had requested, but oh well, there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, actually finding them was the tough part. Between juggling regular hero work, his new job at UA, honestly, why on earth his homeroom teacher turned principal thought it would be a good idea to hire him of all people Shyuda didn't know, but that rat was sadistic enough where this was likely some kind of cruel test. Not to mention the general energy that was required to be in the same social group as Nemuri and Hizashi, the underground hero barely had time to look over the case and its very limited information. So if Shyuda started drinking more coffee, staying up later and generally being grumpier than normal, well, only his husband needed to know. Mornings, speak of the devil. Yamada Hizashi, otherwise known as Present Mike, literally danced, into the kitchen where Shyuda was drinking coffee straight from the pot and started making breakfast, humming to himself all the while. Seriously, how does he have so much energy? It's 6 in the morning. Morning Zashi, he replied tiredly. Hey, what's with the extra grumpy face? Now, don't get him wrong, Shyuda loved his husband, but every once in a while he just wants Hizashi to shut the F up. Shyuda sighed, knowing he'd have to give an answer at some point. It's nothing sunshine, there's just this new vigilante on the streets and Tsukachi wants me to investigate. Oh, well, what you got so far? Hizashi was looking over Shyuda's shoulder at the file in his hand. The file in question was Wraith's latest arrest, 2 drag dealers who claimed that they were just doing a regular deal when a little demon thing appeared out of nowhere and knocked them both out. So little information meant that anything useful would have to be found by Shyuda himself, and the patterns of arrests showed that either Wraith had a lot of patrol routes and regularly switched them up, or they had no set patrol route. Shyuda was really hoping it was the first option because tracking down someone who had no definable pattern was always hell. They have red shoes. And? That's it, that's all anyone knows for certain. Anything else? Age, quirk, fighting style? Nothing. Shyuda waved the file at Hizashi as if it would magically give him more answers. Unfortunately, it was uncooperative. Oh, Hizashi read through the file as well. No wonder they want you on this case. They need someone to track Wraith down. Yeah, but between this and teaching, Shyuda shook his head. How the hell do you manage 3 jobs? He asked enviously. Seriously, you've been juggling hero work your show and teaching for a whole year now. Instead of offering any answers, Hizashi just laughed. You know me, dear, I never could just relax. Now hurry up and get your hero costume, we're gonna be late to work. I want to actually introduce you to the other staff this time. It's been a week. And you haven't even tried talking to them. Shyuda scowled at the thought. He really didn't need to know the staff. There was a reason he is in the vents the entire week instead of staying in the teacher's lounge. The other teachers, whoever they were, are loud. The only teacher he interacted with regularly was Kan, since they're the homeroom teachers for the 2 heroics courses. The other undergrounder was enough of a nuisance during patrol, and it seemed their rivalry had bled over into their teaching. Hizashi apparently was not going to wait for Shyuda to finish his coffee and dragged him out to the car. Come on, you can review the case later. Last time I was late, Nedu threatened to give me everyone else's paperwork for a week. Shyuda huffed in amusement at that. Of course the rat Satan would do something like that. And Hizashi was right, he could figure out more of the case on patrol tonight. It's not like Wraith would just show up and introduce themselves after all, right? Izuku sighed as they used a napkin to scrub at their desk. The hateful words and slurs scrawled across it felt like needles turning their heart into a pin cushion. Their classmates quietly giggled in the background, some gathering up the courage to make snide comments at them. Bakugo, not Kaken, not after everything, seemed to be especially angry. For some reason, Izuku wasn't sure. They hadn't done anything to piss him off lately, had they? Oh well, they'd find out during lunch at least. Maybe there was a new rule they hadn't learned. The rules were never told to them, at least not directly. The first one they learned was when they were 5, it was the easiest. No muttering. After the 5th time Izuku had gotten slapped for their creepy muttering, it wasn't creepy, they'd learned their lesson. The second was learned when they were 7. Never get a test score above 70. This one took a bit more experimenting. After Izuku got reprimanded for cheating, they didn't cheat, they tried to avoid cheating again. The teacher again told them they were cheating when they got 97 on their next test. There's no way a thing like you could get mark like this without cheating. That's what Maki-sensei said the third time it happened. And Izuku believed her. After all, if she was wrong someone would have said something, right? After that they made sure to mark answers wrong, just enough to pass, and certainly never above a 70. The third and fourth rules were learned together. Always let them hit you and never spread rumors. It was when they had gotten a cold and been really sick, because of that Izuku's brain-to-mouth filter had disappeared. Bakugo had tried to blast them but they had dodged out of the way, and when the teacher asked what happened, Izuku told the truth, lied, and said that Bakugo had attacked them. Later that day Bakugo and his friends cornered Izuku outside of school and gave them a beating that was 10 times worse than they had ever gotten. After that Izuku always let people hit them, or it would be worse later. Of course, Izuku had made sure to follow those rules to a T, so why was Bakugo so mad at them? They mused as they walked towards the cafeteria, making sure to trip over the outstretched leg that one of the other students had shoved in their path. Rule 3. Izuku went through the familiar routine of getting their food, making sure the food didn't get thrown fall onto the floor, and then sneaking their way to the rooftop where nobody would bother them. It was their moment of peace. A moment where Izuku could let themselves believe that they were just a normal kid, and everything was okay. If they usually spent most of that time crying, then only they would know. But today, that moment of peace was interrupted. Worthless, that's all you'll ever be, the unsolicited thought creeped through Izuku's head like venom. Maybe you should just dash comma. Nope, not in a million years. Izuku might believe that they are weak, and they might have almost given up on being a hero, but they still valued their life, right? Then again, people who run around at night being a vigilante, and wasn't that odd, that people actually considered them dangerous enough to be called that, probably aren't the picture of mental health. The warning bell rang as Izuku was startled out of their musings by the terror of being late. Last time that had happened, Maki-sensei had tried to call Inko. She almost managed it as well, but Izuku somehow managed to convince her that Inko was at work and shouldn't be bothered with a useless Deku. They had mentally cringed while saying that. Izuku didn't know what their parents would do if they ever had to deal with them again, but they knew it wasn't good. And they knew Inko hadn't said a word to the Bakugos either, considering that the explosive blonde had never used it to mock them. Even from outside of the classroom door, Izuku could hear the snickers of their classmates. They took a deep breath before opening the door, knowing what was awaiting them. As they stepped in, their eyes slowly trailed to their desk. A bouquet of spider lilies sat there, taunting them, telling them that they shouldn't exist. Izuku simply picked it up and threw it out of the window. Class was boring as usual. Izuku didn't exactly know why. Perhaps it was because they were too stupid to understand the materials. They'd memorized the entire textbook by now. Maki-sensei droned on and on about physics. It seemed like even she didn't want to be here, and she kept sending thinly veiled glares at Izuku throughout the lesson, even stifling a laugh. Their classmates weren't so polite. When Mizukami used his quirk to throw water at their notebook, leaving them to try and salvage the notes they'd taken. Of course, everyone laughed at the quirkless kid. Izuku thought bitterly before snapping themselves out of their thoughts, wondering how on earth they had gotten it into their head that they could think so disrespectfully about their classmates. They were right to feel bitter, after everything that's been done to them. As the bell rang, Izuku immediately ran out of the classroom, the sounds of explosions quickly followed by a yell of, "Deku!" as Bakugo chased them down the hallway. Izuku knew that he'd catch up, that they would let him catch them get caught. If he didn't, Izuku would get beaten black and blue the next day. So they stood there as he let off explosion after explosion, burning clothes and skin and hair. Izuku knew those would scar later. They had so many, across their shoulders and back, as well as few on their chest. Starburst, line and patch-shaped scars covered their body from various classmates and sometimes teachers, whether caused by quirks or sharp pieces of wire and other improvised weapons. The blooming pain across their back was nothing new. In fact, Izuku barely even felt it, thank goodness for their high pain tolerance. However, their lack of reaction seemed to infuriate Bakugo. "Oi Deku, aren't you gonna cry? Are you trying to act tough? You think you're better than me," he yelled as he continued beating Izuku. There was more yelling, but Izuku couldn't hear, their thoughts spiraling as the outside world became duller. At some point Bakugo had seemingly gotten bored and left. Izuku didn't know when, or how long afterwards that they had just laid on the ground, staring up at nothing. They're pretty sure some other classmates kicked them sometime. They didn't move for a while, until some stray cats started sniffing at them, perhaps to see if they were edible. Perhaps mercifully they didn't find any trouble on the way back, limping back to their warehouse, ignoring the odd looks they got from strangers on the street. Izuku supposed no one in their right mind would try and mug the kid who's clearly been beaten up already, nothing of value there. Their backpack had a new hole in it that they'd have to patch up when they got to the warehouse, and their uniform were burned in a lot of places. Luckily they weren't completely noticeable, Bakugo's quirk still not being strong enough to fully burn a hole into the cloth. Only on closer inspection would one find tiny pockmarked holes over patches of burned skin. Izuku shuddered to think of the damage he would be able to do if he continued to grow stronger, maybe even as much as a real bomb. If he blew someone up, would there be bleeding everywhere, or would they just be cooked meat? Actually, there wouldn't be any blood, the wounds would be cauterized. If he trained enough, maybe he could use his explosions to make himself faster, if he just aimed behind him. If he aimed down, would he be able to fly? They continued analyzing the possibilities of Bakugo's quirk. It's not that difficult, of course. The upside of being forced to interact with him and his quirk on a daily basis, they supposed. In fact, they had done this analysis hundreds of times over. Some questions were still unanswered, like the flight one, but it was a good way to occupy their thoughts while their brain was on autopilot as they followed the familiar alleyways back to their warehouse. Once inside, Izuku went over to the cabinet where they kept the medical supplies. It was mostly burn cream, of course, and a small box with a singly roll of bandages and a needle. Luckily they hadn't had to stitch up any wounds lately since their last bit of suture had run out months ago, and they hadn't had the opportunity to steal more. Quickly tending to their wounds, Izuku sighed as they weighed the idea of skipping patrol that night. On the one hand, not going out meant that Izuku would have to deal with the nightmares, sleep more than 2 hours, or lose their mind of boredom. On the other hand, they didn't want to risk getting themselves killed because they couldn't run properly. In the end, the option of not risking death won out, so Izuku changed out of uniform and into something cozier, torn sweatpants and a t-shirt that had the word pajamas written across the front. Finally flopping down in the blanket nest, Izuku mentally prepared for the terrors that awaited them. Drowning. It feels like they're drowning. The words flooding their lungs, every breath feels like a damnation of their own life. Every insult they've ever heard, every time someone calls them worthless, every burn and bruise and broken bone. And suddenly they're back on their parents' porch, outside a house that was never their home. Inside they heard laughter. They want to turn and run, but their body puppets itself to the window. They watch as their parents smile and laugh and dance, talking about how much happier they are now that the thing that pretended to be their child is gone. Then they're on the roof of their school, being held over the edge by a grinning Bakugo. You know, it would be so much better for everyone if you died. He stares at them, ruby eyes meeting emerald. They're in the classroom, surrounded by teachers and students as they get beaten up. They can feel their consciousness slipping as they cry and scream and beg for help. Everyone looks at them like a spectacle, like a show, like their death meant nothing more than momentary entertainment. As darkness took over their consciousness, the last thing they see is the joyful faces of everyone they used to call family, smiling as they are finally free of the shackle that is Izuku. Izuku woke up gasping, clawing at their chest, trying to get the horrible words out of their lungs, tears rolling down their face, sobbing harshly as they struggled to get any air outside of shuddering, shallow breaths. They sat there for a long while, gathering themselves as sobs racked their chest. Maybe tomorrow would be a better day. Izuku chuckled to themselves. No, tomorrow wouldn't be better. There hasn't been a single better day since they were diagnosed. Izuku was definitely being followed. This wasn't a gut feeling or anything. This was the fact that several patrols now had been accented by someone watching them, definitely not getting close enough to be noticed by most people. But Izuku wasn't most people. Izuku was used to bullies who try to follow them through crowds and teachers who watch their every move, not to mention living where they did meant learning to avoid muggers and RPSS. The point is that Izuku knows when they're being watched. The question now was who. It was most likely a professional given how silently they moved, villain or hero. Either way, whoever it was definitely wanted to catch them. A lot of local gangs wanted them dead. And if it was a pro hero? Being caught meant getting arrested, and getting arrested either meant getting put back in foster care, or being returned to their parents. Honestly, Izuku would prefer the villains. Whatever that said about their mental state, they really didn't want to know. They had a plan. It wasn't a great one, but they had it. They were going to talk to the person that they had dubbed Shadow, a bit on the nose, but it would do until they learnt the person's name, or as much of a name as they could get. Izuku wasn't delusional enough to think they would get their Shadow's real name. Tonight was the night where they would let their Shadow get close enough to question them, not too close of course. Hopefully they would be able to keep at least a 2-meter distance. They'd spent the last few days trying to find a way to learn how to approach their Shadow, tracking their Shadow's every movement and constantly giving them the slip. Honestly, they might have just been getting a little impatient about the whole thing. It was clear that their Shadow didn't know where they lived, or they would have been visited at the warehouse by now. Not to mention the Shadow didn't ever get close enough to get any details of their appearance, unless they had some kind of sight enhancement or perception quirk. So Izuku felt rather safe about the fact that they would be able to maintain some level of anonymity in their meeting. Of course, they'd need to find out who their Shadow was first. It would be idiotic to go into this plan without knowing their Shadow's capabilities. At this point, Shyuda was wondering if he just had bad luck. It had been a full hour into his patrol and he still hadn't caught a glimpse of Wraith. The Vigilante was certainly slippery. He hadn't even managed to get close in the last few patrols. Either Wraith was just normal, that's stealthy, or, and Shyuda really hoped it wasn't the second option, Wraith already knew that he was tailing them. Either way, Wraith was skilled. Shyuda certainly wasn't going to underestimate his opponent, especially when considering that he had no idea what quirk they had. Shyuda had originally thought it was some kind of enhancer or stealth quirk given how quickly the Vigilante disappeared across rooftops. Shyuda could just try and use erasure on Wraith to see what happened, but he wasn't quite sure if he had been discovered and he would rather not give himself away if he wasn't. Speaking of the Vigilante, Shyuda paused as he noticed a particular person on one of the nearby rooftops, the now extremely familiar green hoodie and red shoes giving them away as Wraith. Shyuda stopped just short of the rooftop, waiting for Wraith to make a move. A full week, including the weekend, of tracking the Vigilante showed that they were almost never still, always in motion unless they were catching their breath. He would, however, take this opportunity to try and observe Wraith, to see if he could identify any kind of behaviors that would indicate personality. Contrary to most of the rumors that have rapidly spread around the Uda student body, Shyuda was actually incredibly perceptive when it comes to people's emotions and behaviors. Not that he'd ever use that to socialize. Being good at recognizing people's emotions and being an extrovert were distinctly separate things. Wraith was scribbling away in what looked like a notebook. Shyuda offhandedly wondered what the contents were. There was something written on the cover, but Shyuda couldn't see anything except the number 8. Whatever the contents were, they were filling the pages with incredible speed. It seemed like the Vigilante was fully engrossed in their writing, a perfect time to observe the Vigilante in an unguarded state. Of course, now was the time when something happened. That something being a very high-pitched scream that was somehow louder than Hisashi's emanating from the alleyways. And suddenly a blur of movement a few meters ahead of him, running towards the noise. Shyuda quickly followed, focused on not letting Wraith notice him, but also fully prepared to help if needed. He was still a hero after all. He saw Wraith stop near a building, so he stopped a few meters behind them, and Wraith was waiting for something. After about 2 minutes, Shyuda was about to go down there himself, half wondering why Wraith hadn't tried to intervene yet, when they slowly started to descend with a remarkable quiet and stealth that spoke to years of practice. He idly pondered how long they had trained before going full Vigilante. Shyuda rushed to the edge of the building and looked down, expecting to see a fight, but then quickly realized why Wraith had waited. In the middle of the alleyway was a sickly-looking man, being held hostage by a lady wearing elegant clothes that certainly had no place in this side of town. She was holding a glowing hand to the man's neck, probably her quirk ready to fire. Meanwhile, Wraith was sneaking around the back, out of the woman's sight. Shyuda had a bad feeling about this. He got ready to activate his quirk the second that the woman tried anything. Izuku was writing up an analysis of the latest villain when they felt it, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. As much as they would love to just turn around and call their Shadow out, people tended to get aggressive when caught by their target, and besides, let their Shadow think that they had the upper hand. It gave Izuku a better chance to figure out exactly who they were dealing with. When they heard the screams, they bolted towards the noise, surveying the situation. The lady looked to be mugging the man. They decided to sneak down, wait for the man to start emptying his pockets to get the woman away from him before they could do anything. Of course, nothing ever went as planned for them since the universe seemed to hate them, so when, the second that the lady took her focus away from the man, Izuku attacked, she immediately turned around and blindly fired her quirk at them, some kind of energy. They quickly dodged the first blast, having expected that. What they didn't expect was the man trying to punch them. What the hell? I just saved you? Izuku thought indignantly as the man continued attacking them. This combined with the woman's energy beams, Izuku was finding it difficult to get a hit in. It didn't help that they were also trying to prevent the man and woman from killing each other. It seemed that the man's quirk was an enhancer. Suddenly the woman's hands stopped glowing and she looked startled, looking at her hands like they were broken. Did she hit her quirk limit? Izuku couldn't ponder more as they still had the man to deal with, so they used their staff to knock the man out. While the woman was incapacitated by something, was that their shadow? Turning around, they caught a figure wearing all black, using a gray scarf-like thing to tie up the woman. Wait a dim second, Izuku's eyes darted to the top of the figure's face where a pair of yellow goggles covering the eyes confirmed Izuku's suspicions. Holy shit, that's Eraserhead. Izuku needed to leave now. Eraserhead was one of the best underground heroes in Mizudafu. Izuku heard about him through whispers in the underground. And Izuku would be lying if they said Eraserhead wasn't one of their favorite heroes. All Might was still #1, but Eraserhead was just so cool and he helped people that Limelight heroes forgot about. And he would probably be able to catch Izuku in a heartbeat if he wanted, so Izuku needed to stop geeking out and run. Shyuda had just finished tying up the lady when he turned around and saw Wraith running away like a bat out of hell. He would have gone after them, but the two unconscious people prevented him from doing so. Well, if Wraith didn't know they were being followed earlier, they certainly know now. Shyuda suppressed the urge to groan in annoyance, realizing that this would make things infinitely more difficult for the investigation. He sighed and pulled out his phone. Hello, Eraser. Please tell me you have an update on the Wraith case. Detective Tsukachi's voice was heard through the alleyway. Well, about that. Running through the streets of Mizudafu, Izuku followed the sounds of fighting towards an area that was generally considered a drag dealer's haven. Great, just what I need, another deal gone wrong. Let's just hope Eraserhead doesn't show up on this one. It had been a few days since they had figured out their shadow's identity. Since then, Eraserhead had given up on being unseen. Now Izuku had to be the one hiding, because there was no way to be able to outrun an actual hero. Still, they just couldn't stop being Wraith. People needed them. When they were Wraith, they weren't useless. They weren't Deku. Izuku jumped across the roofs, reaching the fight quickly. It looked like the two sides were evenly matched. This must have been between two gangs. Twice the enemies, Izuku sighed, and then winced when the action aggravated their bruised ribs. Bakugo had certainly not gone easy on them today. Perhaps they shouldn't have gotten in his way again, but they couldn't just stand there. Izuku was having lunch on the roof when they saw Bakugo and his lackeys cornering one of the other students, a young boy with fly mutations. Izuku couldn't quite remember his name. If they were anyone else, they might have just sat there with their lunch and ignored it, but they were Izuku. They used the nearby tree to climb down, running towards the group as Bakugo fired explosion after explosion in the fly kid's face. Stop! Izuku signed, getting in between Bakugo and his victim, an explosion hitting his side. Izuku had learnt JSL a long time ago, at first because Bakugo's quirk was damaging his hearing, and they wanted to be able to talk to him despite that. About a year after their diagnosis, however, they had learnt it for a completely different reason. Sometimes when they tried to talk, especially to strangers, they just couldn't. It was like their throat just closed up, so they used JSL as a way to communicate without having to speak. Get out of the way, Deku! Or else. Bakugo sneered at them, miniature explosions crackling in his palms and the burnt caramel smell from the nitroglycerin filling the air. Izuku stood their ground. Meanwhile, the other kids backed off, knowing that Bakugo didn't take kindly to anyone stealing his victims. Izuku shook themselves out of their thoughts and leapt down, ignoring the various aches from their body. Several heads turned their way, temporarily pausing the fight. Well, what do we have here? One of them snickered, a little vigilante. Izuku tried to be indignant at being called little, but they were 9, and shorter than most 9-year-olds at that, so the comment was kind of justified. Izuku brandished their staff as they got ready for a fight. The leader seemed to have minor feline mutations, most notably his ears and legs. Izuku waited for him to make the first move. They couldn't risk getting caught off guard if the leader had some hidden aspect to his quirk. The leader threw a quick left hook. Izuku dodged by scrambling backwards, so he has enhanced speed, or at least, insanely quick reflexes. Izuku thought as they dodged the hit, striking back with their staff. The leader blocked it. The two continued to trade blows until the leader managed to land a hit. Izuku hissed in pain as the leader's fist struck their arm, right where Bakugo had bruised them. Izuku swung back, the staff whacking the leader on the head, dazing him. Unfortunately, the other thugs seemed to finally register Izuku as a threat and surrounded them. Izuku got into a defensive stance as they realized that they might have gotten in over their head. Shyuda was simply on patrol when he saw Wraith fighting off a bunch of thugs. He immediately jumped down to help them. Hopefully this time they wouldn't run away. Shyuda hasn't managed to get anywhere near Wraith since that fight a few days ago. It seemed that Wraith was now actively avoiding him. This could be a chance to capture them, or at least talk. He quickly captured 2 of the thugs. They had been caught off guard by his arrival, then looked to see if Wraith needed any help, but they seemed to be doing alright, so he focused on the other 3. One seemed to have a mutation quirk that gave them 6 eyes, and the other 2 didn't have any visible quirks. Shyuda quickly apprehended the extra-eyed man. Meanwhile, it seemed that Wraith had knocked out the leader and was fighting the last 2 criminals, knocking them out in quick succession as it seemed that neither of them had any combat training and were unarmed. Wraith turned to him and quickly turned to run. Shyuda needed to do something, or he'd lose this chance. Hey, wait. Izuku temporarily froze in their tracks. Momentarily weighing their options, they turned around to face the underground hero. They tried to ask what the hero wanted, but they also didn't want him to figure out that they were a child. Izuku thought back to the plan they had made. Yes, they had wanted to meet their shadow, but that was before they realized that their shadow was one of the most fearsome underground heroes in Mizudafu, plus that was on their terms, not in the middle of a random battle. They realized that Eraserhead was looking at them expectantly, so, stealing their nerves, they made their choice. Shyuda watched Wraith freeze at the sound of his voice and slowly turn around. Okay, this seems good, they're not running away, now what? Shyuda thought to himself as the Vigilante stood there for several seconds before tying their staff back onto their back and signing a question. What do you want? Shyuda was surprised for a second, and then silently thanked the fact that he was fluent in JSL thanks to Hisashi. Just wanted to ask some questions, he said casually, better to gain the Vigilante's trust. It was unlikely they would allow themselves to get arrested if they didn't trust him, plus, no Vigilante becomes what they are without a DMN good reason. After all, most people who want to save people become heroes, so the people who become Vigilantes usually become that way because they have a vendetta or because they couldn't become a hero for some reason. Right, because that's why you've been following me for the past 2 weeks. Wraith was completely tensed and clearly ready to run. Not that Shyuda wouldn't be the same way in their situation. After all, they were a Vigilante, they had no reason to trust a hero. Shyuda wished that he could see their face, but they had a mask on that covered the lower half, plus their hoodie covered the upper half in shadow, so it was almost impossible to see their face, let alone get any tells for their emotions. 2 weeks? You've known the whole time? Shyuda was impressed. Wraith must be extremely well trained to detect someone as skilled as Shyuda. Wraith nodded. I was trying to figure out who you are, didn't expect my shadow to be. Shyuda tilted his head. Alright, well, that's impressive. How many years have you been training? Not a lot of people can notice me when I'm trailing them. How long have you been training for? Shyuda was hoping to get an answer, then he might be able to get an approximate age for the Vigilante. Izuku was panicking mildly. Eraserhead was clearly trying to fish for information, so Izuku decided to be vague about it, just to throw him off the trail a bit. A few years now. Technically it was the truth. If you thought about it, they'd been training ever since they were kicked out, running from bullies, stealing to survive. All of these could probably be seen as training from a certain point of view. Eraserhead looked like he wanted to say something else when Izuku heard police sirens in the distance. The second that Eraserhead turned to face the entrance to the alleyway, they used the opportunity to once again make a swift getaway. climbing up onto the roofs and then almost immediately dipping down into another alleyway to avoid being detected. Shyuda turned back towards the alleyway and saw that Wraith was once again gone. He muttered several curses that would make Nemuri proud as he tried to identify which direction the vigilante had gone in. The police cars pulled into the alleyway and Detective Tsukachi walked up to him. "Hey Eraser, what's going on?" the detective asked, already taking notes on the scene as several police officers started arresting the criminals. "Drag deal gone wrong. Wraith was already here by the time I stumbled across the fight, managed to get them to answer some vague questions, but they ran as soon as they heard your sirens," Shyuda explained. "Well, you can tell me the rest back at the station since I still need a detailed statement from you." Shyuda sighed. This was going to be a long night chapter text. The gates to Aldra Elementary loomed overhead as Izuku felt an overall sense of dread for the day. Well, they always felt a sense of dread when school was concerned, but today felt like it was going to be extra awful. The rules of the school running through their mind as they stepped through the gates, feeling like they were stepping towards their own death. Tripping on the outstretched legs, keeping their head down and somehow managing to make their way through the first part of the day without drawing attention to themselves. They had sat down to their maths lesson when things started going wrong for them. They had dutifully scrubbed out the hateful words on their desk, disposed of the spider lilies sitting on their desk. But then they got careless. The topic of discussion from the two students next to Izuku turned towards the latest hero fight, and Izuku, despite themselves, had begun muttering without realizing it. They got yelled at by the teacher for disrupting class with their muttering, ignored the jibes and giggles thrown their way as the teacher continued teaching, and throwing glares and grimaces at Izuku. They felt so stupid. They were doing so well. Why did they mumble? Why did they break the first rule? Couldn't they have just kept their mouth shut? Izuku sat glumly at their rooftop hideout as they watched the other kids play heroes or show off their quirks. They really needed to stop being such a nuisance in class. The other students needed to be focused, and how could they be focused when Izuku was sitting there muttering like the creepy, useless Deku that they were? Izuku was so lost in thought that they almost didn't hear the school bell and had to scramble to class. In that scramble they ran into one of the other students, specifically one of the upperclassmen, Anan, a student with a major mean streak as she would use her quirk on anyone that she deemed weaker, which was a problem because her quirk let her grow stone spikes from her skin, and those spikes were very sharp. Izuku froze as she turned towards them, anger and disgust clear on her face. They had only been put in their place by her a few times, and all of those times they had broken bones at worst and deep gashes at best. Izuku just hopes she'd go easy on them today, but it seemed that luck was not on their side. "Well, look what we have here," Anan sneered. "Watch where you're going, Deku. A thing like you should be careful, or people might hurt you." Her voice was a mocking sweetness, knowing that she was the exact kind of person she was talking about. "I'm sorry," Izuku tried to apologize. Even if they knew that it was futile, the least they could do was be polite. "Sorry? Is that all you can say, and with that stupid stutter too?" Anan laughed. "That's all a Deku can do, huh? Well, you're good for one other thing, quirk practice." The skin on her hands suddenly split and hardened, spikes growing out of the back of her hand in a way that made them effective as knives. She loomed over them menacingly, hands ready to mercilessly stab and slice into flesh, the stone spikes seemingly hungry for blood, and Izuku braced themselves for the feeling of tearing flesh and grinding bone that they knew would come once Iwai-san decided to stop playing with her food, like the cat stalking the mouse. And when she did, Izuku sat there and let it happen, and when she stabbed into their leg, they let it happen. Had been a few months since first meeting Wraith, and Shyuda was slowly getting used to the vigilante. The two would run into each other on patrol almost every night, usually when one of them has a fight that goes on long enough for the other to notice. Shyuda had a file dedicated to the things he knew about the vigilante, and although the file was still missing any identifying detail like age, the vigilante's height would be explained away by a quirk side effect, as well as quirk, since they never used it. It wasn't an enhancer, unless it was a mutation, because Shyuda had tried erasing Wraith's quirk while they were running from him and they didn't even react, so most likely it was a non-combative quirk. The information that Shyuda did have was about Wraith's fighting style and behavioral patterns, like how they always focused on dodging and evasive maneuvers instead of offense, and in fact, The Vigilante's offensive capabilities were certainly underdeveloped. The one time that Shyuda had seen Wraith throw a punch was when they had been backed into a corner and it looked like the most amateurish punch he had ever seen. Shyuda wondered exactly how they had trained their stealth and evasive abilities so well without even thinking to train their offensive abilities. The two of them had also communicated at certain points, with Wraith consistently using sign language. From those short conversations, Shyuda had learnt that Wraith was extremely good at reading people, usually able to identify sinister motives within criminals. Wraith only ever talked about the criminals in a very surface level. Despite that, in battle they exploited weaknesses that could only be known through a deep understanding of someone's quirk. Wraith was a complete contradiction, confident and friendly one moment, skittish and unsure the next. Shyuda was starting to wonder if there was something more to that, but Wraith had successfully avoided every personal adjacent question that Shyuda has asked. So he stuck to helping out the Vigilante and hoping that he could gain their trust over time. That's when the Vigilante themselves landed on the roof next to them, but the sound was odd. Wraith was always near silent with their movements. It took all of Shyuda's situational awareness to hear them, but this time, Shyuda heard the Vigilante very clearly. The hero turned to look at them, half surprised and half curious about the change in pattern. When he noticed something concerning, Wraith was clearly favoring one of their legs over the other. They were very good at hiding it, which was somehow even more concerning than the fact that they were hurt in the first place. Hey Eraser, Wraith seemed otherwise unharmed, even being their usual, slightly cautious but still somehow friendly, self. But even Shyuda, who once fully ignored being stabbed in the shoulder to the point that Hisashi had to make him stay home under threat of hiding all the coffee, wouldn't go on patrol with an injury that hinders movement. That kind of recklessness is what got people killed. You're hurt, why are you on patrol? Izuku was absolutely not freaking out. They were going to be calm and they were going to talk their way out of this. They tried to act nonchalant. What are you talking about? Great, just great. That totally wasn't a dumb thing to say. They almost slapped themselves about how stupid that was. Eraserhead definitely looked annoyed now. Then again, he always looked annoyed, so it was difficult to tell, but Izuku was sure he was more annoyed than before. Wraith, you're favoring your left leg, you're clearly injured, you shouldn't be on patrol. Izuku tried to figure out what Eraserhead was thinking, but unlike most people he was incredibly difficult to read. They supposed that was a skill that came from being an underground hero. That's alright, I've patrolled with worse injuries. Izuku was trying to explain that everything was fine, they could handle this. They once patrolled with third-degree burns on their chest. It hurt like hell, but they survived, so what's the big deal? Eraserhead clearly thought it was concerning, however. You've what? That could get you killed. If Izuku didn't know better, they'd think that the hero was concerned for them, but that was impossible. Why would anyone be concerned about a Deku like them? Eraserhead continued talking. You should go home. It's dangerous for you to be out here with that injury. You could get killed. Get some rest. Izuku couldn't understand the hero's words. Why would he be worried about if Izuku got killed or not? Sure, he was a hero, and heroes are supposed to care, but no one needed to care about a quirkless Deku. And that's when it hit them. Eraserhead didn't know they were quirkless. He was treating them like a normal person. Of course he would be concerned. Izuku didn't quite know what to do with this information. If Eraserhead thought that they had a quirk, the way he was treating them made sense, but what would happen once he found out? Izuku didn't have to think too hard. The best case scenario was that he would ignore Izuku, leave them like their parents did. Worst case, he hurts them like the teachers at Aldra. Izuku doubted that a hero would try and kill them, but that option was also on the table. Izuku knew that they couldn't let Eraserhead figure out that they were quirkless. That would only lead to trouble, and besides, the hero was concerned for them, no one was concerned for them, and the thought of that kind of care being directed at them made them feel warm and fuzzy inside. Izuku knew they were being selfish. They didn't deserve this kind of attention, but they couldn't help themselves. It was so nice to have someone care if they died or not, someone who didn't actively want them to die. Maybe they could keep up this charade for a little while longer. Alright, I'll go home. See you tomorrow, Eraser. Wraith signed. Then they turned and climbed down the fire escape, and while Shyuda tried to follow to make sure that the Vigilante got home safe, Wraith's uncanny disappearing ability meant that they quickly escaped him. Shyuda didn't quite know what to do. The Vigilante had mentioned that they had patrolled through worse injuries. And Shyuda was just as worried about that as he was annoyed that Wraith didn't seem to take their own safety seriously. It reminded him of some of his students. And that feeling again, like he was missing something really important. Still, Shyuda had a job to do, so he continued with his own patrol, determined to ask Wraith some questions next time he saw them. If Wraith was consistently getting hurt to that extent, there was most likely something sinister going on. The Vigilante was in danger somehow, and Shyuda was a hero. He didn't ignore people in danger. Eraserhead was standing on the rooftop where Izuku had met with him yesterday. Their leg was much better now, still not completely healed, but no one had targeted it during school today, so it was actually able to heal semi-properly, especially since Eraserhead had sent them home the second he saw them limping. Izuku was still trying to process the idea that the hero actually cared about them, but it made some kind of sense after realizing that he thought they had a quirk. Still, Izuku had been mentally preparing for the other shoe to drop, and maybe they were a bit silly for thinking that Eraserhead would instantly know that they were quirkless, but they were used to everyone in their life knowing, and anyone that didn't was quickly told by others about that fact, warning them to stay away from the quirkless Deku. As if they were diseased, and Izuku supposed that, in a way, they were. After all, they had to have something wrong with them to be quirkless. So Izuku had spent most of the night figuring out how to keep their secret if Eraserhead ever asked about why they didn't use a quirk. They could just lie and say it was a minor quirk. After all, having an almost useless quirk was still better than being completely useless, and they could easily fake something like that. Landing softly behind the hero, who noticed them the second they touched the concrete of the roof, Izuku walked up to him, noting exactly how the hero's gaze immediately went to their leg. "Don't worry, it's healed now," Izuku signed before starting to leave, eager to feel the cool night air, and to their surprise, Eraserhead was following them. Izuku stopped in their tracks and turned around instantly to face the hero, making a confused expression underneath their mask. Eraserhead simply tilted his head at them, sensing that they had a question. "Why are you following me?" The hero hadn't followed them around for a while now, mostly having stopped after their first conversation, so why was he following them now? Of course, the hero looked even more annoyed than normal today, if that was even possible. "You expect me to let you patrol on your own after being injured just yesterday? Honestly, unless you've got a healing quirk, a wound like that wouldn't heal completely in a day." Izuku was a bit caught off guard by the answer, not entirely expecting the concern that leaked through the tone of irritation. They seriously needed to quit being surprised if they were going to keep up this facade of a life. Nonetheless, something in the hero's tone made them think twice of arguing, so they simply turned around and continued on their way with the patrol, ever mindful of the hero following them. The first hour of patrol was uneventful. The criminals must have decided to take a break for the night or something because it was eerily quiet, especially unexpected given the heightened activity lately, but nonetheless appreciated. However, as always, the peace never lasted. Eventually the two began running into various crimes being committed, a robbery here, a drunk fight there. Generally only one of them was required to solve the issue. However, it was simply more efficient to work in tandem. While it is very awkward at first, the two of them slowly gain an understanding of each other's fighting styles throughout the night. Of course, eventually something had to go wrong. Running along the rooftops, the two stumbled upon a civilian being beaten up in a back alley. Immediately the both of them jumped into action, Wraith taking stock of the situation. 3 assailants, one seems to have a weak fire quirk, very common but still dangerous. The other 2 are unknown quirks. The civilian seems to be bruised and a little burned but not too badly hurt. It seemed that they had gotten there just in time. Instantly 2 of the assailants went down as both Izuku and Eraserhead leapt down into a surprise attack, leaving only the fire wielder left, who tried to scuffle backwards, clearly making for a retreat as they didn't seem to be willing to fight. Something in the back of Izuku's mind roared in anger at the action. "So you'll be glad to beat on someone weaker than you, but you'll run like a coward the second someone actually stands up to you?" Izuku didn't quite know where that particular thought came from, or why they were so furious at the bully attacker. Either way, they punched the guy with much more force than they had intended, hard enough that it left the guy's nose bleeding, and then the man's fire licked at the edges of their hoodie. The scent of burning fiber suddenly turns to burning flesh as the dark alleyway fills with the sounds of popping and crackling that Izuku knew couldn't be there, and the man stood in front of them, his fire a red glow that reminded Izuku all too much of ruby red eyes, and suddenly the man was unconscious at their feet, and their knuckles felt wet, dripping with a dark red. Wraith knocked out the last assailant as Shyuda handcuffed the others. Shyuda was still a bit reluctant to let them patrol given the injury they had yesterday, but as far as Shyuda could tell, their fighting and parkour was not hindered by whatever was left of their leg injury. He turned around to see Wraith standing over the fire wielder, blood dripping from the man's nose and their shaking hand, and pure rage radiating off of them like a sickly wave, drowning everything in that alley with cloying anger. Wraith! The vigilante seemed to snap out of whatever stupor they had been in and dragged the guy over to where the other two lay unconscious, roughly dropping him before swiftly making their escape to the rooftops. Shyuda quickly followed, concerned about whatever just happened. He stopped as Wraith sat on the edge of the roof, looking down at the scene as blue and red lights flooded the alleyway. Wraith, what happened there? Shyuda asked, standing awkwardly a few feet away from the vigilante, not wanting to startle them, but also not wanting to leave them alone. I don't know, Wraith paused, hands shaking as they tried to collect themselves. He was running away. He hurt someone and couldn't even face the consequences. Each word was shakier and shakier as Wraith signed. You aren't just talking about that man, are you? Shyuda asked, although the answer was fairly obvious. Sighed and shook their head. I don't know, he just reminded me of a friend. Shyuda had a sinking suspicion, remembering the injury Wraith had yesterday, and how they had acted as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Was that friend the reason you were hurt yesterday? Shyuda was trying to be gentle, but he was sure it didn't sound right. Where was Hizashi when you needed him? He was always much better at this whole comfort thing than Shyuda was. Wraith shook their heads so rapidly that Shyuda almost worried that the vigilante's head would fall off. No, that wasn't him. Not that time. Wraith quickly defended this friend, and Shyuda really didn't like the picture that this was painting. But before he could ask any more questions about what the vigilante meant by not that time, Wraith continued hurriedly, besides, I've never wanted to hurt him. I don't know why I got so angry at that other guy. Okay, well, why did he remind you of your friend? Izuku very carefully thought through their answer. If they said the wrong thing, Eraserhead could find out that they were quirkless. He always hurts people he thinks are weaker than him, but then pretends like it was the victim's fault when he gets confronted. In reality, Bakugo was probably the worst bully in that school, while most just focus on Deku, Bakugo and a few others like Iwaisen go after anyone weaker than themselves. So why call him your friend? He's targeting you as well, right? I mean, we used to be friends, and he could be harsh at times, but nothing I couldn't take, but then he started hurting other people, and we just drifted apart. What about you? What? Izuku was confused. You said you stopped being friends once he started hurting other people. Didn't you stop being friends once he started hurting you? Izuku froze. How were they supposed to explain to the hero that they didn't matter? If they did, the hero would find out they were quirkless. Izuku desperately tried to think of ways to get themselves out of this corner they had been backed into. Would running away be a good idea? Maybe it was worth a shot at least. Izuku scrambled back to their feet and sprinted, mind running purely on adrenaline as instinct took them back to their warehouse. Wraith bolted away and Shyuda sighed internally. Okay, that was clearly a sore topic. He should avoid that in the future, at least until Wraith trusted him enough to tell on their own. This was going to be tough. Maybe he could ask Hizashi for help. His husband always knew exactly what to say to get people to trust him. Shyuda stared down at the cup of coffee in his hands. Wraith was avoiding him. They have been for 3 days. He had seriously messed up. Okay, maybe he shouldn't have pressed the issue when the vigilante was clearly stressed by it. But the past was the past, and Hizashi had immediately called him an idiot when he had gotten home that day and told him what had happened. But his husband also have him some advice on how to deal with Wraith, mostly involving giving the vigilante some space and basically assuming that he's starting from zero unless proven otherwise. On the other hand, Hizashi was also very concerned about Wraith possibly being abused by a friend. Both of them were. Hizashi suggested bringing it up, but not pushing it if Wraith didn't want to talk. Speaking of his husband, hey Moonlight. Hizashi called out to him in a sing-song voice, leaving for patrol already? He asked, as if Hizashi didn't have Shuda's patrol times memorized to the minute. Shyuda smiled softly. Yeah, why? He turned, Hisashi looked concerned, and a bit tired, which was unusual for him. The man was normally a bundle of energy even on the longest days. Is something wrong, Sunshine? Hisashi laughed, although it was a forced one. Is it that obvious? He sighed. You've been worrying about Wraith constantly. If it were anyone else, Shyuda would have denied being worried about anything, but Hisashi was the one person he could never lie to. I'm the one who chased them off. I have to find them, especially if they're in danger, and we know they are. Shyuda was beginning to ramble when he felt Hisashi hug him tightly. I'm sure they just want some space. Who knows, maybe tonight's the night they decide to show up again. Either way, you need to calm down. It's not doing anyone any good if you're running yourself ragged all patrol looking for a vigilante who has a reputation of not being found unless they want to be. Shyuda could hear the concern in his husband's voice and felt more than a little guilty. Yeah, he had been doing way more hero work than normal, but was it really that obvious that he was just hoping to run into the vigilante? Alright, I'll stop looking for them, but I have to get going, so if you wouldn't mind letting go of me? Hisashi complied, although not before giving him a quick kiss, and also making sure that Shyuda took his dinner with him, because apparently jelly pouches didn't count as a real dinner according to Hisashi. Izuku sat in their warehouse bandaging up the injuries they'd gotten today. Thankfully it wasn't too bad, only a few second-degree burns and various cuts and bruises. Clearly the universe had decided to go easy on them today, or it was waiting for another opportunity to screw them over. They hadn't been patrolling for the last 3 days. Every time they thought about going, they remembered how they had hurt that man, and the conversation that had followed. Why did they run away? It had seemed like such a good idea at the time. Of course they had run, that was all a worthless Deku like them could do. They could fight. Of course not patrolling meant that they were sleeping more, and that also meant nightmares. Drowning. Blood. Burning. So many nightmares. And they were different, still filled with twisted versions of whatever torment the day had inflicted upon them, but also a new fear. Abandonment. Yelling. Their parents' faces melt away as their mind takes them to a rooftop. A familiar rooftop. What happened if they hadn't run away? They were alone. 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 Izuku felt a jolt of pain as their nails scratched at the burns on their arm, snapping them out of their spiral. They looked at the blood on their fingers and sighed, wrapping the new wound with what little bandages they had left. They had run out of burn cream a while ago, and were yet to steal more, so their plan was to avoid Bakugo as much as possible, at least until they could steal more. It was a risky plan when he figured out what they were doing. Bakugo wasn't stupid, he would figure it out. They would be in so much more trouble than if they had just let him catch them. Izuku sighed as they looked at their blanket nest. They didn't want to sleep, but they really didn't want to go on patrol and risk running into Eraserhead. They didn't want to face the disappointment they were sure he felt. Sighing, they looked out at the night sky. It was already dark, way past their usual patrol times, but better late than never, right? Shyuda noticed some shouting and crashing from the next street over, which abruptly stopped with a pair of thuds. Parkouring over, he saw what looked to be the aftermath of a drunk fight, if the stench of alcohol that surrounded the area was any indication. And checking on the unconscious people was Wraith. The vigilante then quickly scaled the nearby fire escape, getting out of the scene before any police showed up. Shyuda immediately wanted to run up to them and make sure they were safe, and then maybe ask for answers, but that went so poorly last time, so he took his husband's advice and decided to stay calm. Izuku stared at Eraserhead. Well, there goes the plan of avoiding him. Izuku mentally braced themselves for any kind of insult that he could possibly throw at them. Hey Wraith. Eraserhead looked oddly awkward, which seemed so out of place with the image of a fearsome underground hero. Izuku took a deep breath and sat down near the hero. Hey Eraserhead, Izuku signed hesitantly. A long silence stretched between the two. Izuku heard a sigh from Eraserhead. Are you okay? And wasn't that an interesting question? Were they okay? No, not really. They hadn't been okay for a long time, but they weren't about to admit that to Eraserhead. Yeah, I'm fine. Alright, well, I'm sorry about the last conversation that we had. Honestly, Izuku didn't know it was possible for someone so intimidating to be so awkward. It would be funny if they weren't the subject of the conversation. Why it was my fault for running away? Why was Eraserhead looking at them oddly? They didn't say anything weird, right? You don't have to apologize. Look, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. A pause. Izuku certainly didn't want to talk about it. Keep the pretense a little longer, pretend that they could be cared for, just a little longer. They waited for the hero to demand an answer. Eraserhead just sighed and sat down next to them. He seemed to be thinking about something. Shyuda looked at the vigilante, who seemed even smaller than normal. This was not going the way he had hoped. Quick, what could he do to break this tension? Wait, the dinner that Hisashi packed, food was always a good peace offering, right? Izuku looked up at a rustling sound. Eraserhead was holding out an onigiri towards them. They looked at him. Their silence must have conveyed their confusion. Are you hungry? Izuku stayed silent. Why was Eraserhead offering them food? What did he want from them? Or maybe he was just going to pull it away the second they reached for it. Apparently Eraserhead took their silence as a question. Well, you don't have to take it, I just thought you might want. It had been literal years since they'd had something better than stolen bread or stolen energy bars, or stolen anything really. Maybe it would be nice. Wraith cautiously reached out a hand towards the offered food, and Shyuda was reminded of a feral kitten, so he sat very, very still. And as soon as their hand closed around the onigiri, they yanked their hand backwards, like they expected it to be taken away from them, another concerning thing to investigate. The vigilante turned their head away and lifted their mask. Shyuda turned his head away. The vigilante was probably trying to preserve their identity, and he'd respect that. The two of them sat in silence for a while until Shyuda heard Wraith stand up. He turned his head to face them again. Thank you for the food. Izuku watched as Eraserhead's mouth twitched into a barely there smile. It's no problem. He stood up with them and that smile was gone. We've still got the rest of our patrols to complete. He turned to Izuku. See you tomorrow, Wraith. The hero parkoured away, leaving Wraith standing alone. Yet somehow, they didn't feel alone at all. They felt the warmth of someone who actually cared about them. Or at least someone who cared about their vigilante self. Eraserhead was right, they should get back to patrol. Izuku spent the rest of the night thinking about that interaction. Maybe they could get used to this. Shyuda looked around as he landed on a now familiar rooftop. It had been a month since that awkward first step, and the two of them had been meeting on this rooftop every day before and after their patrols. Shyuda usually showed up first, with Wraith joining him a few minutes after. They'd chat and then head off on their own patrol routes, or what counted as a patrol route for Wraith, as they apparently just went wherever they felt like. Seeing that the vigilante had yet to show up, Shyuda sat down and waited. After a few minutes he heard a familiar thud from behind him. Wraith walked up to the edge of the rooftop and sat down next to him. Hey Eraser, hope I didn't keep you waiting. Don't worry about it, we have other things to worry about. It seems like there's been more criminal activity near the south end. Izuku hummed to themselves. That matched up with what they'd been experiencing on patrols, but those were always drag rings, not always the same ones either. They should probably leave whatever that was to the heroes. Nothing too serious? Probably not, but Detective Tsukachi asked me to keep an eye on that area just in case, Eraserhead said with a sigh. Just great, more work for me. Izuku knew that he didn't actually mind. From tagging along with the heroes' patrols, Izuku had learnt more of his personality, and melodramatic was certainly not a trait they had expected Eraserhead of all people to have, and yet here they are. Well, I could always tag along, it would be more efficient and we could cover more ground, right? Honestly, Izuku barely had any idea what they were talking about, but they were planning on going towards the south end anyway, and they didn't really want to deal with all that fighting alone. Just keep up, Eraserhead parkoured away, leaving Izuku to try and catch up. They smiled under their mask. Over the last month, Izuku found that having someone to talk to, someone who didn't immediately avoid their presence, was one of the best feelings they'd ever felt. They still hadn't told the hero about their analysis. They didn't need to ruin the peace between them with their creepy notes, and Eraserhead definitely didn't need to know about the entry that he had in their notebook. Despite all of that, they smiled underneath their mask, soon catching up to the hero as the two of them jumped between the buildings of Mizudafu. Shyuda should have known something would happen. Though, to be fair, nothing had happened almost all night, but just before the two of them were about to head back to their rooftop, trouble struck. Wraith had been fighting some mugger with an enhancement quirk when she yanked the metal staff out of the vigilante's hands. At which point they had immediately backed off, desperately dodging the woman's powered strikes. It was like someone else had begun fighting, since Wraith had suddenly become much more erratic in their movements. The mugger managed to get a good hit on the vigilante before Shyuda could restrain her. He had immediately dragged Wraith out of the alleyway they'd been fighting in, despite the fact that they insisted that they were completely fine. Shyuda was concerned. It was like they had lost all confidence the second that they were weaponless, not to mention their hand-to-hand skills could use a lot of work. "Are you okay?" he asked them, and his voice was definitely not concerned. "I'm fine. Plus I managed to get my staff back, so let's get going." Wraith tried to jump away only to be entangled in a length of capture scarf. Shyuda glared at them, erasure activating on instinct. It really was like trying to deal with his students, the reckless brats. "Alright, now that I know you're okay, what the hell?" Izuku braced themselves for whatever would get yelled at them. What happened? How did they mess up? Was it because they couldn't defeat that mugger? They knew it was dangerous to get their hopes up. Of course this wouldn't last. Why would anyone want them around? You could have gotten seriously hurt. That's it? No yelling? Nothing about how much of a waste of space they were? Izuku looked up at Eraserhead, head tilting in confusion. The hero sighed. "You clearly don't know how to fight without that staff of yours. Did you ever try and learn hand-to-hand combat?" He looked more concerned than angry, although there was some of that too. Izuku silently shook their head and tried to sign something before realizing that their hands were pinned to their side. Eraserhead seemed to notice that too and untangled them, only enough that their hands were free. They were still unable to move. If the hero could see their face right now, he'd see the most sheepish look someone could possibly have. "I never really got the chance to learn any hand-to-hand," Izuku signed, looking down at their shoes in shame. "What?" Shyuda stared at the vigilante in pure disbelief. What on earth? How the hell does someone not get the chance to learn a basic combat skill? Honestly, it's like they didn't even try, and the irritation in the back of his mind grew. Did they think that they could just get by with whatever quirk they had? Unlikely. From what should have seen, their quirk was most likely non-combative, in which case any sensible person would train their fighting skills to compensate. Wraith seemed to shrink in on themselves as they hesitantly started signing again. Well, running away from bullies every day only does so much. Something about that sentence rang alarm bells in Shyuda's mind. Bullies? That's how a kid would describe their mean classmates, not a grown adult talking about other people. Why would Wraith? Oh, shit. Shyuda didn't quite know how to approach the situation. If his suspicions were correct, and he really hoped they weren't, Wraith was probably a kid, maybe high school age or younger. "Wraith." Shyuda took a quiet breath. "How old are you?" He'd asked the question before, of course, but every time Wraith would deflect by changing the topic, he'd thought that it was to preserve their identity, but if they were a kid, a lot of things were starting to make sense. Wraith immediately tensed at his question. Shyuda could see the gears turning in their head. "Why do you ask?" They looked ready to run, and they had started struggling against the capture weapon. "Calm down, I only asked because, well, you said that you were being bullied. Adults don't usually call people bullies." Shyuda saw the moment that they froze and looked like they desperately wanted to curl in on themselves. That was basically all the confirmation Shyuda needed. "You're a kid, aren't you?" It was less of a question and more of a statement, his mind already looking through past behavior and noting all the signs that were there from the beginning. This was a kid, with barely any fighting experience, running around and being a vigilante. Izuku stared at the hero next to them, knowing that he'd probably realized by now, this was bad. They couldn't escape, and Eraserhead was probably going to yell at them or hurt them. They should have thought about what they were saying. How did they let that slip? It wasn't like they had let their guard down, right? Izuku realized that was exactly what had happened. They'd gotten too comfortable and forgotten that they were supposed to be pretending. Not that they were that good at it in the first place, but this was the worst slip-up they could have possibly made aside from telling him that they were quirkless. "Hey kid, can you hear me?" Izuku realized that they'd zoned out and looked back at Eraserhead, and took a step back. Wait, what? Wasn't the capture weapon? With a start they realized that the hero had freed them sometime during their spiral. "Yeah, I can hear you, sorry." "Don't apologize, kid, you didn't do anything wrong." Izuku would have disagreed, but if he thought they didn't do anything wrong, maybe they didn't? The hero sat down a little bit away from them, giving them space. The silence stretched for a good minute before Eraserhead spoke. So is there any way I could convince you to quit being a vigilante? Izuku thought about it. Would they be willing to quit? They knew they should say yes, but really, being Wraith was all they really had. It meant that they could make a difference. Izuku shook their head. There was no way they'd ever give up not being useless, even if it was pretend. Eraserhead sighed. I thought so. In that case, I can't have you running around without at least knowing how to fight properly. Izuku had to do a double take. Did that mean he was just going to let them continue to be a vigilante? Eraserhead must have seen their confusion. I'll let you keep doing this, as long as you follow some rules. First, you're not going to patrol alone. I'll take you with me during my patrols. Second, you listen to me. If I say you're not getting involved, listen. Lastly, we need to work on your hand-to-hand skills, so I'll be training you, and until I say you're ready, you're not going to fight anyone. Got it? Izuku nodded rapidly. Good. How about we start your first lesson now? Izuku barely had time to react before they were being pinned to the ground by the hero. Lesson 1. Never let your guard down. Always be ready to dodge an attack. Try again. Izuku got up, ready to dodge another punch, and was almost immediately tangled in Capture Scarf. What did I just say? Be ready for anything. Shaking their head, Izuku focused on Eraserhead's movements. This time they dodged a punch, but was then taken out by the next one. The next few attempts went roughly the same way, with Izuku being taken out in seconds. At some point they managed to dodge a few attacks, but they still got pinned within a minute. After what was likely an hour but felt much longer to Izuku, Eraserhead stood back and didn't seem to be attacking the second they got up again. It's getting late for both of us. We should get back to our homes. A pause. I'm guessing your parents aren't worried about you? Izuku almost laughed. Their parents didn't even know where they were. Still, there was no point in messing up again. They're probably asleep right now. I can get back to my house easily enough. And before the hero could ask more questions, they jumped down the fire escape and ducked into an alleyway that they knew was practically invisible from above. Sure enough, they got home easily. Flopping into their blanket nest, they found that they could fall asleep much easier than most days. They knew they'd probably be sore in the morning, but honestly, they couldn't find it in them to care, not when they were smiling giddily from the realization that they were actually cared about, at least by one person. Their sleep was blissfully nightmare-free. Humming filled the warehouse as Izuku gathered their backpack and notes. Their uniform was ratty and moth-eaten, not to mention the numerous patchwork fixes from the times they tried to stitch up the holes they had gotten from various bullies. There were several patches where the stitching was falling apart. They'd have to patch them up again, not that they could afford a new one. They also debate taking their notebook with them. They'd almost filled out analysis number 8, they'd have to steal a new book soon. Ultimately, they decided to take it. Even if the risk was there, they could leave it in their bag during school, and there was a relatively new hero patrolling in the area. And without access to the internet, they had to chase down the heroes if they wanted to analyze them or hear about them from their classmates' conversations. Izuku guessed that they'd be a few minutes early to class. As they walked down the road, passing by a food vendor, they tried to snatch a sandwich. Sneaking it from the stand when the vendor's back was turned, and then slipping into an alleyway before the man could notice. Izuku jogged as they ate the sandwich, hoping to get to Aldra early so as to avoid the majority of the bullies. They tried to get to class without incident, but as always, Bakugo had also shown up early. He always shows up early because he knows that Izuku does that too. Of course, they couldn't avoid him. No, that would mean a worse punishment later, and the last time that had happened, Izuku shuddered to think about that. So the day started off rather slow. For some reason, everyone else seemed to leave them alone today. It was probably because they were all too excited for the weekend to think about a useless Deku. Fridays were always better for them. Izuku sat down at their desk. It seemed that no one had gotten to it yet. That was sure to change the second that the next class bell rang. The next few classes went mostly okay, other than the usual jeers. Then lunch happened, and as usual, the other students hunted them through the halls. They remembered which students to take hits from, and which students they could avoid without repercussions as they tried to get through lunch without too much incident. Sitting peacefully at their rooftop hideout, Izuku took out their notebook, looking around cautiously to make sure no one would see them. Sometimes students would wander up to the roof, or be dragged there, and usually Izuku hid whenever that happened. There was no way they could let anyone find their hideout, or they'd loose the only place they could hide from the torture, and then, shaking themselves out of their thoughts, not wanting to envision what could happen. Still, they should be very careful, especially when they had their notebook with them. Izuku heard screams from the stairwell as some poor soul was dragged up to the roof. Bakugo practically kicked down the door as his lackeys shoved someone in front of them. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for the poor soul that had gotten on his bad side today. The safest option would be staying hidden. So Izuku ran out onto the main space of the roof and put themselves between Bakugo's explosions and the student behind them, their hands desperately clutching onto their notebook. Wait, they still had their notebook with them. No. They curled over the book trying to block it from Vi and desperately hoping it hadn't been seen. Oi nerd, what the F is that? Bakugo ripped the notebook out of their hands, still keeping the stalker notes. Fucking creepy Deku, I thought I taught you to stop that. He opened the book and started reading through it, mocking the contents the entire time. Izuku watched as Bakugo grinned. You know, this sheet's creepy as F-. I could do us all a favor and get rid of it. They watched as he grabbed pages out of the book, tearing them out of the book, lighting off explosions, destroying most of the pages, turning them to ash and scraps. A whole 7 months of notes, gone just like that. Izuku saw that only 3 pages were left. They couldn't see which hero they were on, but they felt themselves tearing up. They just couldn't believe it. Before they could even think, they grabbed the last 3 pages and held them tight to their chest, curling in to protect them. They didn't know why they were protecting something that didn't deserve to exist, but they had always been selfish. The notes brought them undeserved joy, and they selfishly protected it. Even though Bakugo had not stopped trying to get them, even though the explosions burned, Izuku took them numbly. Tears threatened to fall from their eyes as Bakugo appeared to switch targets from the papers to Izuku, yelling at them. They wouldn't have been able to talk back even if they wanted to. You stupid, useless Deku. Why do you even bother trying? I wonder why you haven't been killed yet. Someone really should leave you and your creepy muttering and stalker notes for dead. Actually, why don't you do everyone a favor and find a quiet ditch to die in? Quit being a burden to everyone. Do your parents still put up with you? They shouldn't. Creepy stupid Deku with your creepy FNG books. You know, I bet even if you died, no one would care. I wouldn't. Izuku was left burned and battered as Bakugo apparently decided that he'd done enough, leaving them to painfully pull themselves up, a soft crinkling sound reminding them of the pages from their notebook. They checked which hero had been spared. It was the pages they'd done on Eraserhead, probably the most detailed pages they had on any hero. They stared at the rest of the pages, or what was left of them. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. They'd have to redo all the entries into a new notebook, and they wouldn't be able to take notes on the new hero until they stole a new one. The entire rest of the day was filled with mocking laughs as apparently Bakugo had been complaining about their notebook, and everyone had heard. Maki-sensei scolded them for being a distraction, and gave them detention, which Izuku panicked about. Normally detention meant the teachers would just yell at them about whatever they'd done, but they also needed to get home, patch up their injuries and go for patrol, not to mention the combat training afterwards. Detention was just as hellish as they had expected, but they had no time to think about that. If they didn't hurry, they'd be late. The second they got home, they started patching up their burns, the worst ones at least, since they needed to conserve their remaining bandages. It was already dark by the time they left. They just hoped that Eraser hadn't been waiting for too long. Of course, they were so caught up in their hurry that they didn't realize they'd stuffed the pages into their hoodie pocket instead of leaving them at the warehouse. Wraith had been acting odd all patrol. First they'd shown up late, which by itself wasn't too unusual. Shyuda just assumed that they had been held back for some reason. They also kept messing with their hoodie and was generally being more fidgety than normal. At least they weren't fighting most of the criminals. They might have been practicing for over a week now, but still had a lot to learn before they were ready to fight armed opponents. Still, Shyuda knew something was bothering the kid. At the end of patrol, the two of them landed on a rooftop. Wraith immediately fell into a practiced fighting stance, still a little slower than Shyuda would have liked, but it was a start. But whatever was throwing them off earlier was clearly still a distraction. The kid had gotten even better at dodging, even if they still couldn't land a hit on him, but today they just kept getting pinned by the same moves they were dodging with ease yesterday. Shyuda stopped the spar abruptly. What's wrong, Wraith? Izuku was panicking. Eraser had noticed something. What gave them away? Nothing's wrong. They signed, hoping that the hero would give it up, but they weren't so lucky. Kid, you've been acting strange all day. Don't try to act like you're fine. Really, nothing's wrong. By the glare they got, it was clear that Eraser wasn't going to believe that, so Izuku changed tactics. You don't have to worry about it. Eraser sighed tiredly. Izuku tensed. Nothing good came of people being annoyed by them. You know you can tell me if something happened. I'm not going to be mad or anything. God damn it, why did he have to sound so genuine? Izuku silently willed themselves not to cry in front of the hero. I swear, it really wasn't that bad. It was probably for the best anyways. They started pacing around frantically as they tried to convince Eraser that nothing was wrong and that he shouldn't worry about it. Shyuda shook his head. This kid, he thought as they continued pacing around, signing so frantically that he was having trouble figuring out what they were saying. While they were pacing, a piece of paper drifted out of their hoodie. It looked like a mildly burnt notebook page. Shyuda picked it up to give it back to Wraith, and hopefully snapped the kid out of whatever spiral they were going through when he noticed his hero name on the top of the page. It looked like an analysis of his quirk, with notes about how it affects his fighting style written in the margins. Overall, it was rather accurate. The hypotheses were clearly labeled, some right some wrong. It was the kind of stuff expected from the third years at UA. Kid, did you write this? He asked, showing them the piece of paper. Izuku paused as their eyes immediately focused on the notebook page in Eraser's hand, and the panic they'd felt earlier hit them again full force. Oh no, he's going to think it's creepy, and then he'll be mad and dash. Eraser was saying, so something. Izuku couldn't quite make it out past the sound of their own heartbeat pounding in their ears. He vaguely sounded concerned, and Izuku realized that they'd started crying. They silently cursed their traitorous tear ducts as they desperately tried to control their breathing. Shyuda didn't quite know what to do. Yes, he knew how to help with a panic attack, but Wraith didn't seem to be hearing anything he said. They seemed to be calming down though, and after some time their breathing returned to normal. After a few seconds of silence, they started shakily signing. I'm sorry, I know the notes are really creepy and dumb and weird and dash. The kid continued to sign, but with their shaky hands it was impossible to make out what they were trying to say. What do you mean, creepy? This looks like a pretty good analysis to me. At that, Wraith's head shot up. What do you mean? Everyone thinks it's creepy. And everyone is wrong. This is valuable information to know about people, not to mention it's pretty good, and most of the stuff here is correct. Wraith seemed to be confused, understandably so. Clearly they've been told that their analysis was creepy. Shyuda wanted to find everyone who said that and wring their necks for how stupid they were. They clearly weren't expecting him to say otherwise. My friend, he said that it was creepy and should be destroyed. They reached into their pocket and took out 2 other pages. Your friend sounds more like a bully to me. Shyuda made note of the burn marks on each page. Did he cause those burn marks? Yeah, these are the only pages I managed to save from that notebook. Wraith had started shaking again. He said that the book was stupid and useless, like me. Shyuda had to suppress his rage at that. Where the hell were any adults when this happened? He said what? Wraith shrunk in on themselves at that, and Shyuda had to take a breath to calm down. Sorry, I'm not mad at you. I'm angry at your friend. Wraith slightly relaxed, seemingly reassured that Shyuda was being genuine. Where were your parents? Didn't they stop him? Wraith shook their head. We were at school, and before you ask, the teachers wouldn't have done anything. They might have encouraged him. It's fine. I mean, I can take a hit, and it's not like I'm worth anything anyways. Shyuda felt rage at that. What kind of teacher would do such a thing? He'd only been teaching for a year by now, but every other teacher he knew would rather face 100 villains than let one of their students get bullied like this. For someone to encourage it? If he ever met Wraith's teachers, he was going to tear them apart. The second half of that sentence was also rather worrying. Kid, why on earth would you think that you're not worth anything? Izuku froze. Sheet, why did they say that? There was no way out of this corner, and part of them knew what was going to happen next, but still, another part desperately wanted to keep playing this charade, even though there was no way they'd be able to talk themselves out of this one. They took a deep breath and tensed, ready to run away at the first sign of hostility. I'm quirkless. Quirkless. The first thing that went through Shyuda's mind were the statistics. Quirkless kids were almost always abused or neglected at home. They were suicide-baited on average twice a day, and the statistics for actual suicide were alarming. That combined with the murder statistics meant that only about 1 in 50 kids ever made it past 15. And those are old statistics, from a few generations back. When quirklessness was more common, they didn't have any statistics for the newer generations. No one cared to find out. Shyuda knew it was worse. Wraith seemed to be ready to flee, like they expected Shyuda to hate them like everyone else. So? You're still human, you don't deserve to be treated like that. Izuku stared at the hero, both confused and still anxious. There was no way that he actually believed that, right? He was just messing with them? But, I'm useless. It would be a favor to the world if I ended up dead. Kid, listen to me, you aren't useless just because you don't have a quirk. A lot of people don't even use their quirk through their life. Izuku thought about it for a second. That was true, they hadn't even thought about it that way. They really could live a normal life without a quirk, but they didn't want a normal life, they wanted an impossible dream. They had one question they wanted to ask. Eraser? Do you think someone like me could be a hero? Shyuda paused at that question. Could someone quirkless be a hero? Shyuda didn't know the exact answer to that. There'd never been a quirkless hero before, but did that mean it was impossible? Shyuda thought about it a bit more. If a quirkless person ever did become a hero, they'd have to work a lot harder, they'd need skill to compensate, a lot of support gear probably, not to mention even with that, they'd most likely have to stay underground or at the lowest end of the rankings. But maybe. Izuku got more and more nervous as the silence continued until finally Eraser spoke. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku felt disappointment and acceptance flood them. I know it's unreasonable but dash. I didn't say anything about that, I just asked why you want to be a hero. Izuku paused at that. Surely he didn't actually want the answer? I want to be a hero so I can help people, so I can make sure people don't have to be hurt and suffer. Even if you never make it far in the rankings? And even if you'll have to work 10 times harder than anyone with a quirk. Izuku felt a surge of determination at that. Yes, I don't care about the rankings, and I know I'd have to work much harder than most people, but I would do it if it meant I could help people. Eraser smiled, a rare expression on the man. Then I don't see why you couldn't be a hero with the right training. Izuku felt themselves start to cry. Eraserhead thought that they could be a hero. Without thinking they hugged the hero, they mildly panicked, ready to apologize, but before they could let go they felt 2 arms wrapping around them in a hug. The sense of safety brought even more tears to their face. Shyuda hugged the crying Vigilante tightly. If they were anyone else he'd have pushed them off by now, but he had to admit, he'd gotten attached to the Vigilante. No, kid, this was a kid who everyone has hurt, and one that desperately needed someone to believe in them. Shyuda let them cry into his shirt. Even after Wraith had stopped crying, neither of them moved for a few minutes. Shyuda didn't mind. Izuku let go after what felt like forever. Even then they were reluctant to let go from the warmth. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Don't apologize, kid, it's fine. Still, I don't think I finished explaining. Izuku felt their face heat up in embarrassment. Sorry. Eraser just shook his head. Quit saying sorry, kid, it's not your fault. Izuku tried to sign another sorry, but a glare from the hero stopped them. I was going to say that I could train you if you think you're up for it. Izuku nodded vigorously. Yes, of course, I'll do whatever it takes. Good, we'll start tomorrow. Alright. I promise, I'll work as hard as possible so that I'll be ready. Wraith was nodding so fast that Shyuda was half worried that their head might fall off, and he was sure they were grinning brightly underneath that mask. Shyuda sighed internally. He could already tell this was going to be migraine-inducing. But Wraith was practically bouncing with energy. Shyuda smiled, hiding his face with the capture weapon so that no one could see. This kid was just so precious, how could anyone hurt them? Shyuda swore to himself that he was going to make sure no one ever hurt the kid again. Izuku grumbled sleepily as the sun shined into the warehouse, waking them up rather abruptly. It seemed that they'd slept in, not a common occurrence, but last night had been an exhausting time. Izuku almost believed that it had been a dream, but the half-burnt notebook pages that lay next to them proved otherwise. Honestly, they still couldn't believe it. Eraserhead knew they were quirkless, and instead of abandoning them, he'd still cared. He even thought that they could be a hero if they worked hard enough. He offered to train them. Part of them still wondered if this was a cruel trick, if after all this eraser would still turn his back on them. But they knew that they had to hope that this truly was their chance, that they really could become a hero. And today was going to be their first day of training. Izuku knew that being a hero was more than knowing how to punch bad guys, so they were curious as to what would be added to their combat lessons and what was going to be completely new to them. Of course that was for the afternoon. For now they decided to relax, which was basically impossible, so instead they sighed and figured that going for a jog would be a better idea. Shyuda paced the length of the living room, over and over and over again. Hisashi watched him from the couch. Moonlight, you still haven't entirely told me what's going on, and you're going to wear out the carpet at this rate. Wraith is quirkless. Wait, quirkless? Hisashi thought that he had surely misheard. Even with his hearing aids in, he must have missed something. Quirkless? It was almost unheard of for a kid these days to be quirkless. But Shyuda nodded, confirming what should have been an impossibility. The kid was probably being bullied or even abused at home. Hisashi knew the statistics purely because of his husband's work, and he didn't know all of them, but still. Is the little listener okay? No, they're being hurt at school, and apparently the teachers are encouraging it. The last bit was spat out with fury, and Hisashi felt a similar way. So Wraith's not just a vigilante, they're a quirkless child too. That's concerning, but I still don't see why you've been stressing out since you got back last night. They want to be a hero, Hisashi internally sighed. All kids wanted to be heroes, but he didn't know if a quirkless person could even be a hero. Something on his expression must have shown his hesitance because his husband interrupted him before he could say anything. I know, it's never been done before, but that kid's determined, and well, they know how difficult it would be for them, and I agreed to train them. What? Hisashi had to do a double take on that. You agreed to teach a child, younger than our students, how to be a hero. You of all people? He honestly couldn't imagine his grumpy husband actively volunteering to do any kind of work dealing with children. Then again, Shyuda always was a softie. A glare from Shyuda was enough to shut him up. I know, but the kid needs all the help they can get, and this way I can make sure they don't get hurt being a vigilante, not to mention that someone has to be a responsible adult in their life. Hisashi wanted to laugh at the last comment. Shyuda was far from responsible. The man was an insomniac caffeine addict who slept in a sleeping bag. It was odd how concerned Shyuda was. It was not in the way that he would normally be concerned about a civilian. It was almost like a concerned parent. Hisashi grinned. So when were you going to tell me you were such a dad? Shyuda froze on the spot, processing the words before glaring full force at Hisashi. I am not a dad, Zashi. Then why are you acting like one? Come on, Sho. Do I need to get some adoption papers or something? Hisashi had to hold back laughter as his husband tried to argue back. I'm kidding, mostly. Shyuda grumbled and started pacing again. Wraith is not my kid, but that isn't the point here. I just hope I can teach them everything they need to know. Hisashi sighed and pulled his husband onto the couch with him to stop him from moving. Relax, dear. You just have to teach them the same way you're teaching the 1A students. Not to mention you've got years to prepare the kid for high school. And if you need help, I'm always here, and I'm sure Nemuri would love to teach this kid. I guess you're right. Of course I am. Hisashi paused. So when can I meet them? Shyuda looked caught off guard at the question. I don't know. I could ask them, I guess. Hisashi grinned brightly. I can't wait to meet our kid. Not our kid. Whatever you say, dear. Izuku felt jittery as they ran down the alleyways to the fire escape that led to the rooftop where Eraser was probably waiting for them. This was it, their chance to be a hero. They quickly and quietly scaled the fire escape. It appeared that Eraser hadn't shown up yet, but they wouldn't count out a surprise attack to start the training, so they stayed alert and searched the roof for any signs that the hero was there. Nothing. It seemed that he really was running late. That was odd. Izuku wandered around the rooftop kicking stones as they waited, unable to sit still. Finally, soft footfalls alerted them to someone's presence, and they turned around as Eraser landed on the roof. Hey, Eraser. Eraser nodded at them. Wraith, sorry I'm late, I had to take a detour. He reached into his scarf and pulled out a notebook? How was he keeping that in there? Before Izuku could ponder that oddity, Eraser continued talking. since your last one got destroyed, I figured you could use a new one. It was a thick notebook with a plain black cover. Izuku took the book, holding it carefully as if it was a prized treasure. Anyways, are you ready for your first heroics lesson? Izuku nodded. Yes, Eraser-sensei. You can call me Aizawa. I'm your teacher now. You don't have to use my hero name. Izuku's eyes widened, and they nodded vigorously, and they were about to correct their statement when they paused. Aizawa seemed to realize the issue quickly. Right, my sign name? He did the sign for the letter S followed by the sign for cat. Izuku was surprised he even had a sign name, and why the sign for cat? Okay, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku signed, practically bouncing on the spot. Alright, he grinned, and oh boy, that was terrifying. Let's begin. Izuku immediately dropped into a defensive stance, but an attack didn't come. Still, by now they knew better than to drop their guard. Good, your reaction times are getting better. Try and hit me. Izuku was only momentarily hesitant before throwing a punch, an actual punch now, that had been the first thing Aizawa had taught them, at Aizawa. He dodged and stood still. Try again. Izuku did, a few times, and then Aizawa started lecturing them. Your punches need to be quicker, and you're not thinking this through. Izuku was starting to get annoyed, but stopped for a moment and thought about it. They couldn't hit Aizawa head-on, but what else could they do? They saw the hero reaching for his capture weapon, so they shook their head and continued trying to attack the hero while they thought. They couldn't physically beat the hero, but they didn't need to beat him. They just needed to land a single punch. They thought back to their notebooks. Some of the weaknesses listed didn't apply to them, but there was one. Izuku backed off and waited for Aizawa to attack them. After a few moments he obliged. They were used to dodging his attacks by now. This may have been a mistake, since they still needed to find an opening, which was a rare thing. It was a good hour before such an opportunity arose. They dodged a kick and grabbed some of the gravel and dust from the roof and threw it at the hero's face. Izuku had created a very small opening in which Aizawa was temporarily blinded, so they took it and managed to get a single finger on the hero's leg before being pinned down by the hero. Aizawa paused and released them. Well, you didn't quite manage to hit me, but you did manage to touch me, which is more than I expected. He sat down at the edge of the roof and gestured for them to sit down as well. You were going easy on me. You could have pinned me much quicker if you were using your capture weapon. Well, you're still a kid, and you just started learning how to fight, and even if that's not everything you need to learn, your stealth and agility are what allowed you to avoid me the first few months that I was chasing you, and I wasn't holding back then. I guess you're right. You really need some self-confidence, huh? Well, you're the only person who believes in me. How do I know you're not wrong? Well, I know at least one other person who believes in you. Hell, he's been wanting to meet you for a while now. Izuku's head whipped around to stare at Aizawa, who snorted at the reaction. My husband has been pestering me about whether he could help train you. Husband? Izuku honestly couldn't picture the tough and scary Eraserhead having any kind of relationship, let alone being married. Got a problem with that? Izuku shook their head quickly. Good. So, he wants to meet me? And how can he help me train, unless he's also a hero? You're married to another hero? Izuku asked. Aizawa only nodded as confirmation. Oh, I'll give you a hint. He's known for being very loud. The possibilities raced through Izuku's mind. Being loud? Maybe a voice quirk. There were a few. It had to be a male hero, and he was probably located in Mizudafu, which meant only one person. PGMI. They had to fingerspell his name since they didn't have a sign name for him, and they didn't think that just using the sign for microphone would get their point across. Yeah, present Mike. He wants to help train me? Aizawa nodded. If you're alright with that, and Izuku felt their inner fanboy jump and squeal at the idea. Yes, absolutely. I can't believe it, he's such a cool hero. Izuku's brain went on overdrive as they started listing out every way that present Mike was an incredible hero. Shyuda shook his head at the antics. He knew the kid knew a lot about heroes, but actually seeing that knowledge was amusing to watch. Hisashi was going to be stoked to find out that the kid was such a fan of him. Eventually it started getting much darker and Shyuda had to remind Wraith to get back to their home. He didn't bother trying to follow them. They'd probably lose him pretty quickly. Still, he was worried about the kid. Their parents probably neglected them, but without Wraith's identity, he was not going to make them tell him. He couldn't do anything, but still, He wasn't going to tell Hizashi about that. Shyuda knew he'd start making jokes about Shyuda being Wraith's dad, which was false. There was no way. Wraith was his student, not his child. Not at all. Izuku rushed down the alleyways, their bright yellow backpack, filled with their notebook, pencils and a bottle of water, bouncing as they jumped over trash and veered around corners. They were headed towards their rooftop. It had been a week and a half since the first lesson and Izuku was getting much better at combat. Plus they were learning about the law, since that was important to being a good hero. Stuff about heroes, villains and vigilantes and the difference, legally speaking, as well as the restrictions on quirk usage, something that didn't really apply to them, but Aizawa-sensei had insisted that it was necessary. He had tried to help with their analyses, but just because you can do something doesn't mean you can teach it to others. Izuku was still happy that they could even talk about their analyses to someone. They got to the rooftop and waiting up there was Aizawa and, was that present Mike? He wasn't facing them but there was no mistaking that hairstyle. Izuku knew that he had wanted to meet them. They also knew from their mentors complaining that his schedule didn't really allow enough free time to do so. They could also hear present Mike talking from the other end of the roof. Aizawa looked like he was already regretting bringing him here. The second they moved, Izuku saw Aizawa look towards them and quickly turn away, hiding his face in his scarf. What was that about? They walked up to the pair. Present Mike was still turned away from them. "Sho, why are you smiling?" Present Mike asked suspiciously. Aizawa only shrugged. Izuku had gotten used to the fact that Aizawa could hear them no matter what they did, so they didn't entirely expect to catch anyone off guard. So when they stepped into view, they certainly didn't expect the shriek that cut through the air, quickly quietened by a quirked glare from Aizawa, who seemed annoyed. Although Izuku got the feeling that he hadn't acknowledged them just to mess with present Mike. "Hi sensei, you brought Mike with you?" Izuku tilted their head at the voice hero. "Hey little listener. It's great to finally meet ya." The name's Yamada Hizashi. Yamada grinned and Izuku had to turn away from the sheer brightness of it. How on earth was this Aizawa's husband? "Nice to meet you Yamada-san. Aizawa-sensei talks about you a lot." Izuku was sure that they were bouncing in place right now. Sho, why didn't you tell me Wraith was this precious?" Yamada was still smiling. Precious? Izuku didn't think that was right, but they soaked in the praise anyway. They heard a familiar whooshing sound and quickly dodged the capture weapon which was trying to wrap their arms. "Alright, let's get to training." Aizawa looked at the two with a tired expression and sighed. "Zashi, don't pout, you can talk to them after." Hizashi was internally squealing as he talked to Wraith. The little listener seemed so nervous and excited all at once that he wondered how they hadn't exploded with all that energy. Of course he'd been hearing about Wraith since his husband first started working on the case, but seeing them in person was just so exciting. And he had been wondering how the kid would behave. When Shyuda had first agreed to train Wraith, he mentioned that the kid needed a confidence boost. Hizashi had expected the shy politeness, but he certainly hadn't expected that to continue into their sparring. Wraith spent most of their time dodging, almost always hesitating when going in for a hit. Sure, it was only half a second, but that's a lot of time in a fight. Still, they were doing remarkably well against Shyuda. It had been at least 3 minutes before they got wrapped up in the capture weapon. Hizashi half expected Wraith to take some time before starting the spar again, but they were immediately back on their feet and clearly very focused on their task. Hizashi was sure that they were completely focused on the battle. Like a lot of the heroic students, he expected that situational awareness, even while fighting, was a skill that Shyuda would have to teach them later, but surprisingly he noticed that, no matter where he moved around the edge of the roof, Wraith specifically avoided moving to that area. They must have been keeping track of his movements as well. Hizashi felt both proud and incredibly sad. Proud because that was a difficult skill to master, and sad for the circumstances that could possibly force a literal child to learn how to track people like that. Izuku scrambled as they tried to get out of the capture scarf. Aizawa was just watching them with amusement, and they couldn't see Yamada's face, but they saw his shoulders shaking as he tried to hide his laughter. Eventually they stopped struggling and let Aizawa untangle them. That was probably the longest spar yet. Even if they were still nowhere close to being able to actually hit Aizawa. Izuku had expected Aizawa to start his usual lectures on both the various branches of heroics and the laws they abide by. Instead, Yamada sat down next to them. Hey little listener. Sho told me that you do analysis, could I see one? Izuku was a bit hesitant. They'd only just gotten that new notebook, but there were already quite a few entries, mostly the analyses that had been lost when Bakugo blew up their old notebook. The little white square on the front cover now had neat kanji written on it, analysis number 8, and Izuku was quite careful with this one, not wanting another incident. They really didn't want something to happen to it, and giving it to someone else was just asking for trouble, but the reasonable part of their mind insisted that Aizawa's husband wouldn't do something like that. So they hesitantly opened their bag and gave Yamada the notebook, nervously fiddling with their fingers as he read. Hizashi flipped through the pages, reading quickly since it was apparent that the kid was nervous about giving him the book. Shyuda had told him that they were good, but seeing it in front of him was certainly something. Most of the analyses consisted of 2 pages, one which was just filled with a jumbled stream of thought that barely made any sense, and another one that was much more organized and readable. The organized pages followed a clear pattern. Hero name and quirk details were written at the top along with a short description of the hero's notable characteristics, usually accompanied by a nice drawing of the hero in question. Underneath that there was a bullet point list of possible uses to their quirk as well as a few hypotheses on the details of how the quirk exactly worked. There was also a list of weaknesses and ways to possibly neutralize the hero. Ranging from using fire or herbicide against a plant-based hero to cutting off the hands of a hero with a contact quirk, it was all rather impressive. This is great little listener. Hizashi said as he read the entry on Prism, a hero with the ability to manipulate light into various weapons or simply use it like a laser. While the weaknesses listed included nighttime and closed spaces, one of the suggestions for permanently neutralizing her was to put her in a cell underground so that there was no chance of any light reaching her. Noting that if she even had the smallest bit of light she would be able to cut through any bindings. The hypotheses were also interesting to look at, wondering if she controlled light though manipulating the waves, and if so, could she possibly change the color of objects or cause illusions by messing with the wavelength and amplitude to alter people's sight. There were notes on how she used a very direct fighting style with a heavy reliance on her quirk, as well as how exactly her quirk influences the way she fights. Still, there was something missing. Hizashi hadn't worked with Prism at all, but he knew that she was arrogant, and he suspected she never really had a plan for anything. But there was no notes on anything like that, despite the fact that her personality meant that she was incredibly easy to goad into a fight. Surely the kid hadn't missed it? Not when they'd noticed so much else. Wraith, are these all your notes on Prism? Izuku was surprised by the question but nodded. Well, you seem to have missed a pretty big weakness, her personality. Izuku tilted their head. Personality? How is that a weakness? What do you mean? Well, she's kind of arrogant. She always acts like the fight is already won for her, meaning that it would be really easy to catch her off guard or lure her into a false sense of security before hitting her with something she wouldn't be prepared to defend against. And it's not just a bad traits that you can take advantage of. Despite her arrogance, she always prioritizes civilian safety. Anyone who's looking to take her down could throw her off by making sure to endanger civilian lives. Like taking down a building or causing a fire, maybe even a hostage situation. She'd be too distracted with rescue that she wouldn't notice any attempts you made to kill her. Izuku nodded along as Yamada explained how important knowing your enemy's personality could be. They hadn't realized you could do so much with that aspect of a person. And maybe it was just a little bit validating to hear someone go through a similar thought process to them. Maybe they were talking about murder, but they weren't actually going to follow through on the plans. She's also really underutilizing her quirk. She really only manipulates one bit of light at a time, but I've seen that she can do much more than that. Considering that she can create multiple weapons, it would be reasonable to assume that she could make a barrage of tiny knives if she wanted to. Shyuda watched from the side of the roof as Wraith and Hizashi continued to talk about the various ways one could kill a hero like Prism. It was getting progressively more implausible as they went on. At some point Wraith had suggested using something that blocks light like a blackout curtain to stop her from seeing the light, meaning that she wouldn't be able to control it. Hizashi had responded by pointing out that blindfolding her would have the same effect. To which Wraith had countered that it would be really difficult to get close enough to do that, but if she was already unable to fight back that would be a good way of neutralizing her. Shyuda felt the beginnings of a headache as the both of them switched topics to another hero. It was getting late. Also, he was mildly afraid of whatever chaos he had unleashed by letting the two of them meet. Not that he regretted it, the kid was clearly very happy to have one more person to talk to. Shyuda smiled to himself. Still, they needed to get back home if either of them wanted to get any sleep, so he called Hisashi over and said bye to Wraith. Hisashi promised that he'd try to show up to trainings more often, which made the kid bounce with joy. After they'd gotten home, Hisashi had immediately started talking about how amazing Wraith was. "They're so smart, and they were so eager to learn." Hisashi grinned. "No wonder you got so attached to the kid, they are so sweet." "You were right though, their confidence could use some work, but that's why I'm here." At this point his husband was practically dancing around the room. "Our kid is amazing. First of all, they're not our kid yet. No. Second of all, I noticed that you were really happy with their analyses. I've really only read a few of them, but they seem impressive considering that they've never been taught how to do that. Imagine what they could do with proper guidance." Hisashi nodded before looking mildly concerned. You realize the only person who'd willingly teach them analysis is Nedu, right?" And Shyuda paled. Well, there was a thought, Nezu teaching a child, that could only end in disaster or world domination. We are not letting that happen. It's Nezu, he'll find out eventually. But it's not like we could be connected to the kid in any way yet. Hisashi smiled at him. "I know that the second that you find the kid's identity, you're going to try to adopt them. Admit it, you're their dad now." Shyuda rolled his eyes. "Not true, I'm their teacher. One of these days you'll see that I'm right." Over the last month and a half, Izuku had slowly gotten accustomed to their new routine. Wake up, go to school, survive school, go to the warehouse, change into Vigilante outfit, go to the rooftop, train with Aizawa and sometimes Yamada, patrol with Aizawa, go home, sleep, rinse and repeat. Their notebook was now filling up with new entries, along with revisions on old entries, and in the margins they sometimes wrote stories Yamada would tell them about the heroes he'd worked with. Their combat skills were also majorly improving. Each spar now usually lasted about 5 minutes, and they even managed to hit back a few times. And Aizawa had drilled them on all kinds of police procedures, to the point where they could recite several heroics laws with ease, or as easily as someone could answer a pop quiz in the middle of a fight. Patrols had also been pretty calm. Maybe it was the fact that Aizawa had stopped watching them like a hawk the entire time, trusting that they could handle themselves fairly well. On the other hand, they were still not allowed to actually help in the fights against armed opponents, which was infuriating, if only because they had to watch Aizawa get hurt more than they would have liked. They could still say they'd helped stop quite a few fistfights lately. They could say with confidence that the time spent with the two heroes was the most enjoyment they'd had since, well, ever. Aizawa was a strict teacher, but he was fair, and underneath all the grumpiness he was soft and caring, even if he showed it in odd ways. Yamada, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, bubbly and bright, always a goofball, but he had a heart of fire, and they were sure he'd raise the earth to protect the ones he cared about. The concern that both of them had for Izuku was nice. It gave them a warm, fuzzy feeling that they couldn't quite place. Izuku snapped themselves out of their thoughts as they heard the school bell. They were sitting in class, the last one of the day, and they had zoned out in the middle of it. In their defense, it was mathematics, and this was the 4th time someone had asked a dumb question. As Muto-sensei begrudgingly re-explained the basics of algebra to the class, Izuku was daydreaming about training. They probably shouldn't be doing that, but honestly, they had understood the concept the first time and they were just killing time. They ran out of the classroom, bracing themselves for any stray quirks that the other students would send their way. They had been having a much easier time avoiding people, thank you stealth training, and they managed to get out of the main doors before something happened. Deku! That something being Bakugo. They sighed as they turned around to face Bakugo, ready to face whatever the beating of the day would be. However, they certainly couldn't have expected Bakugo to grab them by the arm and demand answers for something. What the F do you think you're doing? What? Don't play dumb with me, Deku. No one can find you outside of class. How the F are you doing that, you shitty Deku? And I know that it's not your shitty rooftop spot, I checked. Bakugo was pulling tighter and tighter on Izuku's arm. Izuku froze. The reason was the stealth training they were doing with Aizawa, but they couldn't say that. "I've been practicing?" they said, but something about their response must have tipped him off. "There's no way you got that good by yourself. A shitty Deku like you could never be that good, someone's helping you." Izuku was stuck. They couldn't exactly say that they were being trained by a pro hero, but Bakugo was smart, he would see through any lie they tried. So they settled for a half-truth. "Someone who just wanted to help me." Bakugo snarled at the vague answer. "Well, whoever they are must be stupid to help a useless Deku. What kind of stupid motherfucker are they? I bet they're just as weak and pathetic as you." Now, Izuku could count the number of times they'd ever gotten angry on one hand. First, when they were thrown out, a mixture of hurt, scared, and angry had been what kept them alive that night. Another time, the first time Bakugo had hurt them, they had been too young to have the depressing lack of self-esteem they currently possess. And lastly, the first time someone had called them useless. All of these times were long before they'd started training with Aizawa and Yamada, who were very insistent that the way they were being treated was horrible, and they were starting to believe it. Izuku wouldn't say they'd started being angry after that. No, it was more like annoyance, in the way you get annoyed at a dog barking, you know they can't help it, and you wouldn't fault the dog for barking, but you still find it irritating. Which was certainly different than complete and utter acceptance, and it was, according to Aizawa, better. All that to say, it was a complete surprise, even to themselves, when they punched Bakugo in the face. Bakugo reached a hand up to his nose, and his fingers became wet with blood. He stared at the crimson liquid for a few seconds, seconds that Izuku should have used to run away, but they were said. How dare he even suggest that? Their mentor was anything close to weak or pathetic. Bakugo snapped out of his stupor and his face contorted into an ugly snarl as he leaped at Izuku, hands outstretched as explosions set off in his palms. Izuku dodged with ease. Bakugo was like a fumbling baby compared to Aizawa, and Izuku could hold their own against him. Bakugo stood no chance. Izuku dodged another swipe, kneeing Bakugo in the gut, causing him to double over in pain. They took the chance to try and run, of course. They hadn't accounted for the commotion that the altercation would cause. Several students were now surrounding the pair, and others were trying to help Bakugo. Izuku was surrounded and there was no way they could escape what was about to happen. Bakugo stalked towards them, arms raised and explosions crackling. Izuku was now running like a caged rabbit, trying desperately to avoid Bakugo's attacks, which would have been easy had it not been for various other students also trying to trip them up. They noticed that a few teachers had also come to watch and they did nothing. Despair started clouding in their mind. Eventually, they slipped up, someone managed to grab them, and suddenly they were being barraged from all sides. Pain bloomed across their body as they were pinned helplessly. They wondered if they would even make it out of this alive. It had been 20 minutes past their usual time and Wraith still hadn't shown up, and Shyuda had already begun searching the nearby alleyways for the kid. A part of him was desperately hoping the kid had just forgotten or was running late because they got detention. But as 20 minutes turned into 30, then 40, then 50 and then an hour, Shyuda couldn't deny that something truly terrible must have happened to the kid. He first checked the areas near the rooftop, but after that was unsuccessful, he started going out in a single direction for a few blocks before doubling back to the rooftop to make sure Wraith hadn't gone there. After the fourth search, desperation took over and he started being more frantic in his search, investigating every little noise, hoping to catch even a glimpse of Wraith, worst-case scenarios already playing out in his mind. He had just completed what had to have been the 10th search. This one was closer to the nastier part of town, and was going to head back to the rooftop when he heard shuffling in an alleyway. Odds were that this was another cat, but Shyuda's panicked mind couldn't care less. If there was even a chance it was them, he had to check. Inside the alley, Shyuda looked around. There appeared to be no one, but then more shuffling sounded from behind the dumpster. Shyuda took a look and almost gasped when he saw an unconscious child, maybe 8 or 9 years old. Their hair was matted by deep red blood. They were wearing what looked to be an elementary school uniform, also soaked with blood. Shyuda immediately started gently shaking them, trying to wake the child up. Eventually the child opened their eyes. They stared past him initially. "Hey, can you hear me?" Their eyes focused a little at the sound of his voice. and their eyes quickly snapped completely open when they saw him. "Hey, kid, I'm not going to hurt you, I dash." He was cut off by the kid raising their hands. "Aizawa-sensei?" Shyuda froze. "No, no way. Wraith?" His kid nodded. Shyuda had to resist the urge to envelop them in a hug. Relief and terror flooding his brain at the same time. Shyuda picked them up in his arms and started walking through the back alleys, trying to go as fast as possible without further hurting his kid. "Okay, kid, I need you to stay awake, okay? Let's get you to the hospital." Wraith's eyes widened and they tried to shake their head. "Kid, please, you're bleeding out, we need to get you medical attention." Wraith managed to move their hands long enough to sign, "Won't help, quirkless." Shyuda felt rage simmering under his skin as he realized that they were right. No hospital was going to treat a quirkless child, even if they were dying. "Okay, no hospitals, but I have a coworker who would be willing to help." Shizenji was not someone he talked to a lot, but her contact was in his phone, and she was the only other option he could think of. "We'd have to go to my apartment," he said, already calling Hizashi's number. Wraith nodded and then winced when the action caused their injuries to be aggravated. After about 15 seconds, which were 15 seconds too long in Shuda's mind, Hizashi finally picked up the phone. "Hey Sho. What's up? I'm sending you my location, get in the car and get over here as fast as you can." "Wait, what, Shyuda? What's going on? Are you okay?" The concern in his husband's voice would have been comforting if Shyuda wasn't currently holding a dying child. "Wraith is hurt, really badly, can't go to a hospital. Call RG and tell her to meet us at our apartment." "Sheet, okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." Hizashi had barely enough time call recovery girl and tell her the basic details of the situation before he was in the car and driving to where Shyuda was, probably breaking a few laws in the process. Thankfully he got there in only 17 minutes. Shyuda quickly got in the back seat with a child. That must be Wraith. He had to drive a little slower on the way back, not wanting to risk worsening Wraith's injuries, so the drive home took about 20 minutes. Each second felt like an eternity. By the time they got back to their apartment, Wraith was barely conscious. And it felt like another eternity until recovery girl showed up. In the meantime, Shyuda had done his best to try and stop the bleeding, but there was still a lot of blood. Shizenji checked over the kid as quickly as she could, growing more and more horrified by the second, as she uncovered lacerations, burns, stab wounds, and a broken rib. "Well, I can't heal much, but I can just about stabilize them, the rest is gonna take time," she said, giving Wraith a small kiss on the forehead, and bandaging up the wounds that didn't heal. "Call me when they have a bit more energy and I can heal them up completely, got it?" she said sternly. Hizashi and Shyuda nodded, both silently praying that their kid would be okay. But there was nothing they could do except wait. It took about an hour of both of them keeping watch over Wraith before Hizashi suggested that they take shifts. It wouldn't do to have both of them be dead tired when the kid woke up. Begrudgingly, Shyuda had agreed, although he still insisted on taking the first shift. He had to make sure the kid wasn't going to get worse. Hizashi agreed and went to bed, reminding Shyuda to wake him up in an hour. Shyuda almost retorted that he obviously would, before realizing that he probably wouldn't, not with the kid's current state, not if he could just keep watch the entire night. Still, an hour later he woke up Hizashi and went to sleep, only after triple-checking that his husband would wake him up if anything happened. "Okay, I get it, really, Moonlight, if anything happens to our kid, I'll wake you up." "They're not our dash," Shyuda stopped himself. Who was he kidding? Wraith was their kid, only emotionally for now, but Hizashi had been right. The second he got an identity for Wraith, he was adopting them, if they were all right with it, of course. He knew they had to at least get legal guardianship of the kid. Whatever home they were in was clearly unfit for a child, and given how horrible the foster system usually was, never mind the quirkless aspect, they weren't going to let the kid get put in the system. Hizashi smiled at him knowingly. "Just get some sleep, dear. And try not to worry too much." That advice was completely disregarded, of course. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the image of his kid's battered and broken body behind the dumpster. Impossible scenarios running through his mind. Maybe if he had just gotten there quicker, Wraith wouldn't be unconscious right now. Maybe if he'd looked in the right places, he could have stopped them from getting hurt entirely. He logically knew that this was a dumb train of thought, Nothing could change the past, so there was no point in bothering about the what-ifs. But the less rational part of him, a part that was much more of him than most people suspected, was terrified for his kid, terrified about what would happen if their situation took a turn for the worse. Izuku felt the haze of sleep slowly leave their mind, stings of pain rushing through their body as they slowly became aware of their surroundings. They were laying on something soft. That wasn't right. They had been next to a dumpster. There couldn't have been anything this soft near it. It also felt like there was something wrapped around their body. The only thing that they'd expected was the familiar metallic stench of blood. They blearily opened their eyes and noted that they were no longer outside. Instead, there was a dim light somewhere off to their left, and they were staring up at a gray ceiling. Why were they indoors? Whose house was this? How long had they been asleep? Their first instinct was to pretend to be asleep. Their second was to look around and see where exactly they were. But before they could do either of those things, they heard a quiet gasp next to them. Wraith! And suddenly a hazy recollection events of earlier, collapsing next to the dumpster, being picked up by Aizawa, someone bandaging them up. They were in Aizawa and Yamada's apartment. Izuku quickly sat up, ignoring the stabbing pain that the action caused. Aizawa was sitting on a chair next to the couch. It was weird seeing him in something other than his hero costume, although his normal outfit didn't seem all that different given that it was completely black, except for the cartoon cat face in the middle of his sweater. Izuku honestly thought it was hilarious that the most feared underground hero was completely obsessed with cats. They reached up to make sure their hoodie was still in place before they froze. Remembering that they were wearing their school uniform, Aizawa could see their face. He knew who they were. Their breathing quickened. If Aizawa knew their identity, he could find their parents. They didn't want to go back. They didn't want to burden them with their presence. Wraith! Izuku snapped out of their spiral, still panicking, but they could hear Aizawa's voice calmly counting out a breathing pattern. They tried their best to follow it, slowly calming down. They hadn't realized that they'd curled in on themselves. Slowly uncurling, they immediately noticed that Aizawa had gotten closer. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please don't send me back. Hey, kid, calm down, we're not going to do anything just yet, you're still hurt, we can discuss what to do after you're healed, okay? Izuku nodded hesitantly. At least it gave them some time to figure out how to talk them out of contacting their parents. Izuku properly looked around the room for once. The room was fairly large. It made sense if this was the living room, and there were 3 doors presumably leading to other rooms, as well as one short hallway that appeared to lead to the kitchen. The living room was decorated all around with pictures of Aizawa, Yamada, a woman with dark purple hair and a man with blue hair and pipes coming out of his elbows. Some of the more recent-looking pictures also included someone with two-toned blonde and blue hair who was always close to the purple-haired woman. There were also a few photos of cats scattered around, which made sense given how much Izuku had heard about the pair of stray cats that Aizawa had insisted on keeping. And the dim light they'd seen earlier was just the sunrise through the window signaling the dawn. While they were looking around, they heard someone else move into the room. They turned and saw Yamada standing in the doorway looking exhausted, before he noticed them, and then his entire face lit up like a light bulb. Hey little listener. You're awake. Hizashi smiled at Wraith. He was a bit miffed that Shyuda hadn't immediately woken him up when their kid had opened their eyes, but he couldn't be too mad seeing as his husband was currently hovering close to them and clearly still worrying over them. Besides, he'd woken up anyways thanks to the commotion that he was now guessing was caused by Wraith waking up, also reminding him that he'd been careless and fallen asleep with his hearing aids in. Hizashi walked over to the couch and stood next to Shyuda, to give the kid some space. How are you feeling, kid? Wraith responded by shrugging their shoulders, an action which probably hurt a lot given their injuries, but they didn't seem to be bothered by it. Hizashi would be more concerned if he didn't know exactly why the kid had such a high pain tolerance. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go make breakfast. Do you have any allergies? Wraith shook their head, so Hizashi left the other two to talk while he made a simple omelet. After breakfast, which was the best Izuku had even had, but that was probably not saying much considering they hadn't had a home-cooked meal in years. Still, it felt weirdly cozy. They'd expected it to feel awkward or uncomfortable, but it was just like they'd always been there. The conversation flowed smoothly from one topic to the next, and while they were hesitant to add their own thoughts at first, They quickly found that they could easily interject without interrupting anyone. They had offered to help with the dishes, but Aizawa waved them off and said that he could do them alone. And Yamada had given them some clothes so that they could clean themselves up a bit. Honestly, the idea of a hot shower was incredibly appealing right about now. Shyuda walked back into the living room to find his husband on the couch, and no Wraith in sight. "Sunshine, where's Wraith?" he asked, sitting next to him. "Oh, they're probably having a shower right now. I figured I could at least let them clean up before we talk." Speaking of, what exactly are the options here? The foster system is obviously out. And there's no way we're letting the kid go back to their parents, right? Shyuda knew the answer and also knew that he had several words for Wraith's parents if he ever met them in person, and none of them were kind. Definitely not. Any parent who doesn't notice their kid getting hurt almost every day is being willfully neglectful at best. I think we both know the best option is if they stay with us, or someone else they trust. As much as Shyuda wished the kid would stay with them, Hisashi was right. If the kid had somewhere safe they wanted to stay, Shyuda couldn't stop them. Well, whatever happens, we need to open an investigation on their parents for child abuse. Unless that would cause more trouble for the little listener, dim en it. Shyuda knew his husband was correct, but he really wanted to make Wraith's parents hurt. He sighed. He would hold off on hunting them down until Wraith said it was okay. The discussion slowly steered away from Wraith for a while, until Shyuda heard footsteps and looked up to see Wraith, wearing a pair of pants too long for their legs and a shirt with the "Put Your Hands Up" radio logo on it that hung from their frame. And Shyuda could finally see what the kid actually looked like. Their hair was green and curly, and it looked a little odd in places, like someone had done a bad job at cutting it. Their previously dull eyes were a shining emerald, and the most surprising of all, they had freckles. Both Shyuda and Hisashi had the exact same thought: our kid is adorable. Wraith sat down on one of the chairs next to them, fiddling with the hem of the shirt when a small meow caused them to look up. A large fluffy brown cat flopped on the ground next to Izuku's feet. Yamada tried to reach out and pet her only to get clawed at, prompting him to stare at her incredulously. "Seriously? Come on, Mop, I know you hold a grudge, but this is getting ridiculous." So this is Mop. Yamada once said that Mop was really distrusting of strangers, but apparently she was fine with Izuku, and apparently Yamada had done something to PSS her off. Where's Shadow? They had been told very little about the other cat, but they had seen a picture of her. She was a very tiny black cat with large yellow eyes. Probably hiding somewhere. Don't worry, she'll show up eventually. But before they could continue that conversation, Aizawa tapped the table to get their attention, looking pointedly at Yamada, whose face turned red with embarrassment, and Aizawa turned to look at Izuku. "So now that everyone is settled, we need to discuss a few things." Izuku almost forgot about the talk they were supposed to be having. They really didn't know how they were going to get out of this. Aizawa sighed, perhaps sensing their hesitance. "Look, kid, we don't have to do anything drastic now. Could you just tell us how you got so hurt?" Izuku fiddled with the shirt again. Before looking up at their teachers, they sighed and started signing. "It was my fault. I punched my bully and I think I just made it worse." "You punched your bully? Why exactly did you do that?" "He's smart, so when I was getting better at avoiding him, he figured out that I was being trained by someone, he doesn't know who, but he said some really mean things about you, and I got really mad and kinda, just, punched him." Izuku looked down sheepishly. "So you punched him only because he was talking bad about me, but not because he was bullying you?" Aizawa was silent for a good few seconds before shaking his head. "Okay, we can deal with that later. Now we need to figure out what's going to happen from here. We've got two options, well, technically three, but I don't think you want to end up in the foster system." Izuku shook their head rapidly. "I had heard some real horror stories about the system. There was no way they were getting put in there." "Right, well, the other options are going back to your parents, or being put under the legal guardianship of an adult that you trust. I'm going to be honest, neither of us are keen on sending you back to your parents since they apparently just don't notice when their child is hurt." Izuku had to stifle a laugh at that. "Is something funny? I haven't seen my parents since I was 4. Shyuda could feel his brain blue screen at that, and he could tell that Hisashi had the same reaction. Hisashi recovered first. "Hey little listener? Do you mind elaborating on that?" "Well, that was when I was diagnosed quirkless, and they didn't want a useless kid like me, so they threw me out and told me never to come back." "Okay, forget harsh words. when Shyuda found Wraith's parents, he was going to murder them, actually forget that. A quick death was too much of a mercy, he was going to tear them apart piece by piece and make them regret every decision they've ever made. Shyuda took a deep breath. There was time to plot murder later. Right now they had a kid to deal with who probably didn't want to think about their parents too much. Okay, so that's off the table. I guess the only option would be to put you under a legal guardianship. Is there anyone you trust to take care of you? Izuku thought about it. They didn't really have anyone. The only people they'd ever really trusted were Aizawa and Yamada, but what if they didn't want Izuku? They didn't want to impose. Still, they had no other answer. I mean, I have 2 people I trust, but I don't know if they'd want me, and I don't really want to upset them. Aizawa sighed. Wraith, listen, if they really care about you, they'll take you. Who are they? Izuku took a deep breath, weighing the options of being truthful, and eventually deciding that they had no other option. You too. They braced themselves for the inevitable rejection. Kid, of course we'll take you in. Izuku's head snapped up, wide eyes looking at Aizawa, and then at Yamada, who nodded. Yeah, little listener, we'd love to have ya. Izuku could feel themselves tearing up. Yamada moved closer to them, arms open, silently asking permission. Izuku nodded and Yamada hugged them gently, being careful not to aggravate their injuries. Eventually another pair of arms wrapped around both of them as Aizawa joined the hug. The 3 of them sat there for a good few minutes, Izuku feeling unwilling to leave the warm embrace of their teachers. Eventually they let go of each other. Yamada was the first to break the silence. Okay, so if you're staying with us, we're gonna have to get you some clothes and anything else. You can stay in the guest room, we'll have to get some decorations for it. How about we go shopping in the afternoon? We're also going to have to get whatever you have from wherever you were staying until now. Speaking of which, where were you staying? Aizawa asked. A warehouse about a block from where you found me. Oh, and my bag and notebook is probably still by the dumpster. Both adults looked incredulous at that, Yamada blinking repeatedly like he thought he misheard them, and Aizawa just sighed. All right, kid, we can go do that now, and we need to get this guardianship properly legalized. We'll need your name for that though. He looked at Izuku questioningly. Izuku smiled softly. My name is Izuku. They gave their sign name as well. Yamada smiled. All right, Midoriya dash, but was interrupted by the kids shaking their head. I don't like my family name. Could you use my given one instead? Of course, Izuku, let's go get your stuff and then we can either stop by the station on the way back, or we can do that tomorrow if you like. Izuku nodded. Let's do it today. Aizawa spoke up. We also have to let Shizenji know that the kid's awake so that she can heal them properly. Right, well, I'll call her now. Yamada stood up to call whoever Shizenji was, while Aizawa somehow managed to find Shadow and introduced her to Izuku, and while everything was happening, Izuku couldn't help but feel like everything was finally gonna be alright. Izuku sat in the back of the car as they drove to the warehouse. Aizawa was in the driver's seat, saying that he didn't trust Yamada's driving skills with a child in the car. Meanwhile, Yamada was pouting in the passenger seat. They thought that he might have been talking everyone's ears off if Izuku wasn't half asleep from being healed by Recovery Girl earlier, which, by the way, was so cool. They really wanted to ask more about how her quirk worked, but even with their mentors there, they really didn't want to risk it. Plus Aizawa had warned them that Recovery Girl knew nothing about them being a vigilante or their quirklessness. As far as she was concerned, Izuku was just some kid that Aizawa had found behind a dumpster. They'd already stopped by the dumpster and grabbed Izuku's backpack and notebook. And now they were pointing out the direction to the warehouse, which was a bit difficult since they'd never had to consider the roads before, having mostly navigated through the alleys and rooftops. Still they made it there, and they managed to grab the measly stash of clothes they had as well as all 7 of their other notebooks. Yamada had looked around the warehouse and managed to find their stash of medical supplies, which were nearly used up. This apparently warranted a horrified gasp and an almost whisper of, "How is this kid still alive?" Although Izuku couldn't really tell why. It was just a dozen or so empty burn cream containers, a pair of random scissors they'd found somewhere, mildly dirty bandages that had been in a hospital's dumpster, and only a little bit expired tube of wound cream as well as a medical needle and some thread to stitch themselves up. Aizawa had just looked generally distressed the whole time. Hisashi had no idea how Izuku had survived so long living like this. It was a miracle the kid hadn't gotten sick and died. Speaking of the little listener, They seemed to have gotten everything they wanted from the warehouse, which was concerningly little, enough that all of it, minus the notebooks, could fit in the worn-out yellow backpack they always carried around. They had tried to take their medical stash as well, but both Hisashi and Shyuda had insisted otherwise. The three of them also needed to stop by the police station to report the whole abandoned child situation and gain legal guardianship while they were at it. The process would probably be smooth once someone found Izuku's quirk status, a situation in which the legal system's tendency to overlook quirkless people would work in their favor. Hopefully they wouldn't run into any trouble. Izuku was a bit nervous walking into the station. Police were usually something they avoided, both as Wraith and Izuku, and they didn't particularly want all those eyes on them. However, the second they stepped into the station they could sense Yamada moving closer to them, almost shielding them from all the people around, making sure he was always nearby while Aizawa did all the necessary talking. The station itself wasn't that bad, and they weren't quite paying attention until they got to one of the desks. Aizawa had started what sounded like a formal report on their situation, leaving out a few details like the location of their warehouse and, of course, exactly how they met, since that would mean bringing their vigilantism into the discussion, instead skipping to yesterday's chain of events. The officer had looked completely horrified, right up until she asked Aizawa for Izuku's details and their quirk status had to be brought up. Her expression quickly became one of neutral indifference after that, and Izuku heard her mention how sorry she was for Izuku's parents. Yamada looked like he was about ready to start a fight right then and there after that comment. Luckily for everyone, Aizawa's glare was enough to shut her up and she stuck to processing the guardianship change. Apparently their parents never bothered to legally cut ties with them, but that wasn't really an issue since they had abandoned Izuku and could not be considered viable options, so Aizawa and Yamada were now officially their legal guardians for the time being. As they were finalizing everything, a man walked up and greeted Aizawa in a friendly way. Who was this and how did he know their mentors? He didn't look like a cop, he wasn't wearing a uniform, but he clearly worked here. The most likely answer was that the man was a detective, a thought that was confirmed when Aizawa called him detective. Shyuda could feel that this was gonna be a headache. Tsukachi wasn't stupid, and with his quirk he was almost impossible to lie. Shyuda was going to have to word his sentences very carefully to avoid triggering it. You know, it's unusual to see you in here during the day. What's going on? The detective asked. Then he noticed Izuku and his eyes widened. Wait, when did you and Yamada get a kid? First of all, Izuku isn't our kid, we're their legal guardians. How on earth did that happen? I mean, no offense, but you're not exactly the first person that comes to mind for taking care of a kid. Shyuda had to think through his reply. As much as he trusted Tsukachi as a colleague, he didn't know if the man would react poorly if he even suspected Shyuda of lying, and Shyuda wasn't about to say anything that even hinted Izuku being Wraith, so he settled for something that was technically true. I found them behind a dumpster. Tsukachi stared at him blankly for a few seconds. Excuse me? Care to elaborate? Not really, we have to get going anyways. Shyuda practically dragged Hisashi and Izuku out of the station and back into the car. Who was that? Why were you acting all weird? Izuku asked. Tsukachi Naomesa, a detective for the MPD, and the reason I was acting weird is because his quirk lets him know when people lie. It's a very difficult quirk to bypass, the less I said the better. Shyuda could see the exact moment that Izuku's eyes lit up as he described Tsukachi's quirk. There was going to be a lot of questions. Hisashi almost didn't notice when the car had stopped outside the mall, too engrossed in his conversation with Izuku after Shyuda gave up trying to keep up with their rapid-fire questions. The little listener was already figuring out ways that a lie detector quirk could possibly be bypassed, as well as trying to figure out what the quirk counted as a lie. The general theory, based on anecdotes from Hisashi and Shuda's various cases with him, was that it wouldn't trigger as a lie if the person genuinely believed that they were telling the truth. It was an afternoon on a weekday, so hopefully the mall wouldn't be too busy, since most people were at work, but he figured it was still for the best if they did this as quickly as possible so as not to overwhelm Izuku. So the two of them went inside. Shyuda had decided to stay in the car, and started looking around for all the necessary things. Clothing was the tricky part. It took a lot of convincing to get Izuku to just pick out what they wanted. At first, they just followed him around, looking at a few things longingly but not really saying anything. Eventually, after he called them out on it a few times, they eventually just started pointing things out. It turned out that Izuku had an interesting sense of humor. Hisashi definitely giggled when the kid showed him a plain t-shirt that had pajamas written on it. He also insisted that they get at least one pair of slightly fancier clothes, which he had to pick out since Izuku thought that all of it looked the same. Far simpler was getting things to decorate Izuku's room. All of the stuff they picked was hero-themed, like a space bedsheet designed after 13, and a normal poster of Midnight. He was sure Anan and Nemuri would be flattered. "Hey Izuku, isn't your notebook almost full?" Izuku followed Yamada's gaze to a shelf full of notebooks and other stationery. He was correct. Analysis number 8 only had a few pages left, enough for maybe 2 or 3 more entries. They nodded. "Then we should get some more. Pick 3 of the ones you like," Yamada said, waving in the direction of the shelf. There were quite a few notebooks that caught Izuku's attention, but in the end they picked 2 of the more simple notebooks. Similar to analysis number 8, they would have taken 3, but some of the notebooks were hero-themed, and they found a present mic one. Yamada thought it was adorable. Once they got everything they needed, they headed back to the car where Aizawa was napping in the back seat. Yamada laughed at the sight. "Hey Sho, love, wake up," Aizawa just grumbled and curled up like a cat. "Alright then, I guess I'll have to drive." That got Aizawa's attention real quick. He bolted upright and glared at Yamada, who just laughed at him. "There you are, come on, let's go home." The drive back was full of noise as Hisashi chattered about anything and everything that he could think of. Shyuda would have been annoyed if it was anyone else, but he was used to his husband's talkative nature by now, and Izuku seemed to be completely enthralled by whatever stories Hisashi telling. It was getting late when they got back home, so Hisashi immediately got started on dinner as Shyuda and Izuku unpacked everything. Izuku still seemed a bit overwhelmed with the change from a decrepit warehouse to an actual room, but they seemed to be adjusting okay. "Alright, that's everything, I'll let you settle in. I'll be in the living room if you need me, okay?" Izuku nodded and Shyuda left them alone. A ringing sound alerted him to someone calling his phone. It was Nemuri, not entirely unusual for her to call at random times just to catch up on the latest gossip. He answered the call. "Are you two okay? Is someone dying? Is the world ending?" Nemuri's panicked voice sounded from the phone. "What? Nemuri, what's going on?" Shyuda was confused. What was she talking about? "You weren't at work this morning, and Nedu told us that you were taking 2 days off. You never even take 1 day off, let alone 2. "Oh, right, that, we're fine, Nem. Something important just came up." "Something important? What is it? Do I need to come over?" Shyuda thought that was a terrible idea. Him and Hisashi had taken those days off because they didn't want Izuku to have to deal with too many people so soon. Nemuri was their best friend, but she could be a lot to handle sometimes. "First, don't come over, and second, you'll have to find out on Thursday like everyone else." "Really? Oh fine, keep your secrets, see you on Thursday." Shyuda knew that she was going to lecture them when she found out, but it was fine as long as she didn't cause too much trouble for Izuku. But that wasn't something that he needed to think about for now. All that mattered right now was that Izuku was safe and happy. "Why do you even bother? Useless thing. Nobody wants you. The world would be better off without you. They don't care about you. Stop being such a burden." The figures that surrounded them were blank, their faces only having wide, toothy grins as they taunted them. They tried to cry out, to argue, to say anything, but their mouth wouldn't move, like it was glued shut. The figures circled closer and closer as the words started cutting into their skin, leaving bloody gashes that covered the world in crimson, and the figures started laughing. "Look at them. Weak. Can't even take an insult. Pathetic creature." The figures reached forward and started tearing their skin off in chunks, fingers digging into them, removing flesh bit by bit. They felt tears roll down their face as their throat was taken, then their heart was pulled out of their chest. It was being held by one of the figures, one who radiated rage and anger and smelt like burning sugar. They wished to cry, to tell him to stop, but they sat helpless as the figure crushed their heart in his fingers, the blood dripping through his fist. They felt their limbs go numb as the other figures started taking off their fingers, then their knees, their legs and arms, piece by piece. Until they couldn't move, the figures seemed to get bored. Somehow that felt worse than anything else. After all, a doll is still useful as a plaything, but a broken one was truly useless. They felt someone beside them, someone who felt like safety and protection, but not for them. They couldn't reach out and find them, and that someone walked away. They cried what was left of their tears. The last thing their mind could feel was the happiness of everyone around them, all around but never coming close enough to reach them. Izuku woke up gasping for breath, their hands clawed at their chest where their heart was still intact. It was a nightmare. Izuku knew that they'd had this particular one a few times now. They calmed themselves down, their shaking form wrapped in soft, star-covered blankets as they slowly became aware of their surroundings. Right? They were in the guest room at Aizawa and Yamada's apartment. It was supposed to be theirs, but some part of them still felt that this was all too good to be true, no matter how much it seemed like their mentors, now guardians, really did want them around. Izuku slowly untangled themselves from the blanket as they looked out the window above their bed. It was still dark outside, maybe close to dawn. They got out of bed, still shaking from the nightmare, knowing that the figures didn't entirely lie. Even if two people truly cared about them, that was all they'd ever have. They still didn't have a place in the world, and maybe a few months ago, they would have just accepted that and moved on, but now, a small spark inside them said that they could make a place for themselves. But it was a small spark, and right now, after that nightmare, it was dangerously close to being snuffed out. No matter how much they trained, no matter how hard they tried, no matter how many times their mentors had told them that they could be a hero, they still had trouble truly believing it. They had somehow ended up in the kitchen. Izuku didn't know how or why, their legs just carried them here. They heard a small noise from the counter, and a sleepy-looking shadow blinked her large eyes at them. Izuku gently picked her up, and she started purring softly. They sighed, knowing that nobody else would be awake right now. They had checked the clock, it was 2 in the morning, and while Aizawa would have been awake if he had gone on patrol last night, but Izuku knew that both him and Yamada had taken the day off, so he'd probably be asleep. They wondered what they should do. They didn't really want to stand around in the dark until their guardians woke up. They did have their hoodie in the room, it wouldn't hurt to go out for a quick run, right? They creeped back to the room, making sure not to make a sound. They set Shadow down on their bed and quietly changed out of their pajamas into their hoodie, a pair of black pants and their bright red shoes. They snuck out of the window only to go right back when they realized they'd almost forgotten their face mask. They climbed onto the fire escape of the nearby building and scanned the area, realizing that they had no idea where anything was. That made sense. They were several blocks away from their usual patrol area, but that just meant they'd have to explore and memorize this place. So they set off running, feeling the familiar cold air of the night as they hopped from rooftop to rooftop. Shyuda stood in the living room, drinking coffee from a cat mug. It was 4 in the morning, so Hizashi was still asleep. Most likely Izuku was also asleep right now, so he was just standing around with Mop, who was making herself a nuisance, although surprisingly Shadow was nowhere to be found. He had wandered around for a few minutes before he heard a thud come from Izuku's room as well as a loud yowl, presumably from Shadow. Suddenly on high alert, Shyuda cautiously knocked on the door. "Kid?" he asked, worry already creeping into his mind. The sounds of scuffling and the closing of a window caused him to tilt his head curiously. Then the door opened and Izuku stood in the doorway in their Wraith outfit. "Hey Aizawa, I can explain." Shyuda just sighed, sensing that this was going to be a headache. "You went patrolling?" Izuku shook their head before pausing and looking down sheepishly. "Well, I just wanted to go for a run, but I did stop a mugging. It was only one though." "And why exactly did you even go out in the first place?" Shyuda asked, now noting down Izuku's movements to see if the kid was injured. Luckily they appeared normal, but Shyuda knew that only meant they didn't have a serious injury. Izuku shuffled their feet for a bit, seemingly trying to decide what to say. "Just tell me what happened. I'm not going to get mad or judge you." "I had a nightmare." Izuku seemed to start shaking a bit. "Do you want to talk about it?" Izuku shook their head. "Do you want to be alone for a bit?" Izuku shook their head frantically. "Okay then, how about I make us both some coffee and you can play with the cats for a while?" Izuku nodded and picked up Shadow from where she'd been pacing on their bed. Hizashi walked into the living room to find Shyuda and Izuku curled up on the couch petting the cats and, "Was that coffee? Did Shyuda give their kid coffee?" Hizashi sighed internally, knowing that on one hand, they probably needed it seeing as they must not have slept that well, given that they were wearing their Wraith outfit. Did they go out last night? On the other hand, Izuku was 9, and giving a literal child coffee was a terrible idea. Eventually he just decided to leave them alone and get started on breakfast. Hopefully today wouldn't be too exciting. Izuku needed a chance to get used to the place after all. Especially since they had no idea what to do tomorrow. Most likely they were going to have to take the little listener to work with them, and hopefully they wouldn't get into trouble, and hopefully none of their coworkers caused them any trouble. Not to mention dealing with Nezu's inevitable curiosity was going to be a pain. The rest of the day seemed to go by far too quickly for Izuku. After breakfast the three of them had decided to stay at the apartment for the day and they just generally coexisted for the day, sometimes starting up conversations about whatever came to mind. Izuku generally started becoming more and more relaxed as the day went. Dinner was great and Yamada had started telling a funny story about one of the heroes he'd worked with lately. Eventually the topic turned to his and Aizawa's co-workers at UA, and he seemed to remember something. Izuku? I think I forgot to tell you earlier, but we might have to take you to work with us tomorrow, since we can't leave you alone and most of our friends are too busy to watch you for the day. Is that all right with you? Izuku's eyes widened and they nodded rapidly. Who wouldn't want to go to UA? All right, if you're sure then dash. I'm super sure. Izuku interrupted Yamada, who just chuckled at their enthusiasm. Izuku honestly couldn't wait. Izuku woke up to a cat's tail in their face. Mop had apparently decided to flop onto them sometime last night. They got out of bed, making sure not to startle Mop, who looked rather annoyed that her perch had moved. They were still a bit sleepy, but that quickly faded when they remembered that they were going with their mentors to UA. Today, they rushed to get ready and practically sprinted into the living room, almost running into Aizawa, who was standing next to the table and going over some files. Good morning, Aizawa. Shyuda stared at Izuku tiredly. This kid was way too excited for today. Mornings are never good. How do people even have this much energy in the morning? He grumbled under his breath. Izuku grinned and Shyuda had to blink a few times because of how blindingly bright it was. Shyuda was glad that the kid had relaxed a bit. They weren't as jumpy or nervous as they usually were. Yesterday probably helped get them accustomed to the apartment. Hizashi had been nervous, worried that being surrounded by that many people would be too much for the kid, but it seemed that he had nothing to be concerned about. The kid had always loved heroes. Still, they were still strangers, and the kid took so long to trust him and Zashi. Hopefully this would go smoothly. Hizashi finally noticed that Izuku was awake. Morning, little listener. You excited for today? Izuku nodded vigorously as they sat down for breakfast. Hizashi was surprised that Izuku wasn't more nervous about today. They had practically bounced the entire time through breakfast and couldn't sit still during the whole car ride, instead striking up conversation with him about all the heroes working at UA and gushing about how awesome the school was, as well as all the heroes that had graduated from its hero course. Shyuda had once again insisted on driving, so it took longer than it should have, but eventually they reached the school, its familiar gates opening like the doors to a grand castle once both heroes scanned their employee IDs. Izuku looked back at the gates of UA in awe. This was the best hero school in the country, and they were standing right inside its walls. They were inside UA. They looked around, adjusting their backpack. The main grounds were enormous. The building in front of them was the main school, but they could see other buildings further away. They had no idea what they were, but they were huge. It seemed that UA was just as grand as its reputation. It was honestly kind of intimidating. The inside of the main building seemed closer to a normal school, long hallways with various doors leading to different classrooms, and the doors were all huge, probably to account for all kinds of mutation quirks, and one set of doors they passed by seemed like it had been blown up several times, given the charring and dents in it. But other than that it seemed pretty normal. The hallways were all quiet though, since none of the students had arrived. Eventually they reached what was labeled as the teacher's lounge, and Izuku could hear commotion from behind the door, and they could also hear Aizawa and Yamada being mentioned by name. Something about a secret? They opened the door, their mentors went in first, and immediately everyone went silent. Izuku saw several heroes exchange glances. Speaking of the heroes, there were so many. They could name most of them: Snipe, Midnight, Hound Dog, 13, Cementos, ectoplasm and power loader. There was also a hero they couldn't identify, but he was probably an underground hero like Aizawa. Suddenly Midnight piped up, "Alright, you two have a lot of explaining to do. What on earth was so secretive that you couldn't even tell me? I mean, I'm your best friend. Surely you could have told me something, at least given me a hint. I mean, at least you can explain yourselves now dash. Is that a child?" Midnight was interrupted in her rant by Power Loader's surprised question. All eyes turned to Izuku and they could feel themselves wilting under the examining gazes. Until Yamada stepped in front of them and Aizawa glared at everyone in the room, quirk activated, which made most of them snap out of their staring, most, except for Midnight. "When did you two get a child? Wait, is this what you were hiding from me?" She sounded genuinely upset. Aizawa sighed and began to explain, "Nemuri, relax. First of all, this is Izuku. They're not our kid, we're just their legal guardians. Secondly," he turned to everyone in the room, "if any of you try to hurt them, I will personally hunt you down and make you suffer." That seemed to get a reaction out of all of them, mainly fear and confusion. Snipe spoke up, seemingly voicing everyone's thoughts. "That's nice and all, but where did you two get a child?" "We found them behind a dumpster. Ask Shizenji, she'll back us up." "A dumpster?" Ectoplasm sounded incredibly concerned. "Yes, Katu, a dumpster. I found them while I was on patrol, and since they didn't have any safe place to go, we took them in." While most of the other heroes were questioning Aizawa and Yamada, Izuku couldn't help but stare in awe at some of them, silently wondering if they would answer some questions, when they noticed that Hound Dog had been silent throughout the whole conversation, instead silently staring at them. Rio wasn't entirely expecting the small child to walk up to him. Normally children ran in the opposite direction on account of him looking absolutely terrifying to most. He had wanted to say hi to them, but the way the kid was acting, it was clear that they weren't used to all this attention, and he didn't want to scare them. "Hi, my name is Izuku." "Okay." The kid was signing. Luckily Rio knew JSL, he wouldn't be a good therapist if he didn't. "Hello Izuku, it's nice to meet you." The kid's eyes lit up when he responded in sign. "You know sign? That's cool. Not a lot of people know sign." Izuku smiled at him, and goodness, that was a bright smile. Their excitement was almost infectious. "Oh, by the way, I wanted to say that you're a really cool hero." Rio titled his head. "You're not scared of me?" "No. You're a hero. You save people. Why would I be scared of you?" Oh, that was not what Rio had expected. This kid was sunshine incarnate. He couldn't figure out the reason for Aizawa's threat earlier. Who on earth would want to hurt this kid? He tried to give the kid a smile, not particularly natural for his snout, but most people didn't read happiness any other way. Izuku frowned at him. "Are you trying to smile? That looks difficult. You're good at reading people, aren't you?" That was unusual for a kid who looked like they were still in elementary school. He noticed the scars scattered on the kid's arms. They looked like they'd been done at different times. Rio's seen plenty of abused and bullied kids before, and now that he was actually looking, he could see the way that they were trying to make themselves smaller, and almost never looking directly at anyone when they were having a conversation, and they had been reacting to things going on outside of the conversation, things that either required enhanced hearing to notice, or a constant awareness of one's surroundings. Izuku nodded. They looked like they wanted to say something, but seemed too nervous to do so. "You have a question?" "It's nothing." Izuku seemed to shrink in on themselves even further. Rio figured that he should drop it. Izuku thought that Hound Dog was really nice, even nicer than Yamada said he was. And he's a cool hero. They had an entry on him in their notebook, and he didn't only fight villains, he also did search and rescue with his enhanced senses. They had so many questions about his quirk, but they didn't want him to hate them, so they kept their mouth shut. Meanwhile, the others had apparently finished questioning their mentors and seemed to have mostly calmed down, all except for Midnight, who was apparently lecturing Yamada about keeping secrets from friends, and 13, who appeared to be trying to drag Midnight away, unsuccessfully. Izuku saw Power Loader in the corner trying to ignore everything that was going on, Cementos looking on at the commotion tiredly, and Ectoplasm seemingly encouraging Midnight's ranting. Eventually Midnight stopped to catch her breath and was immediately wrapped in Capture Scarf, effectively shutting her up. "Are you done?" Aizawa asked her. Midnight nodded and he released her. "Can I introduce myself to the kid?" "Sure, They'll only respond in JSL though. And tone down the energy. Yeah, I get it. She walked over to Izuku. Hi, I'm Kiyama Nimuri. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Nice to meet you, Kiyama-san. Oh, you're such a sweetie, aren't you? Someone's phone started making noise and several people in the room visibly tensed. Yamada, Aizawa, Power Loader, and the hero that Izuku couldn't recognize. Cementos chuckled as he silenced the alarm and gathered up some papers and left the room. Power Loader quickly followed suit, muttering something about unsupervised demons. The other three just grabbed a stack of papers and ran out of the room. Yamada stopped for a second to make sure that Kiyama would watch them, to which she agreed. Izuku waved at Kiyama to get her attention. What is it, sweetie? What just happened? Oh, homeroom is about to start, so the homeroom teachers had to get to their classrooms in time. Ishiyama always makes sure of it. Izuku nodded and decided to pass the time by sitting in the corner and make some extra entries in their notebook, including a full page of rambles on the other hero, trying to figure out who he was, probably an underground hero, not just cause Izuku hadn't heard of him, but also cause he seemed to be in the same state of constantly alert that Aizawa was. Something Aizawa said was from being an underground hero. As for his quirk, Izuku had no idea. He had those tusks, but that could mean anything. His costume had interesting-looking gloves and that thing on his back, probably support gear, but still they couldn't tell what they were used for. Still, other things were easier to pin down, like the fact that he was probably a close-range fighter as evidenced by his build and the small scars all over his skin. Several hours passed, no one seemed to bother them. Some of the heroes left and at some point Yamada came back, but had to leave rather quickly to teach the English class. Later Aizawa and the other hero came back, both looking more tired than earlier, and they looked to be arguing about something. And apparently this was normal, as everyone in the room either sighed or rolled their eyes. Izuku couldn't tell what exactly they were talking about. Some names were tossed around that they didn't recognize and incidents they had no idea about were brought up, but it sounded like they were trying to see who had the most troublesome class. Ken, Aizawa, could both of you keep your pettiness out of the teacher's lounge? Ectoplasm said. He looked annoyed. Well, at least Izuku had a name to put on their list of information. Several other teachers trickled back in as classes wrapped up. Izuku could hear the cheers of the students outside in the hallway. Surprisingly, no one had bothered them yet, perhaps because of Aizawa's threat that morning, but Izuku was still observing Ken, looking for any sign of what his quirk could be. They weren't getting much, until they noticed that he was absent-mindedly waving his hand around, a clear sign of a type of kinesis quirk, which were a subsection of emitter quirks that allowed its user to mentally control things, usually a particular type of thing like water or fire, sometimes more unusual like plants or technology. Now the question was, what was he manipulating? Izuku had to strain their eyes to see, since his desk was across the room from them, but they could just about make out a few drops of some red liquid. Was that blood? Cool. It also explained the weird gloves, probably a way to easily access blood. Now question was, what were the details of his quirk? That was almost impossible without seeing it in action or asking him directly. A presence shifted in the vents. Izuku noticed that Aizawa, Ken, and Hound Dog stiffened in their seats. They almost looked worried. Something small dropped down from the vent, a small furry white animal, wearing a suit, the principal of Nedu. Good evening, staff. And Izuku, am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? I am the principal. They could see Aizawa and Yamada's gaze flick from the notebook to Nedu and back again rapidly. Power Loader sighed. I don't like where this is going. 13 nodded in agreement. Izuku was confused. Surely it wasn't that bad. Then their mind flashed back to the several times Aizawa had referred to Nedu as a BSRD rat god, and they realized it probably was that bad. Don't worry, I am only here because I couldn't help but notice how intelligent little Izuku here is. Now most people looked confused and Aizawa was looking around frantically before his eyes zeroed in on a spot in the ceiling behind Izuku. They looked up and noticed a camera blinking back at them. From its perspective, it would have seen everything that Izuku had written for the past few hours. Nedu cackled as he saw the gears turn in Izuku's head. Yes, I noticed all those notes of yours. That book is rather interesting, and I couldn't help but notice how quickly you identified Vlad King's quirk even without any prior knowledge. Wait, what? Ken looked halfway between confused and concerned. What is he talking about? Izuku looked down at the 2 pages of notes they'd made on Can, and quickly added the information on his hero name to that list. Yamada groaned, I was hoping this wouldn't happen. By now everyone else had stopped working and was now fully focused on Izuku and Nedu. Izuku debated what to do, and figured their notes were probably going to be seen anyways, so they might as well get some answers out of it. They got up and reluctantly approached Ken's desk, setting their notebook down in front of him. A notebook? What's dash? Ken went quiet as he read further. Holy sheet, how did you? Nedu cleared his throat. Yes, well, as you can see, Izuku here has quite the talent for analysis, and I was simply too intrigued to not talk to them. By now almost everyone else had gathered around and began reading their notes. This is incredible, Ectoplasm exclaimed. This kid's got to have some kind of intelligence quirk like Nedu, right? I asked myself the same thing, but imagine my surprise when I found their quirk registry only to discover that they are quirkless. Izuku froze. Out of the corner of their eye they noticed Aizawa's hand go to his capture scarf and Yamada was glaring daggers at the principal. Everyone else seemed to freeze as well, brains processing the new information. And all at once several people started talking. Kayama and Ectoplasm were saying that it was impossible for a kid these days to not have a quirk. Power Loader, Cementos and Snipe were muttering amongst themselves and staring at the notes, and the others, Hound Dog, 13 and Ken, were looking at Izuku with concern. Everybody quiet, Yamada shouted, managing to get everyone to stop talking. Yeah, Izuku's quirkless. If any of you lot have a problem with that I suggest you leave this room immediately. Nobody left, but Izuku could see both Kayama and Ectoplasm look at them with what they knew was pity. Pity for the weak little Deku? Well, at least it was better than being hated. No one else seemed to notice though, so they ignored it. Nedu turned and spoke to Izuku. I apologize, I did not mean to cause a commotion. I simply wish to know whether you planned on improving that skill of yours. You could have a future in professional analysis with some development. Thank you, Nedu-san. I want to improve, but I'm not planning to go into professional analysis. Oh, I want to be a hero. Immediately they heard protests from Ectoplasm and Kayama, that it was too dangerous for them, that they'd get hurt. And they were silent. Aizawa and Yamada tried to speak up, speaking specifically to their friend. But Izuku had had enough. Everyone in their life told them they couldn't be a hero, but they'd been a vigilante for the past 2.5 years. They'd found 2 people who believed in them, wanted to help them be a hero. Hell, they could hold their own against Eraserhead. So why couldn't they be a hero? Just because they were more likely to get hurt? Every hero risked their lives fighting for justice. What was so different when they wanted to do it? Izuku slammed their hands on the table, silencing the fight. Don't care. I know that it's going to be tough, but why shouldn't I try? If I work hard enough, harder than anyone else, why couldn't I be a hero? There are so many heroes with non-combative quirks. If they can learn to fight villains, why couldn't I? I'll tell you, there is no reason I can. No, I will be a hero. To help the people that everyone else forgets about, the ones who need a hero to save them because they can't save themselves. Isn't that what being a hero is about? Everyone was silent. Kayama looked embarrassed while Ectoplasm looked genuinely impressed by their little rant. Nedu had a glint in his eye, and their mentors looked at them with beaming pride. Well, the kid's determined, I'll give em that. Snipe finally broke the silence, and I kinda have to agree with them. People slowly started agreeing until Nedu piped up. Well, that was a passionate speech, and personally I don't see the flaw in their logic. In fact, he spoke directly to Izuku. If you would like, I wish to mentor you. A mind as quick as yours can be a deadly weapon if sharpened. The mammal reached out a paw for a handshake. They looked back at Aizawa and Yamada. They simply shrugged as if to say it was Izuku's choice. Izuku returned the handshake. And everyone felt an ominous shift in the balance of the universe. Excellent. We can start tomorrow. Bring your notebook and any other analyses you have. Of course, Nezu-sensei. While walking down the identical-looking hallways that seemed to just lead into more identical hallways, Izuku wondered if the maze-like design of UA was intentional. Knowing what they knew about Nedu, it probably was. Luckily, they had Aizawa with them so they wouldn't get lost, but memorizing the whole place was going to take a few tries. They hadn't really gotten a good look at the inside of the building yesterday, on account of staying inside the teacher's lounge the whole time. And while the place looked like the furthest thing from the alleyways Izuku had called home, its layout was surprisingly similar. Izuku also realized exactly how few blind spots there were in the camera system. After yesterday, they were keeping an eye out for any cameras in unexpected places, not just the usual corners, and there were cameras everywhere, ceilings, walls. Izuku could have sworn they even saw one embedded into one of the lights. By the time they finally got to the rather large wooden door labeled Principal's Office, Izuku was thoroughly convinced that there was no corner of the school that didn't have a camera linked to it. There must have been one in the door as well, because it opened right as they got there, opening with an ominous creak that couldn't be real given the pristine state of the door. Izuku was starting to get the sense that Nedu just liked messing with people's minds. Speaking of the mammal, there he was, sitting in his chair, shuffling through some papers and sipping tea. If one didn't know of Nezu's reputation, they might think he looked relaxed. Izuku had heard enough to suspect that he was just luring them into a false sense of security. The moment that Izuku stepped into the room, his beady eyes locked onto them, and it suddenly felt like they were being dissected, each and every imperfection seen and catalogued. They were being watched like prey, and there was nowhere to hide. "Good morning, Izuku. Care for some tea?" It was phrased like they had a choice in the matter. "Good morning, Nezu-sensei." They sat down across from the mammal. Actually, come to think of it, what was Nezu? They doubted he was any of the three options he usually gave. They'd have to do some research tonight. They took the offered cup of tea. Aizawa spoke to Nezu before leaving to teach his class. "I know your moral compass is completely different to a human's, but keep the unethical tactics out of the lesson plan." A few papers were surreptitiously put back into drawers. "Of course, even if those are effective strategies, I understand that you humans have an aversion to manipulation." Izuku wondered exactly what was in those papers. They would be lying if they said they weren't the slightest bit curious as to what could be so horrible that Aizawa specifically mentioned not letting them learn it. Once Aizawa left, Nezu turned those soul-piercing eyes back to Izuku, and they had to suppress a fearful shiver. There were several seconds of silence. "I brought my notebooks." They had no idea what exactly Nezu wanted from them, but they seemed to have made the right decision by starting the conversation. They set the notebooks down in front of Nezu, hand hovering over them for a second of hesitance. Despite all the reassurances, they still felt like they were putting their soul into the hands of fate. They knew that if something were to happen to their notes, it would destroy them. And here they were, handing over their most precious possessions to someone who could ruin their life in a heartbeat. "Excellent." Nezu flipped through the books rather quickly. Izuku eyed the pages for any damage as he continued reading. "Well, these certainly are impressive considering your age," he said, "but there are quite a few problems in how you would put this information into practical use. For example, take your entry on Ryukyu. A lot of the weaknesses listed work theoretically, and you certainly take into account the skill level of the hero in both combat and strategy. You seem to forget that there are much simpler ways of executing the plans listed. No matter, we will have time to sort that out later. For now, reading these notes have confirmed my suspicions that if you are to continue improving, your notebooks would quickly become dangerous. Even now, some of your work could cause incredible amounts of damage if it fell into the wrong hands." Izuku was stunned. Their notes might have been a bit weird, sure, but dangerous? Then again, those pages listed numerous ways to take down some high-ranking heroes. They could see how that could cause trouble, but surely their analyses weren't that good. If they were that dangerous, maybe it was a good thing no one ever took a second to read their notes. They could have accidentally hurt so many people. Nezu continued speaking, seemingly unaware of the minor mental crisis he'd caused, "Which is why I feel that you should encode your notes. I can help you create a code that is unique to you and thus far less likely to be decoded." "My own code? I suppose that makes sense. Then let's get started." The next 3 or so hours were dedicated to setting a foundation for the code, a combination of various ciphers, languages and symbols that they would have to build from. Izuku's head was swimming with all kinds of new information as they dedicated their focus to keeping up with the thought process of the smartest mammal in Japan, and even then Nezu had to explain things a few times over for them to understand. Nezu was officially impressed. Sure, he had suspected the child to be smart and have the potential for more, but he certainly didn't expect how quickly they picked up on things. He was quite used to having to repeat himself numerous times when talking about a subject as complex as encryption, but Izuku somehow kept up well enough that he only had to do so a few times. It was also clear that they should have been at a much higher education level by now given how easily they understood the semi-complex math that he had to explain. He was going to have to investigate some things, namely their prior place of education, and perhaps Aizawa had some answers as to why such a bright young mind hadn't been allowed to grow. He filed that away for a later date. For now, he decided to give Izuku a break from the long process of code making before they got too overwhelmed, seeing as they were already showing signs of distress. Perhaps a little practical work. Perhaps we should stop here. Codes like this can take days if not weeks to create and longer to memorize. Until then I would advise that you stop analyzing active heroes. Nedu could see their shoulders sag. He could read humans well enough to know that it was likely sadness at being unable to indulge in their hobby. However, it would be beneficial for you to continue to practice. I believe the third years are having some combat classes in 12 minutes. I would like you to pick 2 of them to analyze today. Takeda-san is supervising the lesson, just inform him I sent you to observe. Izuku's eyes brightened and Nedu was sure that if he could feel the same emotions that humans did he would find it endearing. They immediately got up and started walking off before stopping and asking for directions to the gym where the class was being held. He gave them the vaguest directions he could reasonably expect them to understand and sent them on their way, watching their progress through the cameras. It was amusing. They got turned around quite a few times and had to double-check their location more times than that. Still, they managed to reach the gym only 1 minute and 36 seconds late. Izuku walked into the building labeled Gym Alpha where all 40 of the third-year Hero Corps students were scrambling around and lining up at training mats while Takeda watched the chaos carefully, calling out anyone that got too rowdy as they paired up, presumably to spar with each other. Not particularly wanting to deal with the number of people in the room, Izuku snuck their way to the hero. Instinct honed over years of dodging their classmates allowed them to pass undetected. They had also apparently evaded detection by Takeda himself, as when they tugged on his cape he practically jumped as he whirled around with a hand over his gun. Izuku quickly backed off, hands in the air. Takeda just took one look at them and sighed. "Howdy kid, what ya doing here?" Nezu-sensei wanted me to observe and analyze 2 of the students. They signed, silently noting that the few closest students had started whispering in curiosity. "Right then, I'll put you with Igarashi and Haruko. Those 2 are serious enough that they ain't likely to cause a fuss." Takeda looked over at the chaotic group of students and called out, "Thundercloud, Flora. Come up here would ya?" 2 of the students walked up to the front. The first was a tall, lean guy with a costume consisting of dark gray leggings and turtleneck with white goggles. No obvious mutations, probably an emitter quirk, likely not a physical fighter given the lack of obvious armor, although his clothes could be padded, and the goggles are support gear, so he needs to protect his eyes, likely from his own quirk. His hero name's Thundercloud. Maybe his power has to do with the weather, or storms. Specifically, the other was a rather muscular girl with floral-patterned pants and a sleeveless green top. She also had a leaf-shaped cloak and a belt with numerous pouches. There's a lot of plant imagery in her costume, possibly a plant-related quirk. Makes sense if her hero name's Flora. If that belt has anything to do with her quirk it's probably one that requires existing material to work, but she could probably throw a good punch. She looks scary. "Hey Takeda-sensei, what's going on?" Flora asked. Takeda stepped to the side so that they could clearly see Izuku. "This is Izuku. They're gonna be observing your spar. Izuku, this is Haruko. I am hero name Flora, and Igarashi. Hey, hero name Thundercloud." Igarashi just nodded at them while Haruko's eyes lit up. "Hi. Are you new? Look, if any of these punks bother you just let me know, alright?" Izuku just nodded hesitantly. She looked fierce, not someone you wanted to end up fighting. Takeda quickly shooed both of them back to the training mats, and Izuku just took out their notebook and noted down the scramble of thoughts they had noted even before seeing both quirks in action. As both students clashed, Izuku's hand flew across the page, noting down every detail they could see. Igarashi went on the aggressive, a miniature storm levitating around him and crackles of lightning striking out at Haruko. Interesting, it looks like Igarashi's quirk can summon storms, and he seems to be able to control where the lightning it produces strikes, but it also looks like the storm itself is stuck swirling around his body. Haruko reaches into her pouch and tosses out a bunch of seeds that sprouted instantly into vines that grew around Igarashi and bound him in place, but one strike of lightning burnt the vines enough to free himself just before Haruko could land a punch. Interesting, her quirk seems to let her speed up the growth of plants. It can't be creation because she needed to throw those seeds, and I don't think it's a kinesis quirk cause she keeps throwing out new seeds every time, instead of controlling the plants to move. But it also looks like she can control exactly how they grow, plus the plants themselves appear to be enhanced. The two continued fighting, showing both their strengths and weaknesses. Haruko seemed to fall into a pattern after some time, mainly using vines to attempt to grapple her opponent, while Igarashi, despite starting the fight aggressively, was quickly thrown into a defensive position. Still, it was clear that if Haruko managed to grapple Igarashi, the match would be over. Same thing for if Igarashi ever got an opening to attack. The match continued on for a while. In fact, it was the longest spar out of the entire class until finally Haruko managed to get past Igarashi's storm barrier by growing a dense bush as a shield, allowing her to pin him to the ground. Izuku took that as an opportunity to take their leave, mostly dodging any questions from the surrounding students, almost being cornered by one student who began asking question after question, before Haruko quickly made good on her promise and pulled them away, giving Izuku a chance to escape. They made their way back to Nezu's office. Well, this is excellent work. Although several assumptions have been made, they are all logically deduced, and mostly correct, just like your other notes. Nezu said as he read their notes. Now tell me, if you were to fight them, what could you use to your advantage? For Igarashi, I'd find a way to stall the fight, hopefully by throwing as many obstacles as possible at him. His storm seems to be concentration-based, and the more he has to focus on dodging, the less he can use his storm as anything but a shield. As for Haruko, she's a close-range fighter. If I could attack her from a distance, I would be able to incapacitate her without much danger to myself. Good, I'll have to mention your findings to Takeda. Hopefully he can work on that. While it is often good to be focused on one area of combat, it can be detrimental if you completely ignore other skills. That seemed to be unprompted advice when the people couldn't even hear it, unless, was he giving that advice to Izuku? They got the sense that Nezu's teachings were going to be awfully roundabout if they didn't catch on quick enough. The two of them talked some more, mainly discussing some of the other notes Izuku had made on the 2 third years, until Yamada showed up to let them know that it was time to leave. They quickly said bye to Nezu, as well as the other teachers when they stopped by the teacher's lounge to get Aizawa. They ended up telling their mentors all about their first lesson with Nezu on the way home. Hizashi watched in amusement as Izuku went on and on about the 2 students they'd had to analyze, and the code Nezu was helping them create. He almost didn't notice his phone pinging with a single message. He checked only to realize he had several more unread messages from Tensei. Apparently Nemuri had tattled, and he was wondering if he could bring his little brother over to meet Izuku on Sunday. Hizashi resolved to discuss that with Izuku later, but the newest message was from Nezu. What do you know about Aldra Elementary? Hizashi didn't know if he'd even heard that name before, but he figured that Nezu wouldn't ask him if he didn't suspect that Hizashi could get some answers. Still, everyone was tired after a long day. Surely all this could wait till the morning. Tensei wasn't sure how a child like Tenya could possibly be so stiff. Don't children normally take after the rest of their family? But one look at the Ida family would tell you that wasn't the case with Tenya. Both of their parents were pretty easygoing, and Tensei himself was always cracking jokes and, despite what his little brother would say, never quite followed the rules to a T. After all, he had become friends with Hizashi and Nemuri. You didn't do that without being at least a little bit of a rule breaker. But Tenya was always the kind to emphasize the law and duty and stuff. Maybe it was because he grew up with 3 heroes always around him, and that he didn't have any friends his age except for other legacy kids like the Todoroki kids and the Yaoyorozu girl, all of whom could also be classified as far too grown up for their age. So when he'd gotten the text from Nemuri about how Shyuda had apparently found a child while on patrol and decided to take them in, Tensei was at first surprised, then curious. He texted Hizashi. Shyuda never responded to texts, and asked to meet them, and if he could bring Tenya along. Not only did he want to meet this kid, but it would be nice if Tenya could make friends with a, hopefully, normal child. Hizashi had texted him back that morning saying that he was welcome to come over, so he just had to bring it up to Tenya. Everyone had sat down for dinner, and Tensei was fiddling with his chopsticks. Tenya narrowed his eyes at his big brother's behavior. It was really weird for Tensei not to have made at least one attempt at a joke throughout the dinner, however he seemed to be mumbling something under his breath. Tenya was curious, but it was most likely a particularly tough villain, or whatever mountains of paperwork he had to go through. Despite only being 24, Tensei had already taken over running the agency, and the last few months had been really tough, so he was swamped with paperwork for one thing or another all the time. But after dinner, Tensei spoke up before anyone could leave the table. Is it alright if I take Tenya with me to visit some friends tomorrow afternoon? Tenya wasn't too familiar with Tensei's friends. They had visited before, but they usually stuck to Tensei and occasionally talked to him, but he had mostly ignored them. He didn't think there was a reason for him to be tagging along with Tensei. Apparently their parents also had the same thought. Tensei, you know you don't really need to ask our permission for that, right? Mama asked. I know, Mama. It's just that Zashi and Sho are apparently taking care of a kid who's Tenya's age, and I thought, well, it might be good for him to meet someone he can be friends with. Tenya straightened up at the mention of that, a friend? But he didn't know how to make friends. Every kid he knew was just not interested, or they were friends in the way that they met once in a while, like whenever there was a big event, but they weren't friends in the way that Tensei described his friendship with Midnight and Present Mike, and even Eraserhead. He doubted that this new kid would want to be friends with him either, but if his brother thought it was a good idea, then he would at least give it a try. Sunday afternoon, Tensei knocked on the door of his friend's apartment. Several shuffling sounds came from inside before Hizashi opened the door. Hey Tensei. And little Tenya too. I'd say I'm pleasantly surprised, but obviously you told me earlier. Hizashi seemed tired. Maybe that was the effect children had on people. Hey Hizashi. Tensei stepped into the apartment. The first thing he noticed was the amount of paper scattered on the desk in the living room, all essays written in English. Hizashi must have been grading assignments. Now, where was the kid? Shyuda had also been grading something, but now he was watching the three of them with what seemed to be amusement. That was never a good sign when it came to Shyuda. If he was amused, it meant that there was mischief just around the corner. Hizashi seemed to catch on pretty quickly and started looking around frantically. Eventually his eyes locked onto a spot just behind Tenya. Tensei turned around only to see a small child staring at him and writing something in a notebook. It was actually kind of unnerving. The kid was just staring at him like they could see into his soul, those emerald eyes, vivisecting the very fibers of his being. Hizashi seemed to be either completely unaware of the stare or was simply ignoring it. Izuku, this is Ida Tensei, and his little brother Tenya. They're the friends we were telling you about. Tensei, Tenya, this is Izuku. The child just nodded and added something else to their notebook. Yamada, you didn't tell me your friend was Wait, what? How on earth did this tiny child even know that? That's impressive, kid. How did you know that? The kid stared at him, and Tensei was starting to feel like he had said something incredibly stupid. You have pipes on your elbows. Okay, well now Tensei really felt like he was being stupid. How on earth had more people not made that connection before? Tenya was a bit confused. This kid, Izuku, had just been staring at his brother, and now was conversing with everyone in what Tenya assumed was sign language. He had to assume because he couldn't understand a single bit of it. There had been no reason for him to learn, despite his brother being quite fluent. But one other thing was bothering him, and that was they had only been introduced by their given name, and Tenya wasn't entirely sure what to do. They weren't friends, so it would be impolite to only refer to them by their given name, so the only logical solution was to find out what their family name was. But first, he had to know what everyone was talking about. Excuse me? But what are you saying? He asked them. They looked at him and tilted their head, then picked up a different notebook and scribbled something in one of the pages. They handed him the notebook. One of the pages was covered in notes and diagrams about something. It was a bit hard to tell with just how much of it there was, and the other one just had, "You don't know sign," written on it. No, sorry, Tenya really did feel sorry. It wasn't fair to ask them to go out of their way and write down everything they wanted to say to him. They shrugged and wrote down, "That's fine, most people don't." Izuku noticed that the grown-ups had decided to have their own conversation a little bit away from both of them, but Izuku could see that Aizawa was paying close attention to them, just in case. They had a bunch of questions. Surely Ida had a lot of things to say about his brother, and then their notes would be even better. But no, they couldn't be too careful, but the idea of information right in front of them had them subconsciously reaching for their analysis notebook. Then, Tenya asked an unexpected question, "What's your family name?" They had no idea why on earth that was what Tenya asked them, but they answered anyways, writing down in the spare notebook, "Midoriya, why?" "Because it would be rude of me to call you by your given name, Midoriya-san." Izuku scrunched up their nose and they could see Aizawa tilt his head towards both of them, ready to intervene if Ida did anything to make them uncomfortable. In fact, Yamada and Ida's older brother also looked over at them. "Why?" they wrote. "Because we're not friends yet, only friends call each other by their given names. Anything else is just impolite." Ida said, well, that was true, but they didn't want to be called by their family name. Then again, what exactly meant that they weren't friends? Izuku figured that Ida was being really friendly considering that he hadn't even insulted them yet, and he was actually talking to them. Izuku thought about it, they kind of were already friends, weren't they? They wrote, "How do you become friends with someone?" Ida froze for a bit, they could see the gears in his head turning. "Well, I don't know, I think you just talk to someone, and then they agree to be friends with you?" "Then do you want to be my friend?" they wrote. Ida looked thoughtful for a bit. "Okay, I guess this means I can call you Izuku, and you can call me Tenya. This is exciting, I've never had a real friend before." "Neither have I. But now we both have a friend." Izuku wrote. But now we have to tell each other about ourselves, that's what I've seen friends do in the movies and stuff," Tenya asked. "Okay, how about we take turns asking each other questions?" Izuku wrote, "I'll go first. Who's your favorite hero?" "Obviously it's Ingenium. My big brother is the best there is." Tensei watched the interaction with growing confusion and amusement. Leave it to his friends to find a child just as odd as them. Somehow both kids had become fast friends by entirely ignoring the normal way in which people made friends, and honestly, Tensei was beginning to think that this way was much more efficient. He could hear Hisashi laughing behind him. "I can't believe it, I'm going to be honest, I expected that little Tenya's bluntness would have made things difficult, but it looks like both of them are actually getting along." After a while, Tensei had to drag Tenya away from his new friend so that they could go home. But on the way, Tenya wouldn't stop talking about how smart Izuku was. Apparently those notebooks were filled with hero analyses, and they had one on Ingenium. Of course, that's all that Tenya would talk about until they got home. And after dinner, he immediately retreated into his room, which was unusual, but soon after he approached Tensei and asked if he could use his computer. "What for?" "I want to learn JSL so that I can talk to Izuku." "Oh, that was adorable. Sure. I can teach you some too." "Yes, please." Tenya sounded so excited, so they studied different signs until it was time for Tenya's bedtime. Tensei was sure that letting Tenya meet Izuku was one of the best decisions he'd ever made. Hisashi hadn't really paid any mind to the text Nedu had sent him that Friday. He knew it was probably important, but there were other things he had to be worried about, like the fact that Izuku was having nightmares every single day. He and Shyuda wanted to ask Inui for advice, but they hadn't had the chance to bring it up to him. Since it was the last week of the school year, classes were getting a lot more chaotic as students got excited. It was particularly bad for the third years who were getting ready for graduation. All the teachers had been scrambling around simply trying to keep the students in line during class. Not that they were any better, the teachers' lounge was abuzz with activity, although everyone was thankfully toning things down from last year. All of the new teachers had finally gotten settled in since last year. Besides, Izuku was also in the teachers' lounge whenever they weren't in Nezu's office, so everyone had to keep things relatively calm for their sake. Not that anyone minded, they'd all gotten attached to the kid rather quickly, even though no one other than Shyuda and Hisashi knew much about them. At some point even Tanaka had left their spot at the cafeteria, which was an incredibly rare occurrence, simply to say hello to Izuku. All things considered, it wasn't until Wednesday when he finally found out what that text was about. It was a routine staff meeting. Hisashi hadn't thought much about it. When he got to the meeting room, Nedu was seated at the head of the table, shuffling through some papers. He thought that was a bit odd, especially considering these meetings were usually just for everyone to talk about any issues they'd noticed with the students, like bullying or other troubling behavior. as well as organize future tests and exams. Majima was already there as well as Takeda. He seemed to be purposefully ignoring whatever the principal was planning. Hizashi looked over at Majima questioningly, but XE just shook her head in shared confusion. The rest of the staff slowly filed in, and seemed just as confused as everyone else. Finally, once everyone had taken their seats, Nedu started the meeting, and it was just a normal meeting? What was he doing with those papers then? Why did some of those look like incident report files? What was going on? Was nobody going to mention the very clearly visible school files that looked nothing like the ones for UA? Hizashi could see almost everyone's eyes occasionally glance to the files. They were all curious, but then again, nobody dared to speak up if Nedu wasn't going to bring them up. After the usual discussions had ended, Nedu went right back to going through the files, and Anan decided to take one for the team and ask what had been on everyone's mind, because during the meeting Nedu had been distracted. And whatever could actually take that much of his attention was something that everyone should probably be concerned about. Sir? What exactly are those files? They asked. Hesitantly, everyone's eyes turned to Nedu and he just tilted his head at Hizashi and Shyuda. I believe you two will have a clearer answer than I currently do. That was a particular surprise, since they had no idea what was going on. Shyuda shook his head. What are you talking about? These are files on a certain school, Aldra Elementary, the school that Midoriya Izuku apparently attends. Oh, Hizashi now completely understood why the principal had been so utterly distracted. Shyuda had sat up straight at the mention of Izuku's name. They both knew what that meant. This was the school whose teachers allowed children to get beaten up almost every day, and allowed one to almost be killed, just because they didn't have the strongest quirk, or in Izuku's case, no quirk at all. Apparently, their reaction was enough to warrant concern from everyone in the room. Nemuri was the first person to speak up. Okay, I'm gonna guess that the school isn't the best, considering both of your reactions. What? She shook her head in amusement. Sweetie, you look like you're trying to glare a hole into the table. Takeda huffed. I reckon it's bad enough to warrant an investigation and shut down if Nezu's being all fussy about it, she said, still not looking up from her own work. He'd been teaching at UA the longest out of any of them, so he had a pretty good knowledge of Nezu's behavior. The rest of them usually trusted whatever he said about the principal. Nedu had indeed investigated Izuku's place of education, and he could barely find anything on the school, not for lack of trying, mind you. It appeared that, for whatever reason, the school simply did not keep any records. That would have been concerning enough, even if the files they did keep weren't lackluster at best, and downright falsified at worst. How did Nedu know they were falsified? He didn't, not for all of them. However, there was one file he knew must have been full of lies. The student record for Midoriya Izuku. There were far too many marks on their record to make sense, and the reasons listed for disciplinary action was almost always that they were disruptive and constantly starting fights with the other students, a statement that fell apart the second you met them. Nedu had observed his new student over the few days that he'd worked with them. They were the least confrontational person one could ever meet. They avoided other people like the plague and wouldn't cause a commotion if their life depended on it. Most of the reports were altercations between Izuku and another student named Bakugo Katsuki, a student whose file painted him as the perfect child, perfect grades, perfect behavior, perfect quirk. That was what caught Nezu's eye. Looking back at Izuku's file, he found various notes from their teachers about how their aggression was likely jealousy because the other children had quirks. Looking further into the student records, he found a pattern that angered him the more he looked at it. Without fail, all the children who had what would be considered weak or villainous quirks had long histories of disciplinary action with condescending comments about them being horrible children, while the students who had traditionally strong quirks had perfect records and were praised to the high heavens. Statistically, that wasn't a possible outcome. The only logical explanation then was that the reports were incorrect, a result of biased teachers and a careless or malicious principal. Discrimination was something of a sore topic for Nedu, what with his past, to think that an entire school of children were being hurt in this way, for not only was the school basically destroying the futures of the students they discriminated against, but they were also doing a major disservice to the students who weren't being guided properly because the teachers refused to correct any bad behavior. He hadn't intended to bring up the issue during this meeting. In fact, he had planned to call a meeting at the last day of school to discuss the options. However, he had gotten distracted. Everyone had noticed that he had a new project, and while he could have simply ignored them, knowing that they wouldn't speak up against him if he shut them down quickly, it did present an interesting opportunity to close a minor hole in his plan. As predicted, Aizawa and Yamada had reacted immediately. Even the people who weren't paying attention, namely Katu and Takeda, had quickly grown concerned due to the sheer rage that radiated off the both of them. Nedu found it quite interesting how protective they were over Izuku, considering they claimed that they had found the child only last week. He suspected there was much more to that story than any of them had shared. However, he somewhat understood that they wouldn't take kindly to him trying to get that information out of them, so he waited. The truth would reveal itself in due time. Of course, Takeda was the first person to recognize his intentions. She had hit the nail on the head, so to speak, although, depending on whatever Aizawa and Yamada could tell them, a few arrests might have to add it to the list. I had been investigating because I found it hard to believe that Izuku had not been further ahead in their education thanks to their intelligence. However, I appear to have found an entirely different issue. It appears that the school has been letting quirkism run rampant in its halls. From looking through the records, it appears that any children with undesirable quirks are being given marks on their records for even minor infractions, while children with so-called perfect quirks have nothing but perfect records. Suddenly, the entire meeting room erupted into conversation, but Yamada and Aizawa looked minorly confused. Nedu wasn't quite sure why. They had to have been expecting this given their reactions earlier. "That's all?" Yamada asked. "Are you sure that's everything you could find?" Unfortunately, the school doesn't keep very many records, only the student files and expenses. Everything else must be being handled under the table. Even the camera records are full of gaps where they clearly deleted footage. Why? Is there something else we should know about? It's not just bias in the records. The staff at the school actively encourage bullying and fighting, at least, from what Izuku has told us. That got reactions out of everyone, mainly anger. It was a lot of yelling until we finally managed to get everyone to shut up by barking as loudly as possible. "Look," he said, "this is all awful and that school should be getting shut down, but don't you think we should at least ask Izuku about it? They should be able to tell us everything if they're comfortable with that, of course." It took a bit to convince everyone that bringing Izuku into the discussion wouldn't be a terrible idea, but eventually Aizawa left to go get them from the teacher's lounge. By the time he returned with Izuku, the discussion had somewhat calmed down. Everyone tried not to put too much attention on Izuku. They had all quickly learned that they started to panic if too many eyes were on them at once. They sat down in a spare chair that had been put next to Aizawa's. They looked directly at Nedu. "What do you want to know?" "First of all, I assume Aizawa-san filled you in on what we are discussing." Izuku nodded. "You want to investigate my school on the basis of quirk discrimination, right?" That about sums it up. I have found evidence that they are disciplining students differently depending on their quirks. However, Yamada and Aizawa have mentioned that there is more I should be aware of. Izuku nodded. They started slowly signing, like they weren't sure what to say. "The teachers, I'm pretty sure they mess with kids' grades if they think they're higher or lower than what the kid deserves, and they accuse us of cheating if we get any marks too high. You get a mark on your record if they think you're disturbing the class, for any reason. One time I saw a kid just tapping her desk and she got detention for it. I think they just didn't like her because she had a villainous quirk. And they don't care if you get told to kill yourself. Actually, they might tell you themselves." There was an uproar at that. "Interesting. I believe Yamada-san also mentioned that physical violence was encouraged. Don't you already know that from the camera footage? Unfortunately, there are conspicuous gaps in the recordings. I suspect they purposefully delete the footage that shows any and all bullying." That makes sense. Anyway, the kids with stronger quirks are encouraged to put other kids in their place, and it doesn't matter if a teacher is watching or not, because they'll just ignore you, and you can't go to the nurse's office either cause she might refuse to help you and then you get in trouble for wasting her time. Nedu saw Shizenji visibly bristle at that. That is illegal. Nurses can't just refuse to treat someone like that. It's grounds for getting her license revoked. I'm sure we can add that to the list of evidence. I am curious though, what is the worst incident you can remember? Nedu knew that whatever he needed to launch that investigation would have to come from that. Izuku paused for a second, genuinely trying to remember. They shook their head. Maybe that time. One of the upperclassmen broke a kid's arms and then they had to get through the entire day like that? I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that might count. Yamada looked at them incredulously. What do you mean you don't know? What about what happened to you? I'd say that's probably the worst thing that school let happen. But no one's going to take that seriously. I'm quirkless. Nedu cleared his throat. I assure you I can make them care what happened? Izuku looked doubtful of Nezu's claim, but explained nonetheless. Well, that one time, I think I almost got killed by my classmates. And the teachers might have encouraged them. You could have heard a pin drop in that room after that revelation. Ken hesitantly spoke up. What do you mean, almost? How did you survive? It asked. Izuku was silent for a bit. I managed to get away from them. I collapsed behind a dumpster. That's when Aizawa and Yamada saved me. Well, that wasn't exactly how Nedu expected to find out why the two of them had been so vague about how Izuku had ended up in their care. I think Shizenji-sen could tell you all the injuries I had. Nedu noted that Shizenji's eyes widened a bit. You mean that all those injuries were caused by your classmates? She asked incredulously. Izuku nodded. Kid, the only reason you lived is thanks to my quirk working instantly. If you had taken any longer to be healed even that little bit, you would have died that night. Even Yamada and Aizawa seemed shocked by this. Had they not realized how dire Izuku's situation had been? Everyone was silent for a long while. Nedu simply nodded. Right. Well, that is certainly enough of an incident to warrant launching an investigation. That simple response opened the metaphorical floodgates. Everyone was talking over each other now. Most were calling for an immediate shutdown of the school. Nedu was sure he even heard someone, probably Majima, suggest arson. Quiet, he said calmly. Instantly the silence returned to the room. I can guarantee, I will not let this school or its staff get away with light punishment. They certainly will suffer. However, I need time to build up the case. Because there are no camera records, I will have to monitor the cameras myself and catch any instance of improper conduct before they delete it. Luckily, if it occurs as frequently as Izuku claims, then I should have a proper case against them by the week's end, which also means I will have it shut down before the next school year starts, meaning no students will be displaced during the school year. Everyone seemed satisfied by that answer, but there was still one thing Nedu needed to cover. That minor hole in his plan. However, there is a minor issue. While I'm sure most of the students would be able to find schools that won't discriminate against them, Izuku is still quirkless. Anywhere they go they will likely be harshly bullied and wouldn't get the education they require. That is the one detail I have not figured out yet. Izuku knew that Nedu was right. There was no way they'd ever be treated fairly by any school they tried to attend. They were about to say that it was fine. When Ishiyama spoke up, I don't know what you do about other subjects, but I'd be happy to teach them literature. Izuku was shocked. Sure, they had become somewhat friendly with the UA staff, but they never expected that one of them would offer to teach them. And soon it wasn't just one, as all the other teachers chorused their agreement. Izuku could feel their eyes watering a bit as they heard everyone speak. Nedu turned to them. Well? It seems that we have a solution to your education predicament right here. Do you agree? Izuku nodded gratefully, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then it's settled. I shall let all of you know when the formal investigation commences. Izuku realized in that moment that their little bubble of safety had just expanded by 9, and they couldn't be happier. Nedu watched the screen, beady eyes flitting around, watching files be cleaned, camera footage be erased, any trace of educational negligence wiped clean from the records. All the while a small handful of people scrambled to clean hallways and classrooms, scrubbing away dried blood, hiding burn marks, moving around damaged lockers, getting rid of heavily damaged tables and chairs, all to appear, for a single day, as an upstanding place of education. But Aldra Elementary was a corrupt school, and no matter how much they tried to hide it, he would know, and he would tear them down, brick by blood-stained brick. It had been only a month since he began his investigation, and normally that shouldn't have been nearly enough time to build up a case against the school staff. However, he had spent almost all his free time watching the cameras of Aldra for any sign of illegal activity. Some might call his methods extreme, however nobody would argue that he didn't get results. Besides, it was almost too easy to find what he was looking for. It was a miracle the school hadn't been investigated before. Now the next step of Nezu's plan commenced. He had contacted some acquaintances who could get the school shut down from an educational standpoint, and he might have let it rest there, had it not been for the fact that some of the things the staff had done were outright criminal, and they practiced quirk discrimination. If there was one thing Nezu couldn't stand, it was quirk discrimination. He had made a call to Tsukachi, the one person he could fully trust, to not throw out the whole case just because the children being hurt didn't have traditionally good quirks. So as it currently stood, the new school year was just a day away and the school was under heavy review, and was likely to either be shut down or entirely restaffed, while any staff who could be arrested were being quietly rounded up by Tsukachi and the police. The Board of Education had, of course, informed all the students' families that Aldra Elementary might not be open for this year. Hopefully it was enough time for those parents to find new schools for their children. The door to the office creaked open and Izuku walked in. They sat down in a chair next to his, eyes glued to the monitor, even though it was already past the end of the school year and nobody should have been inside the school grounds. Nezu had made an exception for Izuku. Despite their previous concerns about the investigation, they had been insistent on at least being able to witness the results. And today was the day that they truly made their move, one last step, one meeting that would seal the fate of this wretched place. A meeting with the principal of Aldra Elementary as well as a select few members of staff. The one conducting the meeting was one of his contacts in the local Board of Education. As much as Nezu would have loved to go down there himself and put the fear of God in that crooked man, he would have attracted far too much attention, given that his name and position as a hero held quite a bit of power. People's attention would be drawn if they found out that a pro-hero was part of an investigation into a school. In fact, that was why the only hero that was going to be at the meeting was Aizawa. He was unknown enough as an underground hero that his presence wouldn't ring any alarm bells. He was going both in case something went awry, as well as the simple reason that Aizawa is an incredibly stubborn man, and he refused to be kept out of this particular part of the plan. Nezu suspected he just wanted to be able to torment the staff who had made life so torturous for Izuku. Izuku had mixed feelings about the whole operation. Sure, this school had made their life hell, and certainly deserved to be shut down, but they couldn't help but feel like they were doing something wrong. Like they shouldn't be happy that the school was getting shut down, especially considering that it was their fault. None of this would have happened if they hadn't told their mentors about what the school was doing. They could imagine their old teachers' reactions, yelling at them, telling them that they should have just kept their mouth shut. After all, the school was doing so much good for most of its students. What did it matter if a few suffered? But they had spent years interrupting fights and shielding the other kids whenever they could. They saw exactly how many people were being hurt by the might makes right mentality that the teachers practically drilled into your head. And Nezu had explained to them that even the kids who seemed to be on top were going to suffer horribly later in life if they were allowed to continue down this path. Still, as they watched the camera feed with great anticipation, some part of them, buried deep in their mind, long forgotten and crushed under the weight of the expectation for them to be meek and forgiving to all who caused them pain, felt joy, a sick sense of joy at watching the people who had wronged them so horribly get exactly what they deserved. Perhaps it was wrong for them to feel that way. Even so, they were looking forward to seeing their old principal's face as he would try to worm his way out, only to be presented with all the recordings that Nezu had spent so long patiently obtaining. Their eyes snapped to the entrance camera feed as two people entered the building. One was Aizawa and the other was a friend of Nezu's. Even from through the screen they could tell that both of them were tense. Time to see how well this meeting would go. Shyuda's gaze flitted around the hallways as they walked into Aldra Elementary. Beside him Nezu's contact, a person with a quirk that gave her dove wings named Shiratori, silently tooted to herself as she examined the building with mild disdain. Their feathers ruffled as they noted down all the poorly hidden damage. Shyuda would bet that most of it came from students using their untrained quirks and accidentally hitting walls and doors, although he noted that a few lockers seemed to have much more damage than the rest or were oddly missing. He could guess who those lockers belonged to. He could have even sworn he saw a blood stain on one of the floorboards, and knowing what happened here, that was probably a reasonable assumption. The principal's office seemed to be completely pristine, as expected. The principal himself was a plain-looking man, the kind of plain that even if you met him 100 times you still wouldn't recognize him in a crowd. Shyuda wondered if that was his quirk, or if he was just that boring. There were 3 other teachers in the room as well. Everyone looked relaxed, smug even. He could have sworn he saw 2 of the teachers silently laughing and talking amongst themselves. Only the principal seemed nervous, likely because he was the one who knew exactly how much scrutiny the school was being put under. Of course, not even the principal had any reason to suspect anything too unusual, since as far as they were concerned they were just meeting with an official from the Board of Education. Shyuda was here under the pretense of being Shiratori's assistant, a little white lie just to ensure that nobody would be on high alert during the meeting. The more relaxed they were, the more likely they were going to slip up. Shiratori sat across from the principal while Shyuda remained standing, purposefully putting himself right next to the door to prevent anyone from leaving. Was he being paranoid? Maybe, but he wasn't taking any chances with this meeting. They had to seal the deal now, or the whole investigation would be delayed a full year. Luckily they had what they needed, thanks to Nedu. The laptop in Shyuda's bag contained all of the recordings they'd need to shut down the whole school. Shiratori began the discussion with some idle small talk that Shyuda couldn't be bothered to listen to. He knew what she was doing. She was making herself seem approachable, letting the principal drop his guard. After all, they were a friend of Nedu's. Of course they knew how to manipulate their way into people's hearts and get them to spill their deepest secrets. Shyuda tuned back in once they finally got to the topic at hand, signaled by Shiratori subtly turning on a small audio recorder that was attached to her sleeve. Well, Shiratori-san, I can tell you right now that our school does its best to care for each and every one of our students, the principal said with a sickeningly sweet grin. Shyuda had to bite his tongue. There would be time to tear them apart later. For now they needed to get him to dig his own grave. I'm sure you do. However, I would like to ask a few questions regarding the way you run this school. Could you give me an overview of the disciplinary systems in place here? Right, they both knew exactly how the school disciplined their students, which is to say, not at all, not when they really needed disciplining at least. Shiratori had been given a copy of the camera footage to go through, just so that they knew what to ask about. Well, we do what any other school does. If a student is out of line, we give them detention or call their parents. Lies. Nedu had checked. There had been no phone calls made during the days that he had observed the school. And if the behavior continues, we are forced to suspend the student or even expel them. Of course, what he didn't mention was the fact that suspensions were only ever given to students with undesirable quirks. Of course, but what kinds of things would you consider out of line? Fishing for answers. If Shiratori didn't give a suggestion, then the principal would have to answer from his own morals, and he'd probably slip up and forget to mention something. Disturbing the class, cheating on tests, normal things. Really? I find it odd that you didn't mention bullying in that list. You do discourage bullying, right? Yes, of course. We don't tolerate the harassment of students. So if a member of staff saw a child being hurt, they would step in immediately? Shyuda could see the principal's face drop for a split second. He was starting to suspect. Unfortunately for him, it was far too late to back down. Shyuda flashed a grin at him, his deranged grin that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who saw it. It was quite effective at unnerving criminals and students alike. The principal's face paled, as did the rest of the teachers, who were slowly backing away from where Shyuda was standing. Maybe he was enjoying their fear a little too much, but honestly, who could blame him? Criminals like them needed a bit of fear in their hearts. Besides, it was always fun to see just how long it took for people to crack. Then again, he figured he should stop. For now, Shiratori still had to get the information she needed, and that wouldn't be possible if everyone was too unnerved to speak. Yes, we would step in. The principal's voice had gotten much higher. It almost sounded squeaky. Oh, then if we looked through the camera footage, we wouldn't find any instance of a teacher watching a child get bullied? And certainly no instance of a teacher encouraging it. The principal seemed to become much more confident for that question, no doubt assuming that they would go through the footage that already existed, which would exclude the deleted footage. Unfortunately for him, this confidence was far too misplaced. Of course. We can pull up the footage now if you like. Maki-san, if you would kindly dash. That won't be necessary, Shiratori cut him off. My assistant and I have already gathered some footage. We can just watch that. After all, it would save everyone the hassle, wouldn't it? They smiled sweetly, but her wings were puffed up threateningly. Shyuda pulled the laptop from the bag he'd brought and set it on the table, opening it to show a video of the camera feeds. Playing it revealed a compilation of instances in which a teacher or other member of staff watched and/or encouraged bullying and fighting. "I think it's clear that you've done nothing but lie to us, isn't it?" Shiratori asked the principal, smiling all the while. The principal quivered in his seat, too afraid to say anything to the contrary. One of the teachers, Maki, was apparently too stupid to take the hint. "You can't call that bullying. Those students are simply defending themselves from those evil children," she said, in reference to a kid with a villainous quirk being attacked by 3 other students. That was it. Shyuda was done with this whole situation. Screw staying quiet, he was going to give this lady a piece of his mind. "Really? Because from what I see, it's 3 kids beating up their classmate while a teacher encourages them. Truly, you think a child as young as that even has the capacity to be evil? What are they? 7 years old? It's people like you who are the real villains. Just a shame that you are too up your own, but to see it, you stupid, good-for-nothing, stains on humanity." Shyuda didn't raise his voice once. They weren't worth the effort of yelling, instead used an icier tone of voice that certainly caused all of the teachers to cower even further into the corner. Even the principal looked like he had just been slapped. Shiratori smiled and continued speaking, sealing the fate of Aldra Elementary. "This meeting was only a formality. This school will be getting shut down. There was no question about that from the beginning. This was just to warn all of you to get your affairs in order, as I don't think any of you will be teaching anyone after this." The 2 of them promptly left the building. Shiratori left to finish the paperwork needed to get everything done, while Shyuda was met at the gates by Hizashi, who immediately asked for details. Shyuda just laughed and said to wait until they got home. Izuku had slowly felt their eyes start to water as they watched the footage. Nedu had been mildly concerned, but they assured him they were crying happy tears. That wasn't really true, honestly. They were more relieved than happy. Even after knowing Aizawa for months now, they were still surprised when he snapped at Maki-sensei. When their guardians came to pick them up, they hugged Aizawa tightly. They left for home only after Yamada made Nedu promise to give him a copy of that footage. "Well, how'd it go?" Yamada asked once they got home. "Well enough. You should have seen the principal's face when he realized just how screwed he was." Izuku felt their eyes start to water again, thinking of how much their mentors had done for them over the months they'd known them. "Little listener? Are you okay?" Izuku just hugged both of their mentors and cried. "Izuku?" Aizawa sounded concerned. "What's wrong?" Izuku shook their head, happy tears. And this time they really were. For the first time in 5 long years, they cried for joy. The new school year meant that UA's halls would be filled with chatter as new students entered the building for the first time. But even before the students arrived, there was a certain level of energy that permeated the air. Most of the teachers were prepared for dealing with the new first years. Nedu was making sure everything was set up for orientation. Shizenji was preparing the infirmary for the inevitable influx of idiotic students injuring themselves or each other, and Izuku somehow got caught up in it all. They found themselves scrambling around the teacher's lounge, avoiding the adults running around and getting papers organized. It was the first time they'd seen the other teachers since that staff meeting last month. In the meantime, they'd been spending most of their time at the apartment, or sometimes at the nearby park with their guardians. Seeing as they didn't have much to do, and no friends, other than Tenya who had visited a few times, don't get them wrong, Tenya was a really good friend, but he was only one person after all. They had gotten to UA early with their guardians, their bright yellow backpack. They had refused to allow Yamada to buy them a new one, no matter how much he asked. Now filled not just with their notebooks but also with some textbooks, Yamada had gotten them so that Izuku could restart their schooling as soon as possible. It was a simple plan really. Izuku would spend the majority of their time in the teacher's lounge studying, with help from whatever teachers were free at the moment. Fridays would be their analysis lessons with Nedu. Izuku had also asked Aizawa about their physical training. They hadn't kept up with their training since the incident, and, other than that one time, they hadn't gone out as their vigilante persona either. He had tried to argue the point, and it took a few days of pestering, but he eventually conceded that they could join him for patrols occasionally, as long as they didn't actually fight anyone. Izuku had barely contained their excitement during that conversation. They had seen plenty of their new neighborhood in the daytime, but they hadn't really had a chance to see it at night. Was there a high chance of Nedu probably making the connection between them and the Vigilante following Eraserhead around? Definitely. Izuku suspected that it would take about a month if they were being generous, but was that really going to stop them? Not a chance. For now they had somehow made their way to the corner of the room without getting tangled in whatever the heck everyone else was doing, even if the amount of talking was making it rather difficult to tell where everyone was at any given time, and everyone was moving about sporadically, and they were fairly certain someone threw a stapler across the room at some point. To be fair, these were all pro-heroes. They were likely being careful not to let Izuku get hurt, but honestly from the outside the teacher's lounge probably looked like a whirlwind of chaos. Although from their spot in the corner, Izuku could appreciate the surprising efficiency of the situation. Their spot consisted of a small desk and chair that had been dragged out of storage. They could have used the couch, but they appreciated having their own designated area. They hadn't really gotten a good look at the organized chaos earlier, but at the moment, they could see Majima looking over XWare students' work while also acting as a translator for Takeda, who seemed to have begun speaking almost exclusively in cowboy slang while glaring at some papers. Meanwhile, Kayama, Yamada and Kata were done with their work and started talking with each other and writing down what looked like bets on a whiteboard, and Aizawa and Ken were comparing student files and discussing the listed quirks, or maybe they were arguing. Honestly they couldn't tell. Kuro's was sitting at their desk and throwing paper airplanes at anyone that moved. Ishiyama and Inui seemed to be staying out of the chaos for the most part, but Izuku could see them quietly start setting up a whiteboard that had each teacher's name with a set of tally marks next to it. The top of the board read, "Chaos caused this year." How any of the teachers had caused incidents on the first day was beyond Izuku, but the teachers with tallies next to their names were Aizawa and Ken with 1 each. Probably one of their petty arguments. Takeda with 2, likely for the sheer amount of incomprehensible slang he was using, and Kuro's with 1, probably for the paper airplanes. However, things soon calmed down once Nedu dropped from the vents to remind everyone that orientation was beginning soon. It was almost unnerving, the hush that settled over the room as everyone filed out of the room. Izuku took it as an opportunity to start on their studies without all the chaos to distract them, while they found it fascinating how everyone seemed to be able to function even with everything going on. It was certainly something they would have to get used to. Most of the day went by rather smoothly. Izuku would be studying, and whichever teacher was in the room would help with whatever subject they could in between doing their own work. In fact, Izuku found themselves rather enjoying their studies, which was unusual even for them. Or, perhaps it wasn't that unusual. They had always loved to learn new things, and really when they thought about it, they were only miserable at school because of the teachers and the other students. At least their new teachers were nice, and whenever they talked to them, Izuku even got to learn some things about them, like how Kata lost his legs to a villain when he was first starting out as a hero, or that Kurosa's mother was an astronaut and their costume was a tribute to her. Some things were smaller details, of course, like Ishiyama liking sweets, Kayama having a collection of stuffed animals, and Takeda doing wood carving as a hobby. Their notebook was off to the side, slowly being filled with little facts about the heroes. Of course, all of the additions were written entirely in code. They had been practicing over the month and they had already gotten the hang of writing in it. They couldn't do it as effortlessly as normal, however, which caused a bit of a predicament when their thoughts went by faster than they could write them. Their current solution was writing down their immediate thoughts in Japanese, and then translating them later. Of course they would destroy the copy in Japanese afterwards. They had begun translating their existing entries into the code as well, beginning with the entries on their teachers. Nedu observed his student from the vents. Izuku truly was a fascinating human. They had gone through what should have been an entire week's worth of subject matter in a single day. It seemed that when they had the opportunity to indulge in their studies without hindrance, they were quite the fast learner. Of course, Nedu didn't intend to let them get by just reading textbooks, but it appeared that he would have to adjust the contents of the surprise tests he had been preparing. It had been quite a while since he had gotten personally involved in a student's development, 7 years to be precise, although he might argue that even Aizawa hadn't caught his attention quite like this. Yes, if Izuku continued at this pace, Nedu fully expected that they would move on to a middle school curriculum within the year. It appeared that the rest of his staff had also gotten incredibly attached to Izuku. That was obvious enough when they had all agreed to assist in their education, However, it was interesting to catch snippets of conversation as he scampered around in the vents throughout the school. Every time he passed by the teacher's lounge, he heard at least one of the teachers sharing knowledge and stories with Izuku. Of course, he would have to remind them that any information about himself and his methods was not to be shared. He had a reputation to maintain after all. He couldn't be an omniscient creature without a little trickery after all. And if one of those methods was hiding in the vents to eavesdrop on people, well, only he and his staff would know. Maybe someday he would teach his ways to Izuku. He suspected that they would make a terrifying hero if they had the right knowledge. They were keen and already knew how to disappear in a crowd. If they wished, criminals would fear them like they feared him. If only they shed that meek attitude. It was so clearly only surface level, but perhaps even they hadn't realized that yet. Izuku pulled the mask over their face, checking that they had everything they needed once more before climbing out of their window and onto the fire escape. From there it was easy to parkour onto the roof where Aizawa was waiting. Finally, their first patrol in a month and a half. It had been far too long in their opinion, and they were eager to stretch their legs. Maybe this didn't quite count as a patrol, since they wouldn't actually be fighting anyone. Aizawa had refused to let them on account of them being unarmed. The sign pole they'd been using previously had been lost when they moved out of the warehouse. And while they did have a pocket knife on them for emergencies, they were far from skilled with bladed weapons. Another concern had been for their sleep schedule, but honestly it wasn't like they got any sleep normally, and besides there was always the option of coffee. They paused in their tracks at that thought. Maybe Yamada was right, they really were taking too much influence from Aizawa. Well, they took one last jump and landed right next to Aizawa, who barely acknowledged their presence before he took off across the rooftops. Izuku quickly followed, easily keeping pace with him as the pair dashed across the city. Oh, how they missed this feeling, the cold of the night, the air rushing past them, the silence and darkness perfect for going unnoticed, the feel of their feet hitting the concrete of the rooftops. It was comforting in an odd sense. Despite not being quite the same, it was still familiar, running across concrete roofs, jumping from fire escapes, landing on dumpsters. They darted along with practiced ease. Eraser was always one step ahead of them, following a path long etched into his mind. While Izuku's movements were far more chaotic as they had always been, it was easy, comfortable even, for the two of them to slip back into their old dynamic, not mentor and student, or guardian and child, but rather hero and vigilante, Eraserhead and Wraith. They always felt much more confident as Wraith than they ever did as Izuku, so patrol mostly consisted of them sassing and poking fun at Eraser. Izuku noted, somewhere in their mind, that they'd never actually gotten to appreciate just how much of a skilled fighter Eraser was. Usually they were either fighting with him or sparring against him, so watching him take effortlessly down a pair of muggers was just a bit mesmerizing. They sat on the rooftop, staring down at the fight, if it could even be called that. Eraser had the first mugger tied up in his capture scarf before either of them could even blink, and the other was knocked out just as swiftly. The person they were trying to mug had already called the police and ran away. Eraser climbed back onto the rooftop after securing both muggers. Izuku couldn't wait until the day when they could take down criminals like that. When they became a hero, they were going to be just like Eraser, taking down the bad guys before they can even react. Their mind went full nerd mode as they analyzed the fight in their head, mostly because even though they had practically memorized Eraser's fighting style by now, there was one thing they still had yet to figure out. How did he control his capture weapon? They had asked before, probably one of the first questions they'd asked him when they began training. He had assured them that there was no technology involved, nor a quirk effect, and that the scarf was made from steel alloy and carbon fiber, not regular cloth. Izuku suspected that it was a series of hand movements that allowed the scarf to move like it did, but they were likely incredibly minute as it was almost never obvious, even when Izuku had spent an entire sparring session focusing just on Aizawa's hands to see if they could spot it. They wondered how long it took him to master the weapon, probably at least a year. Patrol went smoothly for a little while, but soon enough something went awry. At this point Izuku figured they just had terrible luck. They had been standing on a rooftop overlooking an alleyway as Eraser battled a group of drag dealers. That kind of thing was getting far too common for some reason, and one of them tried to escape by climbing the fire escape, right onto the roof where they were. With Eraser occupied with the rest of the group, there was nobody to stop the dealer as she immediately charged at Izuku, She must have had a transformer quirk because one second they were facing a petite-looking woman and the next they were facing what looked like a werewolf. Izuku dodged the charge easily, however that didn't stop the lady from trying to run away, leaving them with only one option. They knew they shouldn't do this. Eraser had specifically forbidden them from fighting anybody, but if they didn't, the criminal was gonna get away and surely stopping that was worth the risk? They made that decision in the split second they needed to dodge a claw swipe, and they quickly took the pocket knife out of their pocket and slashed out, barely grazing the criminal's arm. She turned around and once again tried to swipe at them. Her reflexes were fast, really fast, probably thanks to her quirk. They almost got hit several times before an opportunity presented itself and they managed to hit her on the head with the knife's handle, swinging with all their might, which wasn't really that much. They could have just stabbed her. It certainly would have been more efficient, but that would have been unnecessary, and it was way more brutal than they were willing to go. Instead, the hit stunned her for a few seconds, and all that stalling was plenty of time for Eraser to show up and restrain her with his scarf. Shyuda quickly knocked out the criminal before turning to Wraith. He had to make sure they weren't hurt. He double and triple checked that they in fact weren't injured. After all, they were always good at hiding their injuries, but they were fine, which was a relief. But on the other hand, Wraith, what on earth were you thinking? As relieved as he was that they weren't hurt, he was also incredibly annoyed at the reckless stunt they'd pulled. Didn't I specifically tell you not to fight anybody if you could avoid it? Well, she would have gotten away. And it wouldn't be right if I just stood by and let her run. But you could have gotten seriously hurt. Especially since you only have that pocket knife to defend yourself. Isn't that okay? It doesn't matter as long as a hero gets the villain, right? And it really doesn't matter if I get hurt, I can deal with a lot of pain after all. Shyuda stared at Wraith in disbelief. Were they really trying to argue this point? He thought they'd gotten past that. How many times had he explained that just because they could tolerate getting hurt, didn't mean they should? Kid, seriously, listen to me. Capturing a criminal, especially one this petty, is not worth your life or any major injury for that matter. Shyuda started pacing, fully intending to sternly lecture Wraith about putting their life in danger for no reason. But it's a hero's job to catch criminals, and they put themselves at risk all the time to do it. Shyuda stopped and looked at Izuku. He sighed. Typical, the kid had no sense of self-preservation anyways. As long as they thought they were doing something to help people, they never cared what happened to them. He knelt down in front of them, putting a hand on their shoulder and looking them dead in the eye. You're right. It's a hero's job to catch criminals, and it's a hero's job to risk getting hurt, but you're not a hero, not yet. Right now you're still a kid, and it's not your job to put yourself in harm's way just to stop a crime, understood? Izuku nodded after a few seconds, which was far too much hesitation in Shuda's opinion, but at least he knew that they wouldn't try that again. He stood back up and looked over at the lady who was slumped over, unconscious. He ended up dragging her back into the alleyway. This was one of the situations that he would wait for the cops, probably accompanied by Detective Tsukachi, that man handled far more cases that he was paid to. And the police had been especially concerned about the increase in criminal activity, particularly drag deals. Shyuda figured that it was probably just a wave of people getting desperate and turning to less than legal means to find money. There had been some major villain attacks in the area, and that usually caused quite a bit of financial trouble for any people who get caught in the crossfire. Soon enough the sirens of police cars filled the night air. Shyuda turned to Wraith, expecting them to run away, but they were just standing there. They pulled their mask down for a second and gave him a wild grin. Oh, they wanted to cause trouble. Shyuda gave them an equally wild grin in return. If they were going to make some mischief, well, he wasn't going to stop them. He did feel mildly sorry for the poor sap who had to take this report. Only mildly. Wraith pulled their mask back over their face and snuck into the shadows just across from where Shyuda was standing. Naomasa noticed something odd the second he got out of the car. The scene was pretty normal, a bunch of people tied up and unconscious, and Eraserhead standing off to the side, trying not to be noticed. Hero reports, particularly the ones concerning underground heroes, were things that often got handed off to Naomasa. He was one of the few cops that seemed to be trusted by almost all the undergrounders in Mizudafu, so he had the unfortunate pleasure of dealing with all of the cases concerning the less social ones, which included Eraserhead. Meaning that while the other officers handcuffed and arrested the criminals, He was stuck with talking to a grumpy hero who would probably disappear whenever he felt like. Walking closer, he could see that Eraserhead was actually talking to someone, although Naomasa couldn't see anybody in the alleyway. "Hey Eraser, what happened?" "Deal gone wrong." Of course he was as curt as ever. "Right, by the way, who were you talking to just now?" Naomasa asked. Surely he wasn't talking into thin air, right? Eraserhead just looked at a spot behind Naomasa, but when he turned around, there was no one there. He turned back to Eraserhead, fully questioning the hero's sanity, and there was someone else standing right next to him. Naomasa stumbled backwards in surprise. The other figure was short, wearing a green hoodie and a pair of bright red shoes. Wait, where had he heard that description before? Eraser, is that? Oh, right. Tsukachi meet Wraith. The Vigilante gave him an enthusiastic wave. Wraith, the Vigilante who had been active for years, only to disappear off the face of the earth last month without a trace. Also, this was several blocks outside of their previous range. Naomasa wanted explanations. And why exactly is a Vigilante having a friendly conversation with you? He could already feel a headache forming behind his eyes. "I'm keeping an eye on them." The statement rung true but did nothing to clear up Naomasa's ever-growing confusion. "So you're not going to arrest them?" "Nope, but they'll be patrolling with me from now on, so get used to seeing them around." The bottle of whiskey hidden away in his office was looking more enticing by the second. "Right, okay, got it." He did his best not to focus on the Vigilante as he took the report of the crime. Then, as soon as he was done, both Eraserhead and Wraith disappeared into the night. Naomasa stared at the alleyway where they were previously standing. He was absolutely not paid enough for this. Izuku woke up a little slower than normal, which is to say, not instantly. Usually they would have shot awake in the aftermath of one nightmare or another, but it seemed that whatever hand of fate there was had decided to give them a break. Maybe soon they'd finally be able to stop having so many nightmares. Although they knew better than to truly hope, their guardians had been talking with Inui about getting them some therapy. But in the meantime, Izuku just resorted to dealing with it the way they always had, distracting themselves long enough to stop thinking about it. To be fair to Aizawa and Yamada, they weren't aware of most of the nightmares Izuku was having. Seeing as they would happen almost every day without fail, Izuku saw no need to trouble anybody with the tame ones. The only times their guardians would know of their nightmares would be if they were particularly disturbing, not really because Izuku would tell them, more so because even they couldn't stop themselves from crying when those ones happened. They eventually got themselves to get up and get dressed, then wandered into the kitchen, greeting both Shadow and Mop on the way, the latter of which kept meowing as loud as she possibly could until they relented and sat down to pet her. She was probably mad that they had the gall to wake up a few minutes late and thus missed the usual time that they'd play with her, and Shadow whenever she decided to show up. They still couldn't believe it had been over 2 months since they started living here. It had taken a while for them to get used to the apartment. In all honesty, it was only around a week ago that they finally stopped expecting to wake up back at the warehouse, but now they could probably navigate the place blindfolded, provided that the cats didn't get in the way. They walked into the kitchen. Aizawa was already up and drinking coffee. Yamada would take a little longer to wake up as usual, so they'd have to wait for breakfast since Aizawa was forbidden from touching anything in the kitchen that wasn't the coffee maker. They hadn't seen him try to cook anything, but Yamada had told them once that the last time he did the kitchen almost got burnt down. "Morning, kid." Aizawa looked up from his coffee cup tiredly. Neither of them were morning people. It's just that they woke up early anyways. In Aizawa's case it was because he had work to do. In Izuku's it was that they wanted to avoid their nightmares. "Morning, Aizawa." Izuku had to stifle a yawn as they grabbed a cup and filled it to the brim with coffee. Aizawa huffed in amusement. "Finish that before Hisashi wakes up, would you? He's already concerned about my coffee drinking habits. He might hide the coffee maker entirely if he finds out you've been drinking that much." Izuku nodded. Yamada had given up trying to entirely stop them from drinking coffee, but he was sure to get a heart attack if he saw them drinking what might be considered a completely absurd amount of it. Aizawa hadn't tried to stop them at all, just smiled and showed them how to operate the coffee maker, much to the chagrin of Yamada, who kept loudly complaining about how he would have to deal with 2 coffee addicts in the house. The first thing Hisashi saw when he walked into the kitchen was Izuku having a staring contest with Shadow. It was adorable, really. Shadow was just standing on the counter and looking at them unblinkingly like the good void she was. while their face was all scrunched up in concentration as they did their best to keep their eyes open. Meanwhile, Shyuda was doing his best not to laugh and startle the two. Hisashi took the opportunity to snap a picture of the scene without being noticed before getting started on breakfast. It was only a little while ago that he had noticed Izuku really settling in, not that they weren't before, but now they seemed particularly comfortable. They had stopped getting jumpy whenever someone walked into the same room as them. And they were far more receptive to physical affection, like the random head pats that Shyuda would give them every time he walked past, or Hisashi's habit of constantly hugging them. Hisashi's phone also had several pictures of them cuddled up on the couch with the cats and/or Shyuda after a long day. They were also getting less and less overprotective of their notebooks, at least around Hisashi and Shyuda, even leaving the books alone entirely when previously they would have taken them everywhere they went just to make sure nothing bad happened. They still had a long way to go, of course, but even these little things were vast improvements compared to how they were earlier. By the time they had finished breakfast, Izuku was already telling him about their newest analysis. They had showed him the page in their notebook, but quickly realized that Hisashi couldn't understand a single word in there thanks to that code that Nedu had helped them create. They continued talking about it anyways and asked him if he'd ever met that particular hero, if he could tell them what they were like, if they were as nice as they seemed, or if he'd ever seen their quirk used a certain way, and even more questions that he was barely able to keep track of. He did the best he could to answer them, but each question answered gave rise to 3 more, and eventually Shyuda had to practically drag both of them out to the car or else they'd be late. Izuku sat at their desk in the teacher's lounge, switching between studying and translating their analyses. They were determined to finish translating everything before their next lesson with Nedu. They also spent quite a bit of their time observing the teachers as usual, and all the expected silliness that came with them, although there was one thing that had been bugging them for a while now. They set their maths textbook down and walked over to the couch to talk to Inui, who would always hang out in the teacher's lounge before classes started, despite the fact that he didn't even have a desk in here and usually either sat on the couch or stood near Kan's desk. Inui was currently in a conversation with Kiyama, but he looked up when he heard them approaching. "Hey Izuku, got a question? Why are you in here?" Inui looked a bit confused. "I'm sorry, what do you mean by that? You're the guidance counselor, right? Why are you in the teacher's lounge? Shizenji-san and Tanaka-san don't stay here." Reasons. For some reason Inui's response caused Kiyama to giggle wildly. Inui growled softly at her, but either she didn't get the warning or just didn't care because she pointed towards where Ken was seated. "Reason number 1, she signed, winking at Izuku like she was telling a secret that she shouldn't. "They don't need to know that." Inui's voice sounded strained, like he was embarrassed about something. Izuku wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but they figured they should probably drop it if Kiyama was looking that excited to talk about it, so they excused themselves and returned to their desk to continue with their studies, making a note in their notebook to check for a possible connection between Inui and Kan. After some time Izuku decided to get some more translating done. They had just finished with the last one from analysis number 8 when they heard it, the soft sound of something sharp skittering over metal. If the room were any kind of busy they might not have heard it. Luckily most of the teachers were in class, leaving Ishiyama as the only one in the lounge, and he was quietly sitting at his desk, reading a novel. You could have heard a pin drop in the room. At first they were confused. What on earth would be making a noise like that? Then they realized that the source of the noise was above them. They looked up and their eyes narrowed in on the vent grate in the ceiling. After all, there wasn't any other metal surface in the room. Was something in the vents? They racked their brain for a bit, trying to think of what could be up there. Then they remembered that Nedu had a habit of dropping into rooms from the vents. Was he watching from there too? "Nezu-san." The vent grate popped open and a furry paw waved at them from the ceiling. "What are you doing?" Nedu dropped down from the vents, gathering information. "What else?" "Information? You mean you were spying on people? From the vents? How did you get in there?" They were incredibly curious now. Nedu smiled sharply. "There are several entrances to the vents from certain spots in the school, several in random hallways, one in my office and one in here." Izuku got up and started looking around. Obviously Nedu wasn't going to show them where the entrance in this room was. That would defeat the purpose of them being hidden, so they looked for any sign of an opening. It would have to be at ground level for ease of access, and there would have to be screws or hinges, But they couldn't find anything like that, so maybe it was a sliding mechanism, in which case there should be a seam in the wall and some evidence of movement. It took them a little while, but eventually they found it, hidden away in a corner. Coincidentally, it just so happened to be the same corner that their desk was placed at, or, given the way Nedu was grinning, perhaps it wasn't a coincidence at all. So if I open this it will give access to the vent system. Izuku poked at the panel a bit, trying to figure out how to open it, when Nedu stopped them. Nothing will happen like that. Its fingerprint activated. He placed his paw on a specific spot in the wall next to the panel and suddenly the panel slid open revealing a hole just large enough for a grown adult to crawl through. Izuku stared at it in awe as Nedu walked into the hole and disappeared. The panel didn't close however. Did he want them to follow him? They looked around. Ishiyama was still the only person in the room, and he was very purposefully ignoring whatever Nedu was doing, so they crawled into the vents. Nedu then pressed a button on the wall of the vents and the panel closed behind them. The tunnel wasn't as cramped as Izuku had initially imagined. They had some room to move and they could probably turn around if they wanted to, which made sense if these vents were constructed with the intention of using them like secret tunnels. Nedu was a few paces ahead of them, and he was explaining the layout of the vent system. Each entrance was carefully hidden. You could enter or exit through them, but also you could use any of the normal vent grates to drop into any room you liked. The fingerprint system was to prevent anyone from accidentally stumbling upon the entrances, and only 2 people currently had fingerprints registered, Nedu and Aizawa. Izuku's would have to be added into the system and then they would have complete access to the vents, meaning they could travel anywhere they liked in the school without the notice of others. Izuku nodded along, although they suspected they would quickly get lost if they were left to their own devices. The 2 of them stopped by almost every class, checking in on how things were going. Izuku already knew that people tended to gossip when they thought they couldn't be heard, but they were still stunned about how much information they had heard while passing by the hallways, mostly students gossiping about other students. Eventually they returned to the teacher's lounge. Sitting in the vent in the ceiling, looking through the grate, they could see quite a few of the teachers had returned, including their guardians. An idea formed in their head. They quietly opened the grate and made sure that they weren't going to land on anybody, and then they dropped. Quite a few people were startled by their sudden appearance. The only ones who were unaffected were Aizawa, Ken and Inui, all of whom probably heard them opening the grate. Kuro's practically jumped out of their skin, and Izuku definitely heard some colorful commentary from Kayama and Majima. "Oh great, Nedu showed the child how to use the vents. I'm sure that won't cause any issues at all." Kuro's voice was practically dripping with sarcasm. Aizawa grinned at them while Yamada seemed entirely unperturbed by the situation. They supposed he was used enough to Aizawa's antics by now that he wasn't affected. Nedu was speaking with Majima, presumably about getting Izuku's fingerprints added to the system, and Kayama muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, "Oh god, there's another one." It seemed that the vents were a useful tool indeed. Not only did it allow them to eavesdrop on random conversations, it also meant that they could surprise people by literally dropping in on them. Izuku quietly returned to their desk and went right back to studying, entirely ignoring the mild panic they'd caused, although, instead of studying, they started trying to mentally trace the path they'd taken, making a half-formed mental diagram of the vents. Imagine the chaos they could cause. Izuku grinned. This was going to be fun. Hisashi hummed to himself as he hung up green streamers around the living room. Today was a very special day. It was Izuku's 10th birthday. Of course that meant that there was going to be a party, not a big one though. There wasn't really anyone that Izuku had wanted to invite, just himself, Shyuda, Nemuri and the Ida brothers. Everyone was bringing a present, and Nemuri was in charge of bringing the cake. Hisashi was decorating. Shyuda and Izuku were supposed to be helping, but they had gotten distracted when the cats tried to attack the balloons they were putting up. It was actually a complete accident that they found out when Izuku's birthday was. Looking back, he and Shyuda should probably have asked a while ago, but it was actually Tenya who asked the question. About a week ago, when everyone was hanging out at the apartment, the two had been talking about some show Tenya liked when he mentioned that he had gotten a poster of the main character for his birthday last year. Then, in his usual blunt fashion, asked Izuku what they had planned for their birthday this year. Izuku had been surprised for a while, before answering that they had in fact no plans for their birthday, and that they hadn't celebrated their birthday in a long time. They didn't tell Tenya exactly why, but Hisashi and Shyuda could guess the various reasons, between having nobody to celebrate with and the general lack of self-worth they had while they were living on their own. That had then prompted Tenya to ask when Izuku's birthday was. It was July 15th. That exchange had launched into everyone planning the party. Hisashi and Nemuri were particularly enthusiastic, although they toned it down after Izuku said that they didn't want anything too extravagant. A small celebration was enough for them. Hisashi looked around at the now fully decorated living room. All the decorations were in green, of course. There were streamers hung up on the walls and balloons scattered around. There wasn't much else, and in Hisashi's opinion it looked a bit lacking, but Izuku had been rather insistent on the matter when they had gone to pick out decorations. The table was set with paper plates and plastic cups. There was a bowl of candy and some bottles of juice as well, everything you needed for a kid's party. He had left his present on the table. It didn't really matter if Izuku saw it early, but Shyuda had hidden his present in their bedroom, making sure there was no chance of anyone finding out what it was before he gave it to Izuku. Hisashi smiled. Shyuda had been fussing over the present for a while. Even though he already knew what he wanted to give them, he had been worried that they wouldn't like it, no matter how many times Hisashi assured him that Izuku would love it. There was a knock on the door and Izuku practically ran to the door to open it, almost tripping over Mop in the process. It was Tenya and Tensei. Tenya had a small card in his hand and Tensei was carrying what seemed to be 2 books of some kind. "Happy birthday, Izuku." Tenya greeted them enthusiastically. Izuku grinned and pulled him inside, then the two of them drifted off into an excited conversation. Tensei chuckled and walked over to Hisashi, setting the books on the table. "You know, Tenya spent hours last night making sure he memorized the sign for birthday." That sounded about right. Tenya had made great progress in learning JSL, and he could understand enough to carry out a conversation with Izuku, although that did mean that about half of the signs he knew focused on quirks and the related scientific terminology. There was another knock on the door, and since Izuku was preoccupied, Hisashi went to open the door. Nemuri stood outside balancing a box, presumably with the cake inside, in one hand while she knocked with the other. "Hello, I hope I'm not too late. I had to take a little detour to grab this," she said, lifting a very small box, like the kind you put jewelry in. "Nope, you're right on time." Hisashi took the cake box from her and set it on the table. She wished Izuku a happy birthday and brought both children over so that they could start the celebrations. Izuku stared at the cake in front of them. It was a vanilla cake covered in green icing with images of various heroes decorating the sides. The top of the cake had a nice border with the words, "Happy Birthday, Izuku," piped on top in neat handwriting, and a candle in the shape of a number 10 was lit. It was so much more than they had ever expected. Despite what Yamada said, everything about this party felt grander than anything Izuku had ever seen. "Go on, blow out the candle, make a wish." Kiyama encouraged them. Izuku closed their eyes. What did they want to wish for? They racked their brain trying to think of something, but what did they want that they didn't already have? They had a home, they had mentors who cared about them, they were studying their passion, they were training to be a hero. They had everything they had dreamed of since they were little. What more did they even wish for? Then an idea popped into their mind. That was the perfect wish. Izuku blew out the candle. As they did, they heard Kiyama start singing Happy Birthday, and one by one everyone else joined in, and they knew in their heart and soul they had made the right wish. Yamada handed them a knife to cut the cake with, and they carefully cut slices for everybody, although they probably didn't have to be so precise. With the small number of people, there would be more than enough cake left over for people to grab seconds. The entire group slowly struck off into individual conversations. Izuku returned to talking with Tenya. "What did you wish for anyways?" Tenya asked. Izuku thought about telling him before shaking their head. "If I tell you, it won't come true." "That doesn't make any sense. If anything, it's more likely to come true if you tell someone," Tenya reasoned, ever the rational thinker. "Well, this wish is different. It's important, so I have to keep it a secret." Izuku wasn't quite sure what the consequences of telling their wish to someone would be, but any response they could think of wasn't all that good. Tenya mumbled something about that not being rational but was cut short when Yamada loudly called everyone over so that they could give Izuku their presents. Tenya brightened up at that and practically dragged Izuku over to where the adults were sitting. Izuku was a little startled when Tenya suddenly handed them a card. It was a rather nice-looking light blue card. It said happy birthday in Tenya's neat handwriting, and there were some balloons and a generic birthday cake doodled on the front. The inside had a small note about how great of a friend Izuku was and that Tenya was honored to be considered their friend. They smiled and thanked him, to which he beamed, "I made that myself, I didn't even have to get my brother to help me." He seemed really proud of that accomplishment. Tenya's brother handed them 2 books. One was a mystery novel that Izuku had shown an interest for in the past, and the other was a book on the history of quirks. "The novel is from me, the history book was Tenya's idea," he explained. Izuku took both with shining eyes. As much as they wanted to start reading the books right here, they still had 2 more gifts left. They set the books down on the table. Kayama gave them a little purple jewelry box. Inside was a silver locket. "It's empty right now, so you can put whatever you like in there," she said excitedly. Izuku turned it over in their hands. It was really pretty. The outside of the locket had an elegant pattern of stars engraved onto it. They had no idea on what to put in it right now, but they could always figure that out later. Yamada gave them a really nice-looking notebook, the kind they could fit in their pocket. It had a black cover and a small pocket where they could keep a pen, so that it's easier for you to take notes on the fly. Izuku smiled. This was going to be used quite a lot. Everyone wished them a happy birthday once again, and after some more small talk, Kayama and the Idas left, at which point Aizawa tapped their shoulder. "Well, now that they're gone, you have one last present." Izuku looked confused, which made Aizawa smile in amusement. "You didn't forget about my gift, did you?" Izuku hadn't thought Aizawa had gotten them a gift. They hadn't seen any hint of another gift laying around. Had he been keeping it hidden somewhere? Aizawa left the room to fetch it, and when he got back he was holding long metal bow staff. Izuku's eyes widened. Did this mean what they thought it meant? Aizawa must have seen their shocked expression because he grinned and nodded his head. "I figured I've kept you benched long enough." He handed the staff to Izuku. It wasn't too heavy, probably made for speed rather than damage. They made sure they wouldn't hit anything and experimentally swung it. It would take some time to get used to, but they could definitely work with it. Izuku put the staff down and hugged Aizawa, who seemed surprised but returned the hug. Yamada chuckled. "I told you they would love it." By the time the living room was cleaned up it was starting to get dark, so Izuku took their gifts and returned to their room. They carefully put away their gifts. The books all went on their shelf along with Tenya's card. The locket and its box sat on their nightstand, and the bow staff was put in the closet next to the rest of their vigilante gear. Izuku looked out of their window at the last of the setting sun and smiled. They were feeling over the moon. Maybe it was because this was their first birthday in 5 years. Maybe it was because of the people around them, but this day felt truly special. They had so many things they couldn't wait to do, so many things that they worked towards, and today, they were 1 year older and 1 year closer to their goals. But for now they would sleep, hopefully not have any nightmares, and wake up tomorrow for another day spent with the people who made them feel safe. "I wish that I will always have a family like this." Izuku dodged a punch as they tried to keep a distance from the lady in front of them. Her porcupine quirk was a real problem since their staff kept getting caught in the quills that made up her hair. They had to wait for an opening, and soon enough the opportunity presented itself. She got distracted by one of her friends getting thrown into a light pole by Eraser's capture weapon. Izuku made 2 quick strikes, one to her legs, causing her to fall, and one to the chin, knocking her out. They sighed and looked over the situation. Several unconscious or tied-up people were scattered around them. 2 rival gangs had started a fight in the middle of the street. About 3 people on each team. Eraser had noticed it first, and since de-escalation hadn't worked, Izuku joined in the ensuing fight. Luckily no sane person would be wandering the streets past midnight, so there were no civilians at risk. It wasn't a particularly tough fight since, while they were fighting 6 people, those people were also fighting each other. That didn't mean that they got out of it unharmed, of course. Izuku definitely had a bruise or 2 from getting literally thrown into a pile of trash by someone with a strength quirk, and Eraser had a cut on his hand from a lucky hit from someone's knife. Izuku hopped up to the rooftop and, after making sure the police were called and telling them what happened, Eraser soon joined them and the pair set off down their usual patrol route. Izuku had to adjust their pace a few times. The extra weight of the new staff strapped to their back was taking quite some time to get used to. A month still hadn't been enough. Even their old sign pole had been hollow, and therefore it was much lighter and far easier to run around with. It was nice to be back to properly being a vigilante, and not just Eraser's shadow. although there was the one problem of Yamada constantly fretting over them now that they were getting involved in the fights, and they were sure they were going to be fussed at for the bruises they'd managed to get today. On the bright side, it was always funny to see Yamada worry over Aizawa, who always looked like a disgruntled cat whenever he couldn't escape Yamada's notice. A scream rang through the air and immediately they were sprinting in that direction, Eraser running right alongside them. They quickly reached the alleyway that the scream emanated from, and Izuku looked over the situation in the split second it took to jump down and get themselves involved. A young woman with bruises and cuts all over her face and arms was cowering away from a man who was yelling at her, something about her being ungrateful, but he was quickly cut off by Izuku landing on top of him and knocking him out with their staff. The woman still looked terrified, flinching away as they got closer. They held out their hand to help her up. She took it cautiously. Eraser had jumped down next to them and was calling the police. He asked the woman some questions. Apparently that was her ex-boyfriend and he had been stalking her for some time after their breakup. She had confronted him, and he got violent. They stayed until the police showed up to arrest the man and take the woman in for questioning and to get her to a hospital, at which point they left to finish patrolling. Shyuda smiled to himself as Wraith hid in the shadows of the alleyway. They had just stopped a mugging and were waiting for the police officer that arrived to arrest the criminal. At some point the officer worked up the courage to ask about the vigilante. Who is that behind you?" Shyuda internally cackled as he heard the faint footsteps of Wraith slipping into the shadows. "There's no one there," he said, completely deadpan. The officer pointed at the alleyway. "Yes, there is there." The officer blinked a few times, realizing that Wraith was no longer in sight. "I could have sworn there was." "You're probably seeing things. There's no one else in this alleyway." Shyuda only felt a little guilt for making the poor officer question their sanity, but it was far outweighed by the sheer joy he felt seeing them look around frantically as if searching for a ghost. The second the officer left, completely bewildered and muttering something about needing more sleep, Wraith stepped out of the shadows. Shyuda could swear that they were grinning under their mask. They always had fun messing with whatever poor sap arrived on the scene. The only person they couldn't pull tricks on was Tsukachi, on account of his quirk triggering whenever Shyuda tried to play dumb about Wraith's antics. Then again, it was likely only a matter of time until Wraith found a way to bypass it. Until then, however, they settled for making him question his career choices by being as annoying as they possibly could be. Shyuda was fairly sure the detective's face fell every time he saw them at a crime scene. It was almost 3 in the morning by the time they got back home. Hisashi was probably asleep by now, Shyuda smiled. At least he would be able to bandage the cut on his hand without that overgrown cockatoo looking over his shoulder and lecturing him about getting hurt. Izuku had immediately gone to bed. Good, they had analysis lessons tomorrow and being tired during that would spell disaster for everyone. Izuku laid on their bed, Shadow curled up beside them. Today had been eventful. They supposed they should get some sleep. They couldn't wait for their lesson tomorrow. It wasn't that they didn't enjoy learning their normal school subjects, but analysis was just so fun, and Nedu was an amazing teacher. There was so much he'd taught them about that they'd never even considered adding into their analyses. It all seemed kind of obvious in hindsight. Of course, they got plenty of opportunities to put what they learned into practice, not only because Nedu allowed them to analyze various students, mostly the third years, but it also helped them greatly on their patrols, being able to identify their opponent's quirks quicker than ever, meaning they spent less time assessing situations before they interjected. Of course, Nedu didn't know about that second reason, but they still figured it was only a matter of time, especially now that they were fighting criminals and no longer staying hidden. Izuku closed their eyes. They'd probably get a few hours of sleep, not that much less than what they usually got, their nightmares as persistent as ever, but tomorrow would be a great day, even if they had a small, nagging feeling in the back of their mind that something was going to go sideways. A small pile of police reports sat on the desk in the principal's office, some dated as far back as 3 years ago, all dealing with a curious vigilante. Nedu never normally paid attention to these things. Best to let the police department deal with vigilantes however they saw fit, but he'd recently had a talk with Tsukachi, not anything particular, just business, but he had mentioned a particular thorn in his side, a vigilante by the name of Wraith. According to Tsukachi, the vigilante had recently taken to following Eraserhead around, again, not really something Nedu would look into, if the vigilante's description hadn't rung several bells, namely, the red shoes, the same red shoes that Izuku had informed him were worn by quirkless people. Now, what would it mean that a quirkless vigilante starts following Eraserhead around a month and a half after Aizawa takes a quirkless child under his care? And digging further into the case, he found out that the hero originally put on the Wraith case was Eraserhead himself. Things were clicking into place. Nedu had thought that they were far more familiar with each other than should have been, for only having met the day that Aizawa saved Izuku's life. It made far more sense that they'd known each other since he was put on Wraith's trail. Now, the question was what to do with this information. As a hero? He should tell Tsukachi, let the police and Aizawa deal with whatever the fallout is. But as Izuku's mentor? He couldn't bring himself to tell anybody, not if it meant losing his protege. Of course, he would have a stern talk with Izuku tomorrow, or at least, try to understand the reason they chose this path at such a young age. And as for who else would find out, that would have to be discussed with Izuku themselves. Tomorrow was going to be a very interesting lesson indeed. Izuku practically bounced around as they walked into UA. As usual, the hallways were empty, save for the few staff who were headed towards their designated areas. Izuku, on the other hand, had a different route. They split away from Yamada and Aizawa and found the secret panel located nearby the front doors. Nedu had added their fingerprints to the vent system's database, meaning they had full access to the secret passages that made up the vents. They didn't have to use them to get around, but it was fun, and they would be lying if they said it didn't amuse them to pop out of the ceiling and surprise the unsuspecting staff. They made their way to the principal's office for their analysis lesson, pausing to greet Tanaka as they passed over the cafeteria and took a small detour to say hi to Shizenji in the infirmary. They would have gone to the teacher's lounge to say hello to everyone there, but it was an inconvenient detour and they didn't want to be late. Soon enough they reached the principal's office and dropped in near Nedu. He appeared to be organizing some papers. Izuku paid it no mind, however, since he always had paperwork to deal with, one of the side effects of running a school. So they sat down in their chair with only a small glance at the papers. They looked like police reports. Perhaps it was about some operation or raid that Nedu was helping strategize. "Good morning, Nezu-sensei," Izuku said, taking their notebook out of their bag. It was a new one. Their 10th actually, their 9th was mostly full of entries on the students. It was the same plain black cover as their last two. It made it a lot easier to keep track of which notes were analysis and which notes were for normal subjects, since those notebooks were always colorful and usually hero-themed. "Good morning, Izuku," Nedu greeted them, putting the papers back in his desk. Again, Izuku tried to catch a sneaky glance at the paper's contents, but Nedu kept them face down the entire time. The only thing they could see is that one of the reports was dated for last night. That was odd. Maybe it was important? Surely he would say something if it was truly important, or at least, he never cared if they happened to catch a glimpse of whatever he was working on. However, Izuku was definitely curious. What could possibly be so important that Nedu was actively hiding it from them? Their analysis lesson started out rather simple, a short test on the different types of quirks and their technical classifications. It seemed a bit too easy for what Nedu normally gave them, but perhaps it was their imagination. Izuku completed the test quickly. They moved on to talking about the situational effectiveness of different quirks, including discussions on how quirks that relied on external factors, namely kinesis quirks, transmutation quirks, and any quirk that required a situational trigger, were easily taken down by simply depriving them of the necessary material or circumstance. On the other hand, given how almost anything can be found anywhere, it was much harder to expect where the user would get their ammunition from. For example, someone with a hydrokinesis quirk fighting in the snow could use the water that forms from the snow melting around their feet. Meanwhile, quirks that relied on internal functions like mental quirks, most mutation quirks or quirks that relied on the user's body, were far more reliable since, unless you were willing to cause permanent physical or mental damage to the person, it was a lot trickier to nullify. But reliable also meant predictable. A touch-based quirk simply requires you to stay out of reach of your opponent in order to avoid being affected. Then the discussion took a disconcertingly familiar turn as they started to discuss the most effective way to take down a series of quirks that sounded identical to some of the quirks that the criminals they had fought last night during patrol had. At first it was easy to brush off. A strength quirk was common enough. A transformation quirk with specific details. Okay, maybe Nedu was just pulling from random police files. And then it kept happening, and they were starting to get suspicious. What would be the best way of taking down someone with a mutation quirk, specifically that of a porcupine? Nezu's eyes gleamed sharply, and Izuku resisted the urge to hide under the chair. If Nezu knew about Wraith, they were in big trouble. Izuku started scanning the area for escape routes. I suppose it would be to deal with them at long range, perhaps a gun, or a non-contact quirk. They tried to play it cool, desperately hoping this was all a coincidence. What if all you had was a melee weapon? Izuku did not like where this was going. What kind of melee weapon exactly? I'm sure a knife wouldn't be of much use. They could feel the smile on their face grow strained, although they hoped Nezu hadn't picked up on it. A bow staff. Oh sheet, oh sheet, oh no, Nezu knew. He knew everything. Izuku's mind went into overdrive. They forced a smile and tried to answer the question as if they had no idea what Nezu was hinting at. A bow staff? Well, I think that would be a pretty inconvenient weapon to fight this quirk with. It's long and relatively thin. It would probably get stuck in the person's quills. But I suppose if you could catch them off guard you could find an area without quills to hit. The vents were the closest option, but the panels could be controlled remotely from Nezu's computer. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if he had already locked them. The next option was the door, but it was the middle of the day and close to lunchtime. Running out in the middle of the hallway like that would draw attention. Nezu nodded. That would work, although I imagine it would be quite difficult to accomplish without a teammate. They would have to take the risk, but where would they run to? The teacher's lounge maybe. Either Aizawa or Yamada would be in there at this time, but what if the other teachers had been told? As skilled as their guardians were, they didn't think they could distract 8 fully trained pro heroes. The better option would be to make a break for it and hide somewhere on school grounds. Izuku tried to divert the direction of the conversation away from a retelling of last night's events. Maybe, but assuming that you were alone, it would still be your best bet given the circumstances you have laid out for me. Nezu had cameras everywhere. There was no way they wouldn't be found if they tried to hide here, but the school gates were also operated by an electronic system. It wouldn't open without an ID, and they didn't have one. There was no need since Aizawa and Yamada always accompanied them into and out of the school. Well, that doesn't matter. You weren't alone. Izuku froze. There was no way to avoid the inevitable. They would probably be turned over to the police custody. Aizawa and Yamada, they'd probably get in trouble as well. They did know who they were and never reported it. This was the end of their dream, wasn't it? I don't understand. This is a hypothetical. Why are you addressing me directly? Maybe if they played dumb enough. We both know why, Izuku, or should I call you Wraith? Izuku sighed. What are you going to do? Nothing. Izuku had to pause and process that response. Nothing. Nothing, Nezu confirmed. I would hate to lose my star pupil to such trivial concerns. Izuku didn't know what just happened, but they were thanking every higher power out there that Nezu had such an unconventional sense of morals. Of course, the question of who else to tell, well, I'm certain my staff would find out sooner or later. However, when that happens is up to you, but it would be better to do it soon. Izuku nodded. That was understandable. When would be a good time? Maybe it would be better to rip the band-aid off. Now, we tell them now. Are you sure? Yes. Shyuda wasn't expecting anything to go wrong today. Nothing unexpected at all, just a normal day of teaching. And so far, that was what had happened. It was getting close to the end of the school day. Everyone was once again gathered in the teacher's lounge, chattering away, while Shyuda was just waiting for the day to end so that he could go home and chill out with the cats, Hizashi and Izuku. When suddenly, the god demon rat drops in, followed shortly by Izuku. I believe we require everyone's attention. There is something Izuku would like to say. What? Shyuda glanced at Izuku, who looked incredibly sheepish. What was Nezu talking about? I believe some of you are familiar with a vigilante called Wraith? Oh, hell no. Shyuda tensed, and he saw Hisashi sit up straight next to him. Nezu knew, he knew, and Izuku was going to tell everyone here. They made eye contact. Shyuda looked concerned. If Nezu was forcing them say this, forget the fact that he was in a room full of pro heroes. Shyuda was going to walk over there and strangle that stupid rat until his eyes fell out. Izuku gave him a smile, a reassurance that they were doing this willingly. Still, he kept an eye on Nezu, just in case. What's so important about a random vigilante? Majima asked. not looking up from XWAR work. Because, Izuku began, pausing as they decided how to word this, because I am them. And the uproar that erupted in the room could have rivaled one of Hisashi's yells, a cacophony of questions and exclamations that only ceased when Ken hit its desk with such force that Shyuda was surprised that the desk didn't break. It looked like it couldn't decide whether to be impressed or angry. Oh right, as an underground hero stationed in Mizudafu, Ken would have been part of the group that was keeping an eye out for Wraith before Shyuda was personally put on the task of hunting them down. You're saying that the Vigilante who has been running circles around all the undergrounders of Mizudafu for 3 years, Ken said through gritted teeth, has been God. The child. Yes. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Ken shook its head. It sighed. You sure or something? Thank you. Shyuda relaxed as he saw everyone else slowly start talking a lot less chaotically. Apparently having had time to process the information, Izuku was asked a few questions, although nothing too personal, mostly just random things. Hey Izuku? Kuro's asked, where'd you learn how to fight? Well, you see, I didn't, not for a while. Really? But you can fight now. Yeah, Aizawa taught me. He also didn't let me fight anyone until I learned. They looked a little miffed at that. Shyuda spoke up, well, I'm not going to let some kid fight criminals when they can't even throw a punch. Somehow, nothing went wrong. Some of the others had reservations about letting a child put themselves in danger like that, but it only took Izuku arguing with them for a solid 10 minutes before they realized that they were going to fight crime no matter what, and the only real difference was whether Shyuda was able to keep an eye on them or not. Nemuri was a bit miffed that they hadn't told her before, but laughed it off, saying she understood why. By the time they left for home, Izuku could feel themselves tearing up from all the kindness they were getting. They had been nervous, but, after the initial outcry, everything had been fine, everything was going to be fine. Izuku was practically bouncing around their room as they got ready for the day. The weekend was always fun, since they just got to hang out with their guardians all day, whether that was going outside or just staying at home and watching a movie. Sometimes Tenya and his brother would visit, or maybe Kiyama. Today, though, was just going to be them, Aizawa and Yamada, and these days always felt, actually, Izuku could never quite put their finger on the feeling they felt, but if they had to describe it, they would say that it was cozy. They rooted through their closet and decided on wearing one of their joke shirts. They had to dig it out from next to their Wraith costume. They really needed to put that thing in its own box, now that it had more parts to it that took up way too much space in their small closet. The extra stuff was some padded armor that they wore underneath their hoodie and jeans, courtesy of Majima, who had insisted that if Izuku was going to go around beating up criminals, that they at least have some armor to protect them. It wasn't impenetrable by any means, but it allowed them to take a few more hits than they normally would, and it wasn't bulky, so they still had their full range of movement. Izuku was honestly surprised at how little changed after they told everyone about their vigilantism. The only real thing that changed was that everyone asked them about their patrols whenever they got the chance. They knew from sneaking around the vents that some of the teachers, namely Kayama, Katu, Inui and Ishiyama, had started secretly collecting any and all articles about Wraith that they could find and were putting them in a secret file, although Izuku thought that their file looked suspiciously like a scrapbook. They scooped Shadow off their bed and wandered into the kitchen, cat in hand. They were immediately greeted with the mouth-watering smell of katsudon. Yamada must have gotten up early and made breakfast. Izuku loved katsudon. They remembered Inko frequently making it for them when they were little, and even though those memories were rather bitter and a bit hazy to them now, it was still their favorite dish. The vague memories of the taste were always rather odd. Before, they would have said that Inko made the best katsudon in the world, but now? They couldn't say the same. Maybe it was because their opinion of her had soured so much over the last half a year, but Izuku honestly couldn't imagine her katsudon being even half as good as the one Yamada made. They set Shadow on the counter and grabbed a cup of coffee from the machine, earning them a defeated sigh from Yamada as he gave an annoyed glare towards where Aizawa was drinking his own coffee and smiling at the scene before him. The three of them talked about what they wanted to do today while they ate breakfast. Several ideas were thrown around, but in the end, they decided on going to the park. Izuku hurried back to their room after breakfast. They quickly grabbed their pocket notebook and then waited impatiently for the extra few minutes it took for their guardians to get ready. Aizawa had to remind them several times to slow down as they made their way down the building's staircase, although Izuku knew they wouldn't trip. And they were practically vibrating in their seat on the drive to the park, amusing Yamada to no end because, even though they'd gone to this park several times by now, they always had the same reaction, overexcited impatience. When they got to the park, Izuku barely waited until the car had stopped before getting down, followed shortly by Yamada and Aizawa. The three of them set off to what had quickly become Izuku's favorite spot in the park. It was near one of the big trees that dotted the park, but it was in the far corner of the park, so they usually weren't disturbed by any other people. And on the rare occasion someone wandered by, Izuku and Aizawa usually just slipped behind the tree, wanting to avoid any unnecessary social interaction, and a combination of their stealth skills and the relatively large shadow cast by the tree made it almost impossible to spot them unless they wanted to be spotted. Today, however, was a calm day. Izuku could see several people in the middle of the park, families having picnics, a few couples going on dates, groups of friends hanging out, kids playing with sticks. It seemed that everyone was taking advantage of the nice weather to have some fun. After some time, the discussion briefly turned to their studies, and Izuku excitedly talked about all the progress they'd made. In fact, they were already learning material taught in the first year of middle school, and even more excitedly they talked about the latest quirks they'd analyzed. Yamada matched their enthusiasm, interjecting with jokes and gossip, while Aizawa settled for headpats and half-hidden smiles to show that he was listening. It was just Shyuda and Izuku at the moment. Hisashi had run off to get lunch for all of them, although he was taking a long time. He smiled as Izuku wandered around the area, looking at whatever odd things caught their eye, usually a bug or a cool rock. They always showed him whatever they found. It was adorable, really, and he did try to be interested, even if he couldn't really match Hisashi's enthusiasm, but he got the feeling that they understood what he was trying to do anyway. It was times like these when it was so obvious that Izuku was still just a child. Shyuda had honestly worried a bit when he and Hisashi had first taken them in. After all, spending 5 years of your childhood fending for yourself and 2 of those years being a vigilante, in addition to all the discrimination, well, that could certainly mess someone up. And at first, Izuku had acted far too mature for their age, and in some ways they still did, but it was nice to know that underneath all the skills and genius, they were still capable of being a kid. Shyuda suspected it had something to do with the fact that they were finally getting some therapy. When Hisashi returned, lunch in one hand and a box of cookies in the other, so that's what took him so long. He must have run to the bakery all the way down the street. Shyuda shook his head fondly. No doubt this was entirely on impulse, or he would have told them where he was going before he left. They all sat down under the tree, ate lunch, and then had a peaceful conversation while munching cookies, for approximately 2 minutes. Suddenly, Hisashi snatched a cookie right out of Shyuda's hand. Of course, he tried to get it back, but to no avail. Hisashi held the cookie triumphantly, that was, until Izuku snuck up on Hisashi and stole the cookie for themselves, taking a bite out of it so that nobody could steal it back. In the end, however, the actual cookie was forgotten in favor of a game of tag. It was honestly a bit unfair. After all, 2 of them had a major advantage. Then again, Hisashi didn't seem to mind being, for most of the time. Shyuda didn't really mind that either, since it kept the game relatively sane. When he or Izuku was it, things got a little crazy. After all, the 2 of them parkoured across the city almost every night, so climbing the tree to escape each other was child's play. He did panic a bit when, at some point, Izuku fell from one of the lower branches, but they only got a scratch on their hand. Luckily, Shyuda always carried plasters with him. That wasn't even a habit that had formed because of Izuku. No, he started carrying them shortly after he started dating Hisashi, who used to be, and still sometimes was, a major klutz. By the time they left the park, the sun was starting to set, and it was almost completely dark by the time they got to the apartment. Izuku was rather tired, and they ended up flopping onto the couch the second they got the chance. Soon joined by the cats, they heard a soft laugh and the clicking of a photo being taken, no doubt by Yamada. They smiled to themselves as they half listened to whatever conversation their guardians were having, and they were flooded once again with that cozy feeling. But cozy wasn't enough to describe the feeling, no, it was every good thing in the world wrapped into one. The feeling of a warm blanket on a cold night, or the sound of laughter and energy. They vaguely remembered feeling this feeling before, but it must have been so long ago that they'd forgotten why. They frowned. It had been bothering them for quite some time now, the mystery of this feeling. They had been trying to puzzle it out, but if only they could remember why they'd felt it before. They dug through their hazy memories of their early life. Every time they remembered that feeling, it was in a memory of one of their biological parents or their home, but they couldn't ever remember the feeling being as strong as it was now, or perhaps that was due to the fact that they were so young back then that they could no longer recall how strongly they'd felt it, or maybe it felt stronger now because they hadn't felt it in a long time. Still, Izuku was confused. If they had associated this feeling with their parents, at least before they were abandoned, then logically this feeling would have something to do with family, so why would they be feeling it now? Then it hit them. It was because this was their family now. They'd spent so long without one that they hadn't even realized how quickly they'd gained one. Looking back, they could practically pinpoint the exact moment they'd started considering Aizawa and Yamada as family. It was shortly after they'd started mentoring them, even before Izuku had started living with them. They'd looked up to them as a source of encouragement and comfort, just like they used to with their old parents. Did that mean they thought of the two as their parents? Izuku hesitated on that. For one, they had no idea what that would mean for them. For another, these realizations had happened in the span of a few minutes, and they weren't entirely ready to grapple with the mental spiral they'd likely go down if they accepted these new understandings as fact. But no, they couldn't deny it. The issue was, what would they do with this new information? They supposed they could think over it more. Yes, that is what they do. Hisashi had just finished cleaning up the plates from dinner when it happened. Shyuda and Izuku were seated on the couch, simply relaxing with the cats, and Hisashi joined them soon afterwards. They were having a discussion about some case or another. He wasn't really paying attention. Shyuda had been complaining about Izuku being reckless, and Izuku indignantly responded, "Actually, I knew exactly what I was doing." "That may be, but it was still reckless. If I wasn't there to get you out of that fight, who knows what could have happened?" Shyuda sounded entirely too exasperated, but Hisashi could hear the underlying worry in his tone. "Sorry, Dad, I won't." Izuku froze, and it took Hisashi's tired brain a few seconds to process why. "Did you just call me Dad?" Shyuda sounded shocked. Honestly, so was Hisashi. Yeah, they had both considered Izuku as their kid ever since they took them in, but they never really acknowledged it to anyone but themselves. After all, they didn't really want to overstep any boundaries. Izuku quickly apologized, even though they really didn't need to. "It was an accident. Well, I was thinking earlier, and I guess it was on my mind, but you two are basically parents to me. I just didn't realize it until earlier today. Sorry, that's awkward, isn't it?" To say Hisashi was overjoyed was an understatement, and he could see Shyuda smiling as well. Izuku looked so embarrassed, however. "Don't worry about it, little listener. We don't mind," Hisashi was quick to reassure them. "You don't?" "Yeah. I mean, we both think of you as our kid anyways, so it's really not an issue." Izuku looked stunned at that, and looked at Shyuda for confirmation. He just nodded. Hisashi could see Izuku's eyes start to water. He internally prepared himself for the waterworks that would inevitably follow. The kid had a rather endearing habit of expressing almost every strong emotion through tears. Inevitably, the three of them ended up in a cuddle pile on the couch. They were all quiet for some time. Hisashi knew what he wanted to ask. "Hey, Izuku?" "Yeah, Papa?" Izuku asked, and Hisashi had to blink away some tears himself. "Do you want to be our kid? Like, officially?" "You mean?" Izuku's eyes lit up as they realized what Hisashi was asking. "Yes. Do you want us to adopt you?" Shyuda asked. "You don't have to give your answer now. You can think about it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes." Izuku interrupted him, and the tears were back in their eyes. Hisashi smiled. It was going to take some time, what with all the procedures and paperwork, but they'd finally be able to call Izuku their kid, and looking at them, they were just as excited about the idea. The last few weeks had been a whirlwind for Izuku. They didn't quite understand all the legal procedures that they had to go through for the adoption. It involved a bunch of paperwork and meetings with people that asked really personal questions. They were tired of the whole thing, but all the hassle was completely worth it just to call Aizawa and Yamada their fathers. They had taken both of their fathers' last names, since they hadn't changed their names when they got married. And after the final piece of paper was signed, they were officially Aizawa Yamada Izuku. Not that they would be using their new family name that often. since everyone they knew just called them Izuku. Izuku must have fallen asleep somewhere during the drive home because they honestly didn't remember much of what happened after they left the office, just getting into the car and listening to their dad's talk before they drifted off to the soft hum of the car's engine. They still couldn't believe that it was official, while they had been referring to Aizawa and Yamada as their dad and papa for about a month now, which was how long the adoption process had been, but to have it be legalized and completely official, well, they could cry tears of joy just thinking about it. Izuku was woken up by soft laughter. Papa was smiling at them from the passenger seat. Izuku smiled back sleepily and uncurled from their spot in the back seat. They realized that the car had stopped moving. They looked out the window and realized that they'd reached the apartment. Izuku practically sprinted up the stairs and all the way to their door, bouncing in place while they waited for their parents to catch up. Dad had just smiled and unlocked the door. Izuku! Dad caught their attention as he opened the door. Yeah. Welcome home, kid. Izuku grinned as they were greeted by Mop and Shadow curling around their legs. This was their home now. It had been for some time, but now it felt permanent, like it was here and it was never going away. They flopped on the couch. It was Saturday, so their parents didn't have work tomorrow. They had a feeling it was going to be spent relaxing, hopefully, although things were never calm for long, and it was probably going to be particularly chaotic when they returned to UA on Monday. Izuku remembered Kayama bragging to the other staff last week about being an aunt soon. Izuku frowned. Something about that didn't sit quite right with them, but they brushed the thought aside, instead choosing to focus on the warm feeling of finally having a family to call their own. That morning, Hisashi woke up to a loud crash and a startled yowl in the living room. It was barely morning, even Shyuda hadn't woken up yet. The two of them rushed out of their room and turned on the living room light, expecting the worst, only to see Izuku, with a cut on their hand, holding a furious mop and standing over what used to be a mug. Izuku looked up at them sheepishly. They set Mop down far away from the ceramic shards. She promptly hissed and ran off to the top of the bookshelf so that she could glare down at them disapprovingly. Couldn't sleep, so I went to make coffee, and then I kinda tripped over Mop, they explained, red with embarrassment. I probably shouldn't have tried to walk around in the dark with the cats wandering around. Hisashi sighed and started cleaning up the broken mug. At least there wasn't any coffee in it, while Shyuda grabbed the first aid kit to tend to the cut on Izuku's hand, and since everyone was awake already and it was so close to morning that there was really no point in going back to bed, Hisashi got started on making breakfast. Only one day after they finished the adoption, only one day with Izuku officially being their child, and there was already chaos. He wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku heard a knock on the door at around midday. They opened the door and was immediately tackled by a blur of movement. Izuku fell to the floor and got a face full of blue hair, followed by guffawing and wheezing from the blur's older brother. They were surprised. Tenya was not normally a touchy person. In fact, they could count on one hand the number of times he'd initiated a hug with anyone. Izuku pried him off themselves and got to their feet. "Good afternoon, Tenya," Izuku said, smiling at him. Tenya always gave greetings that were at least semi-formal, and even if they personally preferred to be casual, they always matched his style because it made Tenya's eyes light up happily. "Good afternoon, cousin," Tenya said with a small smile on his face. "Cousin?" Izuku asked. "Your fathers are my uncles. That makes us cousins." Izuku had to dodge out of the way of Tenya's arm as he unconsciously chopped it through the air while he spoke. "So your brother would be also my cousin?" Izuku frowned. "No, that didn't sound right. Ida Tensei was their father's friend. It would be weird to call him their cousin. Actually, I think I'm just going to call him my uncle." Tenya looked like he was doing a complicated maths problem in his mind. "But he's my brother. That would also make me..." Tenya shook his head. "You know what? I'm not even going to try. Following the logic seems to lead us to uncomfortable results no matter what we do." Izuku and Tenya stared at each other for a few seconds, before silently agreeing to never think about the weirdness of their new family tree ever again. They ended up chatting for a short while before the brothers had to leave. Apparently Tensei was in the area for hero work, and they had just stopped by to congratulate Izuku on being adopted. Shyuda could barely think with the loud chatter that encompassed the teacher's lounge. It seemed that everyone had something to say to Izuku, positive things, but still, it was all a bit loud. Shyuda hated it. It would be bearable if his insufferable, he hates to admit it, friends, wouldn't try and talk to him about it. He basically crawled into his sleeping bag under his desk and stayed put. At least anyone who tried to bother him there usually got the hint thanks to his well-practiced glare. Still, it looked like there was something bothering Izuku. They kept glancing over at Nemuri and frowning. She was bragging to everyone who would listen about officially being an aunt. Shyuda didn't know why his kid looked so distressed, but he hated it. He shuffled out from under his desk and made eye contact with Izuku, just to gauge the situation, but they seemed deep in thought, and started writing something down. Whatever was going through their heads seemed to have turned into some kind of puzzle. It was a weird habit really. Izuku treated a lot of things in life like one of their analyses, people especially, but it somehow got results. Although when it came to people, Shyuda was glad that they never told their thoughts to the people in question, because that would surely make some people angry. The kid needed some people's skills, perhaps Nemuri and Hisashi could teach them, because it definitely wasn't going to be him. Izuku looked at the notes scribbled in the corner of their book. They were supposed to be chemistry equations, but it was starting to look like psychology reports. They sighed as they heard more commotion. Kuro's was desperately trying to get their wife to shut up. Meanwhile, Kiyama just kept talking endlessly. It seemed that she was really excited to be an aunt. Izuku frowned again. Kiyama's bragging was getting under their skin. Something kept bothering them, and they had no idea why on earth nobody else was saying anything. They knew that Kiyama visited them sometimes, but other than that, she didn't really do more than the rest of the staff. What gave her and her alone extended family status? No, they figured that all of the staff, save for Dad and Papa, were the same status in their mind. Now to figure out what exactly that status was. Yeah, they felt a close connection to them, but was it close enough for Izuku to consider them family? Or maybe it wasn't and they were overthinking things, but they really didn't know. On the other hand, everyone had been so nice to them, and they had been super supportive of their dreams and even offered to help, and they were all really protective of them, or maybe that's just because they're a child. Izuku sighed and put their head in their hands. They had just gotten over one crisis of family. They really didn't need another one. Izuku scribbled in their notebook. To the average onlooker it would look like they were dutifully taking notes on a particularly interesting physics theorem. To anybody that looked closer they would realize that they were writing in their secret code, and to anyone who knew the code, it was apparent that Izuku was in fact making notes on their teachers, and more specifically their personalities and reactions to certain things. Izuku had spent quite a few days pondering the issue of whether or not to consider their teachers as family or not. Ultimately, they were unable to accurately determine their own feelings on the matter, since they'd never had an extended family before, and thus had no frame of reference as to how close one needed to be to someone to consider them family. The next obvious conclusion had been to test how familiar they could act with everybody before they got uncomfortable. The plan had been to slowly ramp up the level of familiarity over the course of a few weeks so as not to rouse suspicion. Now, 2 weeks into the experiment and things were going surprisingly well. Nobody had said anything or seemed to be annoyed by Izuku's friendliness. In fact, they had adapted and begun to respond in kind, so while the plan had originally been estimated for about 2 months, it had in fact progressed far more rapidly than Izuku could possibly have predicted. While it took some longer than others, it seemed that almost all of the staff seemed to be perfectly comfortable with the nearly familial closeness that Izuku had been subtly progressing towards. Izuku was taking note of their latest interactions. It was a good thing none of the teachers had realized what they were doing. Nemuri was the first to catch on to what Izuku seemed to be up to, but she didn't realize it at the time. Being Shyuda and Hisashi's best friend, she naturally assumed that she would be Izuku's aunt, so at first the odd looks they would give her every time she talked about it to someone were confusing. Eventually she concluded that maybe she was pushing boundaries just a bit, and backed off. So it was a surprise when Izuku suddenly started being incredibly friendly with her. She thought that maybe they'd finally accepted her as their aunt, and while she wanted to go right back to telling anyone within earshot, Anan had convinced her not to, or rather, they begged her with the promise that they'd listen to her proud and excited rambling when they were at home. So until Izuku outright called her their aunt, she was content with silent squeals of joy whenever they approached her to talk. They'd listen to her gossip with keen eyes, probably hunting for more information to go into those notebooks of theirs. While Izuku was busy scribbling notes in their book right after every interaction they had, they probably thought they were being subtle. Nemuri found it amusing. She slowly noticed that Izuku had been getting closer to her colleagues as well. Oh well, She doubted that she could reason through whatever odd experiment was going through their mind. Anan was just happy to have someone who was willing to listen to their nerdy ramblings, or, at least, someone new. Their wife and friends had heard their safety lectures and space facts about 10 times over by now, and while they were always happy to listen to Anan, often being genuinely interested in whatever they were saying, it was a different feeling to talk to someone who was learning all of this for the first time. Izuku's eyes always lit up whenever the two of them conversed, and of course, Anan was always happy to listen to their newest analysis, and they were quite happy to give their input as to the possible dangers of the quirks and ways to minimize them, because while Izuku was quite adept at spotting the abilities and limits of the quirks they analyzed, they never really thought of how precisely someone would be able to practice quirk control in a way that would ensure minimum collateral damage. Unlike their wife, they never assumed that Izuku would consider them family, but they'd been pleasantly surprised when they realized just how familiar Izuku was trying to be with them. Then again, they could just have been reading into things, but Nemuri had assured them they weren't. It didn't matter really. Anan was content just to hang out with Izuku, whatever they thought of them. Ryo had always been endeared to the young child who seemed so curious and yet so hurt. He could see a bright spark in their heart, but it was shrouded in so much pain. It had taken so long for them to truly come out of their shell and become the bright little genius they all knew and loved. He had tried his best to help them in any way he could, even if it just meant somewhere to hide when things got a bit too loud, and later, be their therapist. As such, he had an NTMT knowledge of their past, how well and truly alone they'd been, and the nightmares that plagued them to this day. It was surprisingly easy to get them to open up. He supposed that having one of your closest kept secrets spilt for all to hear on the first day that you meet someone leaves very little for you to hide. He knew their behavior well, and was quick to notice the sudden change in behavior. He always wondered what brought it on, but he was starting to form some suspicions. Ryo wondered if they thought they were being subtle, or perhaps he was at an unfair advantage since most of the methods they were using and questions they were asking were things he had told them around 2 weeks ago when they curiously asked how he got his patients to open up to him. He suspected now that they had wanted to learn for the purpose of this study they were conducting. It was quite amusing really. Ken had always kept some space from Izuku, while he was not trying to avoid them in any way. It just so happened that he wasn't truly able to interact with them. At first it had been because they were just so shy, and later it was simply asking for trouble. While he was glad they had come out of their shell, it seemed that they had gained, or perhaps stopped hiding, a penchant for mischief. It was rare to find them simply being peaceful. They apparently liked to cause chaos whenever they felt like it. Ken was considered the sanest person on staff at Yudere, a title that didn't mean much considering the people he was surrounded by. It seemed that every day his colleagues were embroiled in some kind of harebrained nonsense. Not that he tried to stop them, he just didn't get involved. Izuku, on the other hand, was an absolute delight. Even when they were causing trouble, they seemed to be so genuinely polite about it. Apparently they didn't quite realize that the habits of the adults around them were less than normal. Lately Izuku had been showing an interest in literature, and while he was incredibly confused, he welcomed the opportunity to discuss the finer points of poetry with them. Although he had a sneaking suspicion that they were less interested in the actual content of the discussion, and more in simply talking to him, as they have consistently managed to divert the conversation almost every time. Knowing Izuku, this was probably the most roundabout way of accomplishing their goals. But as long as they were trying to be subtle, he wasn't going to correct them. Kazumi didn't like children, at least the younger ones. There was a reason he only taught the third years any younger, and they were simply too naive to realize the true dangers they'd face out in the field. Some of that was to be blamed on the teachers, of course. In her opinion, the previous heroics teachers had been too soft. Luckily their replacements, Ken and Aizawa, made it a priority to drill it into their students' heads that they were putting their lives at risk by becoming a hero. Izuku was different. This kid had already been through hell, and they didn't expect much more from the world, so unlike his students, they didn't have a rose-colored view of the world, and that made it significantly less stressful to talk to them about heroics. They were quite enthusiastic, of course, and Kazumi was all too happy to talk at length on the topics of weapon safety and combat strategies. She first noticed their little experiment around it. Week ago, in hindsight she really should have noticed it earlier, given the number of times they almost slipped up. It was rather fun to pretend not to have noticed them calling the staff their family on more than one occasion, and then quickly move on, hoping nobody noticed their choice of words. Oh well, at least when they finally admitted it, nobody would be surprised. Hirohito was known to most of the staff as someone who couldn't keep out of trouble. Even while teaching, he would often leave a clone in the teacher's lounge to mess with everyone. All the surprise he'd cause was fully worth the occasions where the others would walk up and poke, or when he was being particularly irritating, punch him, just to make sure he was the real one. So it was no real surprise that Izuku was far more brazen about their troublemaking when they were around him, often telling him of their plans to snoop around, and often going to him for information. They were quite an endearing gremlin, and despite their uncanny ability to sneak around unnoticed, even by a room full of pro-heroes, they seemed to lack any kind of tact. Anyone with a brain could see what they were trying to do, and they all thought that it was adorable that they would go through such lengths rather than simply ask a question. Unlike what most people thought, he could be serious at times, and currently he saw that this was really pointless. Everyone knew what Izuku was doing. He wondered if he should bring it up at some point, rather than letting them run through this whole rigmarole, but every time he tried they simply deflected the question. He supposed he had no choice but to wait it out. Higuri had never been the best at reading people. XE much preferred the company of XOR machines, much more sensible and far less prone to have exceedingly complex social expectations. There were exceptions to that rule, of course. XOR colleagues, for instance, they were always fun to hang around with, and always understood that XE wouldn't take part in anything that XE didn't want to. Another exception was Izuku. They were similar to Zem in so many ways, and perhaps it was that familiarity that allowed Zem to realize precisely what they were up to the second that they started their little experiment. Although, they acted far differently with Zem than they did with the rest of the staff. More obvious, XE did appreciate it. XE probably wouldn't have caught on if they didn't, or perhaps they simply overestimated how oblivious Higuri could be. Izuku would often hover around the labs whenever they wanted to speak with Zem, and conversations usually turned to the topic of whatever little creation Higuri was working on at the time. From support gear to weapons, they seemed so genuinely interested that XE promised to teach them how to make their own gear someday. Perhaps XE was getting far more attached than XE had initially realized. Sekijiro never expected Izuku to even consider being friendly with it. From the first day they had shown up, it had kept its distance. After all, it didn't want to scare the poor kid. Soon enough, however, they had approached it with several questions about how its quirk worked, and questions about its hero work, and none of the questions asked had even a hint of judgment or fear, unlike what it was used to from everybody, even its own students. Not that it blamed anybody for being scared, it was already physically imposing, adding on to that its quirk, and well, let's just say it wasn't difficult to see why it chose to go into underground heroics. Still, there was this kid who was half scared of everyone they met, and they still talked to it, and in turn Sekijiro shared stories of its work, and occasionally stories about the times it had worked with Aizawa on cases, which seemed to both amuse Izuku and irritate Aizawa to no end. When it figured out what they were doing, it was definitely confused. There was a variety of reasons for Izuku not to want to get close to it, not least of which being the rivalry it had with their father, although it supposed that could be considered more of a friendly competition. Still, it barely had any idea what to do about the whole situation, but if the kid insisted on being attached, it supposed it didn't mind either. Izuku heard soft whispering as the adults around them conversed about something or another. They were far too focused on their notes to truly care about whatever they were doing. All I'm saying is maybe we should just tell them. Kata's exclamation caused Izuku to look up from their notes only to find everyone staring at them. "Why is everyone looking at me?" they asked, suddenly very aware of the precious experiment notes on their desk. Sure, none of them could read the code, but they couldn't help but feel shy about the fact that they'd basically been trying to worm their way into the closely knit group that was the Uda staff. Ishiyama sighed. "Izuku, you're not being as subtle as you think you are." "What?" Izuku knew what he was implying, but they really didn't want to think that they'd been found out. "Seriously, kid, everyone knows about your little experiment. We've just been trying to figure out how to tell you." Ken shook its head in amusement. "Oh." Kuros nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and, for the record, we're all fine with what you're trying to do." Okay, now Izuku was definitely dreaming. They bit the inside of their cheek to check. "Nope, not a dream." "Well, maybe you could quit being so shifty about it," Takeda joked, and Izuku couldn't help but giggle. I guess I was doing things the hard way again? Izuku grinned. They really should have expected this. Everyone had been so nice. It really was silly of them to go through all of this. Well, at least it worked out in the end, and they had found the answer to their original question, and they could safely say that the teachers at UA fell very firmly within the category of family. Over the last few months, Izuku had come to see UA as their second home. It was only natural. After all, almost all of the staff was their family, Nedu being the exception as their mentor. The school seemed far less grand than when they first came here a year ago, the feelings of awe and wonder replaced with a sense of cozy familiarity. If you had told them before that they would think going to UA was nothing special, they would probably have thought you were crazy, and yet, here they were, wondering how they ever thought that UA was anything to be awed by. Obviously, it was still the best hero school in the country, and they were DMN proud to be able to say that they went there almost every day, but they were no longer fawning over every detail. In fact, the intricate workings of the school had faded into the background for them. That wasn't to say that they had tuned it out completely, but they had gotten so used to everything being in certain places that they simply expected things to be the way they were, and any change in that was a little jarring. Case in point, the suspicious-looking spot on the wall just above the floor in one of the hallways where a neon blue splotch about the size of their thumb sat. It could have just been a stain of some kind, someone's quirk misfired and hit the wall, but they would have known about any incidents like that. Besides, no current students, hero course or otherwise, had a quirk that was even capable of doing something like this, and no matter how bright some students' highlighters were, they most certainly didn't glow. Their next best guess was due to the location of the splotch, which was only a few feet down the hall from classroom 1H. They went through their mental catalog of that class's current projects, and landed on one particular student who had created a tracking paint that was almost impossible to get rid of if you didn't have the solvent. Izuku sighed. They'd have to tell BB Higuri that XWAR students weren't being careful with their projects, and hopefully XE could get the solvent from the student in question. They wandered deeper into the school, slipping into the vents whenever they had to avoid any students who, for one reason or another, weren't in class at the moment. They eventually made their way to Nedu's office. The doors automatically opened with the familiar creak that played from the almost imperceptible speaker attached to the corner of the wood, and closing behind them when they entered. There was a rumor going around the student body about Nedu's office being haunted because of those doors. In all fairness to those students, Nedu had very purposefully made the doors out of wood specifically so that he could pull off this little trick. Nedu himself was nowhere to be seen. Izuku chalked it up to him having to deal with an important situation somewhere in the school, or he was just spying on some of the classes for the hell of it. It was a 50-50 chance really. So even though they were supposed to be learning from him right now, they settled for cracking open one of their textbooks and doing some of the practice questions. According to Nedu, they had been learning at an extremely fast pace. They were already learning things from the last year of middle school, not to mention they'd already mastered analysis, and from there Nedu had moved on to other fields of study, such as battle strategy and psychological trickery. They had been honestly a little unnerved by some of the tactics Nedu described, but they couldn't deny that they were effective, and some of the more harmless methods were fun to apply to their life, especially when used on their family, most of them anyway. Uncle Rio never fell for those tricks. Izuku hummed to themselves. They'd been waiting for some time now. It was about time for Nedu to get back from wherever he'd scurried off to. And right on K, the vent access behind the desk opened up and Nedu hopped into his chair. "Good afternoon, Izuku. Shall we begin?" Izuku nodded and they opened their notebook, not the one they had their analyses in, although this one was similarly encoded. This one held the notes from these lessons. Nedu started by quizzing them on the previous lessons, not normal questions. This was Nedu after all. These were closer to debates. Nedu would give them a scenario, and they would have to use their current knowledge to make a favorable outcome within a given amount of time. All the while Nedu would be counter-arguing their points and trying to throw them off. And at the end they'd have to identify the tactics Nedu had used in his arguments. "Alright, this one should be easy," Nedu smiled sharply, and there was tactic number 1, setting an expectation. Call something easy to do when people get overconfident, or call it hard to do when people get nervous. Either way they start slipping up. Izuku knew better than to fall for that. A raid mission. Your enemy is a large organized crime group of approximately 70 people stationed in a formerly abandoned factory on the south end of Hosu. They are suspected of being behind a string of kidnappings. You have no information about any of the quirks at play. You have 10 minutes to come up with a team and a strategy. Do I have time to do reconnaissance? Unfortunately, no, but you do know that most of the people involved are relatively untrained. Izuku nodded, mind racing a mile a minute to think of all the factors at play. Firstly, they had to figure out which heroes they'd need on the raid team. It wouldn't be a big team, maybe 4 heroes. It was incredibly irresponsible for whoever was planning the raid not to have any information of the quirks, but they'd work with what they were given. They'd have to use a variety of powers and fighting styles rather than tailoring for any specific threats, not to mention the possibility that the group had the kidnapped victims as hostages. Their first thought was to focus on the heroes who were known to operate in Hosu. Ingenium was an easy choice, quick and precise in combat and able to get any hostages out of danger. Even though factories were closed spaces with lots of clutter and Uncle Tensei was less effective in those, he was capable enough for the job. Manual was also not really an option. He was a fantastic support-focused hero, but they needed the ability to get in and out quickly. And with hostages being a possibility that automatically ruled out Endeavor, Izuku's own dislike of the man's attitude aside, he had one of the highest collateral damage rates of any active hero, not to mention that he really didn't play well in a team. 8 minutes left. From there they started thinking about the nearby areas, or heroes that didn't have a set turf. If they were going into this without any recon time, it would be beneficial to have someone who could scout ahead quickly and brief the team of anything. Likely an underground hero, and they'd have to be decently powerful as well. Unfortunately, their mental catalog of underground heroes was limited to the ones who had worked with their dad or Uncle Sekijiro. From that pile, they remembered one called Copycat. She had the power to mimic any emitter or transformation-type quirks in her vicinity for a short PRD of time and, according to Uncle Sekijiro, was very talented at stealth. She was much less active these days on account of her children, but that was a safe bet. And Crimson Riot was always a good choice for combat scenarios, and he would be in the area. Plus, he had one of, if not the lowest collateral rates, even counting the one incident in the beginning of his career. 6 minutes. They still needed a medium-range fighter, just in case their enemies had a quirk that made it difficult to get close. Long range was out of the question, once again due to the relatively closed space they'd be fighting in. There was only one other hero who patrolled nearby in the next city over, and fit the bill, Kamui Woods. He'd only been a hero for 3 years, but he had been steadily climbing the ranks and seemed to be a capable fighter. You have 4 minutes left. Izuku. Tactic 2, pressure. Izuku had been keeping track of the time in their head. Nedu knew this. He'd only said that to stress them out. I'd have a team of Copycat, Ingenium, Crimson Riot, and Kamui Woods. I'd send in Copycat first to relay basic details and have Crimson Riot lead the charge. Ingenium and Kamui Woods should focus on getting any civilians out of danger and then join the fight. They started confidently. Any hesitation now and Nedu would pounce on it immediately. And if the group has hostages? Nedu tilted his head. Both of them were constantly scanning each other's faces and movements for any sign of weakness. It was like a dance, and even though Izuku was still a bit shaky, they could hold their own well enough. Kamui Woods is able to immobilize large groups of people very quickly. I imagine he could deal with that easily, especially if we have Copycat mimic his power for double effectiveness. Another immediate answer. They only had 2.5 minutes left to prove their strategy after all. And if one of your team gets taken out of action, I imagine it would be rather demoralizing, and that would be on your hands if someone died. Izuku paused. Tactic 3, guilt tripping. Yes, it would be on their conscience if someone got killed, but it wouldn't necessarily be their fault. It would be on the head of whichever villain killed them. Death was a risk of the profession, and something to deal with after the mission was over. If Izuku had a moment, they might have laughed at the fact that they would never have even thought something like that last year. They'd probably have fallen for the trick in an extreme sense, and even now they'd had to stop and reason it out, wasting about 20 seconds. As I was saying, in combat I'd have Crimson Riot at the front, negating most of the offensive options that the villains have, and I'd have Kamui Woods and Copycat behind him acting as support, with Ingenium being the main offensive fighter. 30 seconds left. Nedu looked Izuku dead in the eyes. Are you sure about your strategy? Tactic 4, doubt, making them second-guess themselves into wasting time or changing their strategy for a less effective one. Izuku almost paused but knew that they had to answer quickly. No, given the lack of information, any strategy one come up with will have a million holes, but it's the best I could do on short notice. Their signing was rapid and almost too fast to keep up with as they hurried to answer in the time limit. A small beep signaled that time was up. Izuku visibly relaxed as the stress dissipated. Nedu simply nodded. That was adequate, although you really need to be a bit better at hiding your emotions, particularly fear, or at least feign some level of control. I do appreciate that you didn't try and say that your strategy was perfect. Overconfidence has been the downfall of many an empire after all. Izuku grinned at the praise while noting down the suggested improvements in their book. The rest of the lesson was spent learning interrogation techniques, most of which were alright, and some of which Izuku decided were only to be used as last resorts. It was a while after lunch when they decided to sneak their way into the teacher's lounge. If their memory served correct, only Uncle Kazumi, BB Higuri and BB Anan would be in there at the moment. As they were shuffling through the vents, they noticed that the student who had spilt their project earlier was cleaning up the neon stain, probably hoping that they wouldn't get caught and reprimanded for being careless with their work. They dropped into the teacher's lounge as usual, saying hi to everyone before settling in at their desk. BB Higuri? Izuku looked over to where Xe was working. Xe hummed to indicate Xe was listening. One of your students spilt some of their tracking paint on the wall near the classroom. They cleaned it up, but I figured I should let you know. Sei just sighed wearily. Great. It sounds like I'll be doing yet another lab safety lecture. Xe wrote it down on Xwar notebook before getting back to work. I can just imagine their shocked face when they realize that you found out. BB Anan giggled. I'll just tell her that the ghost told me, Xe said grinning. I mean, it's technically true. Izuku huffed in amusement. The ghost of UA had become a widespread rumor among the student body, after Izuku had accidentally dropped the vent grate into the 1C classroom while they were snooping around. Luckily Papa wasn't there at the time, or he'd probably have given them away by laughing. After that, however, they decided to play up the whole haunting idea just a little bit, making just a little noise whenever they thought it would startle someone. There were even rumors about the ghost being omniscient and that it would tell a teacher if you did something bad, while some argued that they'd done mischievous things without being told on. Actually, Izuku only told on students if their actions put themselves or others in danger, and they never really said anything about harmless fun. Those rumors have actually made those kids behave. It's a miracle really, Uncle Kazumi said. He was looking over the files of his current class, marking down improvements and critiques. He sighed. If only that ghost could make them focus on actually improving themselves. Every sparring session seems to be the same with this lot. I'm tempted to sit 'em all down and lecture 'em until they get it through their heads. If only the ghost could help, huh? Izuku had a suspicion that they definitely could, although maybe not directly. Uncle Kazumi looked amused at their expression. What is it, chickadee? You look like you've got a bee in your bonnet. Izuku looked at him confused. BB Higuri shook Xwa head. She means you look like you have an idea. Izuku nodded, but refused to elaborate and started writing in their notebook. Everyone looked a little wary at the feral grin that had plastered itself on their face and wisely decided not to ask. After all, they'd never do anything truly harmful. Later that day, a student from Class 3A was joking with her friends when she opened her desk drawer and found a sealed envelope with a little green ghost drawn in the corner. Her friends cooed that it must be a love letter, maybe from that girl in 3C she had been admiring. She shushed her friends with a giddy grin and opened the letter. Inside was not a love letter. Her face paled as she read each line. A detailed list of just how damaging her energy quirk could be if it grew out of control. From melting everything within a 10-foot radius to actual explosions, it also went into rather horrific detail about the precise nature of the injuries she could cause, and at the bottom where you'd expect the sender's name to be, it was simply signed, a Wraith. She knew her quirk was powerful, she had been praised for it her entire life, but she never thought it could be that bad. Even Kuro-sensei's speech hadn't unsettled her this much. Maybe she would focus a little more the next time Kuro-sensei lectured them on quirk control. In another desk in the classroom of 1B, another student finds an envelope, also with a little green ghost. He'd been having a bad day, Some of his classmates were picking on him for his weak quirk, and he guessed it was true. It wasn't all that powerful. All he could do was make a small illusory creature that he could control and see out of. He'd stopped really paying attention in quirk training, even though Ken-sensei had been pushing him to try a little harder. After all, what good was trying to improve a useless quirk? He opened the envelope cautiously. If it was another trick, he was going to cry. The letter inside went into depth about just how versatile his quirk could be if applied to the right situations, that his quirk could be used for recon or distraction, and that he'd make an excellent stealth and surveillance-focused hero if he practiced increasing the range of his quirk, and maybe if he practiced hard enough he could make bigger creatures which would massively increase his intimidation abilities. He stared at the letter in awe, looking to see who sent it, only to find it was simply signed, a Wraith. He smiled. Maybe he could do this after all. Izuku admired their handiwork from the vents. Maybe now those students would start taking things seriously. Soon, all the students would learn what it meant when they found an envelope with a little green ghost. Patrol days were usually the highlights of Izuku's week. Not that they didn't enjoy spending time with their family, but there was something about the simple rush of adrenaline that went through them every time they set off running. The nipping chill of the autumn air was making them extremely grateful that their costume was layered and soft. Eraser had evidently also put some extra layers on underneath his normal costume. The cold was far more noticeable during patrol. While the daytime sun killed some of the chill, running around at night was a different story, with the wind buffeting at them, latching onto any bit of exposed skin and sending a trill of ice through their limbs. Today seemed to be one of those days, where criminals seemed to be coming out of the woodwork for no reason at all. Days like these were usually the days that they'd come home bruised and exhausted. Luckily, days like these were rare. Days like these also meant that both of them would be a lot less lenient on whatever criminals were stupid enough to put up a fight. Izuku almost felt sorry for them. The other person who would probably be suffering through this night would be Detective Tsukachi. Most of the other police officers would have been run ragged by the time night fell, and then they'd be stuck with the paperwork for all the arrests, leaving Tsukachi and any remaining officers to deal with the night shift. Izuku always toned down their tricks on these days. Normally it was fun to annoy any officers or detectives that showed up to arrest whatever criminal they'd caught, but doing that today would just feel like kicking an injured puppy. Around halfway through patrol they had to stop and catch their breath after a fight. It had started normally and then grew progressively more annoying as the criminal they were fighting kept pulling out weapon after weapon from his pockets. Where did he keep getting those? Izuku might have thought it was his quirk if he didn't obviously have a snake mutation. The fight had gotten particularly tough after he managed to hit Eraser with the literal taser. They took him down quickly for that, and if they were a little rougher than normal, and if they broke his nose, well, surely nobody would blame them. Luckily the voltage must have not been that strong because Eraser managed to shake off the shock a little while after that. The fact that the cloth that made up his costume was also mildly insulated probably helped. Wraith? Something on your mind? Izuku's eyes were drawn away from the criminal lying prone on the ground. Eraser was looking at them with what some might call anger or disappointment. Izuku knew better. Dad was looking at them with concern. They took a deep breath and shook their head. Nothing, really, I was just angry. It was an impulse, really. Whenever someone hurt the people they cared about, they had to fight to control the red-hot rage that would threaten to drown them. It hadn't really happened before they'd met their parents. Back then they'd only feel sorry. They'd duck their head and try to bend to the whims of the people who hurt them and others. Uncle Rio always said it was because they cared too much, that they would care about someone so much that they took those people's pain and made it their own, that they'd always been angry about the injustices around them. It's just that now they had permission to express it. Izuku knew enough about psychology to know that he was probably right, but that didn't mean that they didn't feel bad about letting that anger take a hold of them. It was difficult to shake off years of being the quiet speck of dirt under everyone's shoes. The police showed up to arrest the criminal, and Izuku did their usual routine of disappearing into the shadows. They really didn't have to. Most of the MPD knew that they existed by now, and that they worked with Eraser, and most of them who'd had the misfortune to encounter them multiple times also knew about their penchant for harmless mischief. But it was fun to pretend like they weren't there, just to see if the officers could spot them before they decided to show themselves. Now Izuku stood on the rooftop. They felt someone pull back their hood and a hand ruffle their hair. They ducked away from a grinning Eraser. They smiled underneath their mask. They probably needed to get a costume that was more than a hoodie, jeans and face mask, but it worked, for now. Good job back there, kid. Pride shined in Eraser's eyes and they beamed. No matter how many times they heard praise, it still made their heart jump. As predicted, patrol ended with both of them covered in minor injuries. Izuku could almost feel the soreness they'd wake up to tomorrow morning. They sighed and stretched, feeling little twinges of pain from where dark purple bruises would soon bloom. Thankfully, their patrol route ended fairly close to home, so it would only be a short while until they could flop into bed and drift off into sweet unconsciousness. They stifled a yawn, or at least they tried to. Eraser huffed out a laugh at their pathetic attempt to look like they weren't practically dead on their feet. They weren't normally this tired after patrol. They figured they'd be taking the slow way. Even though they could function perfectly fine, they knew that their parents would worry if they didn't. Shyuda watched Wraith try their best to keep up with him, but after only a few meters it was clear that they were probably going to trip over their own 2 feet if they tried to parkour all the way back home. He sighed. They were stubborn, and definitely wouldn't ask for help unless they absolutely had no choice. They really needed to learn when to call it quits and ask for help. In the back of his mind he heard a voice calling him a hypocrite. It sounded suspiciously like Hisashi. He took one look at Wraith before scooping them up and carrying them the rest of the way home, which seemed to be the right call seeing as they had fallen asleep somewhere along the way. It was adorable really, like a little kitten curled up against his chest. The second he stepped into the apartment he heard the clicking of a photo being taken. He looked up to see Hisashi grinning at them with his phone in his hand. Shyuda smiled at him. "Hey sunshine," he said softly, so as not to wake up their kid. He put them on the couch while Hisashi grabbed the first aid kit. He wasn't really hurt, just a bit frazzled from that incident with the taser, but it never hurt to double-check after getting home. Izuku woke up for long enough to make sure they weren't too heavily injured. They only had a few scratches on their arm. They smiled sleepily at Hisashi as he put plasters over the cuts. Shyuda looked over their arm. Their skin was a patchwork of scars. Some were more faded than others. The injuries they gained tonight wouldn't scar. Then again, it would be difficult to tell when the scars overlapped like that. Izuku would know. They had their scars memorized. They could tell anyone exactly where they got each and every one of their scars. Shyuda hoped they'd never have to add to that list of tales. Hisashi finished patching them up and ruffled their hair affectionately. He turned to put away the first aid kit. "Good night, Izuku," Hisashi said as Izuku drifted back to sleep. "Night." If Shyuda wasn't right next to the couch he might have not heard the quiet sound. It was half a word. The voice was stuttering and soft from both sleep and years of disuse, and if there wasn't only one possibility of who spoke, Shyuda would never have recognized it. Having only heard quiet giggles or little noises from them before, Hisashi hadn't noticed it yet. "Izuku? Kid?" Shyuda looked at them incredulously. They blinked their eyes sleepily and made a confused noise, apparently not having realized what they'd said. Hisashi also looked confused at his sudden alertness. "What's going on, love?" "Izuku, could you repeat what you said?" Shyuda said as gently as possible. "What I said." Izuku still looked confused. Shyuda shook his head. "Never mind, I guess it was just because you were tired." "What?" "Kid, you spoke." Izuku was fully alert now. They spoke? Their head was spinning. They hadn't even tried to speak for a long time now. They must have been so tired that their mouth simply moved on its own. Izuku repeatedly opened and closed their mouth. They searched for that tightness that would wrap their throat whenever they tried to speak around people like a snake stealing their words. It wasn't there. They could breathe. Thinking back, they hadn't felt that tightness for a while now. Maybe they had just gotten so used to not speaking that they hadn't noticed when they were able to speak. Hello. They could hardly recognize their own voice, and their stutter was present in full force, whether because they were nervous or because they just hadn't used their voice in 4.5 years. They could see their parents' eyes shine. Dad reached out and ruffled their hair, and Papa was smiling softly. They tried again, but their throat was starting to hurt. They frowned. "You don't have to speak if it's difficult," Papa said gently, sitting on the other side of them and pulling them into a loose hug which Dad quickly joined. They nodded and went quiet, nuzzling into the hug. They didn't really know why the tightness had gone away. Maybe Uncle Rio would be able to tell them, but for now they returned to sleep. "Dad, Papa? Ya little listener?" "You." They stuttered through their words but they meant every syllable. They felt their parents' hug tighten just a little as they both spoke at the same time. "We love you too, Izuku." Izuku liked to wander. It was a fact, they could never sit in one place for long, at least not without something to do, so they took up the habit of seeing just where they could sneak off to. It was a habit that they kind of owed their current life to, since their penchant for exploring is what started them down the path to being a vigilante. It was also a habit that they were trying to curb, as it caused no end of stress to their family. In fact, one of the few rules that their parents had insisted on enforcing was that they had to tell at least one adult where they were going if they wanted to sneak off somewhere that people wouldn't be able to find them. It was a rule put in place after one day when they'd snuck off to explore one of the training grounds at UA while everyone was busy and caused their entire family to panic when they realized that they weren't in the main building anymore. It wasn't until Nedu managed to locate them on the cameras that everyone calmed down. They weren't too upset about the rule. They knew that they were granted quite a bit more freedom than a regular kid and it was easy enough to follow. They were currently wandering around their favorite park. Their parents were within sight and yelling distance. But still, Izuku had followed the rule and told Papa that they were going to go look at the ducks in the pond. They watched the ducks flap about in the water, recognizing at least two of them, and realizing that one had a few new ducklings following her. They usually brought something to give them, but they had forgotten this time. A group of teens sat nearby tossing stones into the water, clearly aiming for the ducks. Izuku frowned, feeling anger simmering beneath their skin. If they didn't have first-hand experience, they might have wondered how on earth someone could be so utterly cruel. They looked back to where their parents were seated, laughing about something, and then looked back at the group of troublemakers. They really shouldn't say anything. These kids were at least a few years older than them, and it would cause a scene. But then one of the kids actually managed to hit one of the ducks, causing it to cry out in pain and flap away in a panic, which caused a chain reaction of panic through the rest of the ducks. All the kids laughed. Izuku scowled and stalked towards the group, with a small voice in the back of their mind telling them not to do anything that Uncle Ken wouldn't do. Another kid picked up a large rock and aimed at the one lone duck who wasn't able to fly away. That would certainly injure the poor thing if it hit. The boy leaned back and tossed it, laughing at his cruel act, only to be caught off guard when Izuku caught it before it could fly out of reach. The weight of the rock nearly threw them off balance, and it was only thanks to their training that they didn't end up falling backwards onto the soggy grass. "Hey! What's the big idea? That was gonna be an amazing shot," the boy in question shouted at them indignantly, with a chorus of agreements from the rest of the gaggle. Izuku scowled. They didn't think these JRKs would bother knowing Jizzle, so they grabbed their pocket notebook and quickly scribbled out a very angry sentence explaining that they were trying to stop the group from hurting the ducks. Which just got more laughs, typical, no matter. They didn't really think they could change these kids' minds. Bullies would be bullies until they were opposed. And they didn't have the means to oppose them. Sure, they could kick their butts, but that wouldn't really teach them a lesson, and it would get Izuku in trouble. They glared at who they figured was the leader of this obnoxious crowd, but they weren't quite as scary as their dad yet, so it just got them more laughs. "Hasn't anyone ever told you it's rude to laugh at people?" A gravelly voice spoke from nearby. Izuku's gaze flickered to a shaded spot under a tree where a figure leaned. The group of teens looked startled and, now that they were in the presence of an adult, decided that their best bet was to scarper off to find a new target. Meanwhile, Izuku eyed the stranger warily. They slipped their hand in their pocket, feeling the comforting weight of the pocket knife they carried. It wasn't that late, but the park was starting to empty, and they had wandered just out of sight of their parents, who would probably be walking over any minute looking for them, but until then they had to deal with this random guy. The stranger stepped out of the shadows and Izuku had to hold back a gasp. The man was covered in burn scars, and it looked like his skin was held together were those staples? Izuku didn't like to judge by appearances, but this guy looked like an absolute mess, literally falling apart at the seams. Could he not afford proper medical care? The man took a step forwards and Izuku pulled out the pocket knife, brandishing it at the man, hopefully deterring any attacks. Dabi had just wanted to hang out at the park for a while. There was a nice lady who sold fresh-baked buns nearby who never questioned why a guy as terrifying as him was hanging around. He just wanted to stay out of trouble and hopefully get back home without any incidents. He was honestly going to ignore the dumbass throwing rocks, but then a kid showed up playing hero, and suddenly he just had to intervene. Sometimes he wished he didn't have such a conscience. And then the little gremlin pulled a knife on him. Whose feral child was this? Then again, he had to commend the kid on their street smarts. Dabi couldn't quite tell how old the kid was, but they were still smarter than some adults that he had met. Relax, kid, I was just leaving, no need to get feisty. Dabi held his hands up in surrender, backing off slightly. The kid frowned but lowered the knife, only a little bit though. Did they really think they could fight him? Or were they just hoping to stab him and run? They backed up a little bit before pulling out that notebook. They wrote down something before tossing it at him, clearly smart enough not to get within grabbing range. Dabi picked up the little thing and he could see the sentence they'd shown those idiots earlier, along with a bunch of incomprehensible scribbles. In the bottom of the page he saw 2 questions, who are you, and, do you know sign? He tossed the book back to them. Yeah, I know sign. Suddenly he was glad he knew all those useless languages the old man made him learn. Seriously, English and GSL he could understand, but why on earth did he need to know Spanish, French and German? And you can just call me Dabi. That was basically who he was now anyways. Not him, not anymore. He died the day he decided to run away. The kids scrunched up their nose. Okay then, in that case you won't mind if I don't give you my name, Dabi smirked. He wouldn't expect anything less at this point. But it seemed like the kid had more to say. Do you need any help? He was honestly surprised by the question. Most people avoided him like the plague, or decided that he was a good target to pick fights with. He knew. Why, the scars that covered his body were intimidating. And yet this little child asked that question with such sincerity that he couldn't just ignore them like he wanted to. I'm fine, kid. Really, the scars are just a quirk side effect. That was partially true at least. But the frown on the kid's face just deepened and he realized that there was no way that they believed him. Even then, you should probably go to some kind of doctor. Now that was out of the question, not if he didn't want to be recognized and sent right back into that hellhole of a house. Look, kid, I appreciate the concern, but shouldn't you be running off to your parents now? Dabi really wanted to get home to his little decrepit apartment before it got dark. He didn't fancy dealing with whatever drunk assholes decided to pick a fight with him. He didn't have time for some brat's misplaced concern. For some reason, the kid didn't seem to get the hint, or maybe they got it and were just being annoyingly persistent. No, those could get infected, and you're clearly not doing a good job of taking care of it yourself. Dabi was starting to get irritated by this kid. Couldn't they just do what everyone else did and leave him alone? Suddenly a pair of voices rang out, one significantly louder than the other. Kid! Come on, it's getting late. Dabi was suddenly very glad that he was hidden from the view of who he presumed to be the kid's parents. He took the opportunity of the kid's distraction to slink away, or at least he tried to. The kid spotted him, but didn't try to stop him, only staring at him with intent eyes, just like the look Fuyumi used to get when she saw someone in trouble. Dabi got the sinking suspicion that this wasn't the last time he'd see this kid. Dabi wasn't fazed by most things. He lived in the shitty part of town. He saw drunkards and thieves roaming the streets. The dreary apartment he called home was right next to a known drag den. There's been more than a few murders committed in the cafe he frequents, and he sees people try to kill each other over a few bucks almost every day. The point is, Dabi was used to the worst that humanity had to offer, and he couldn't be bothered to bat an eye. He could see atrocities being committed and look the other way without hesitation. He wasn't some kind of hero who held others' lives in his hand, to crush or cradle as he saw fit. People lived, people died, and none of that had anything to do with him. So why the hell did he keep finding himself in these situations? This was the question going through his mind as he stood between a RPST and their would-be victim. He had his own skin to save. He didn't care what happened to the lady behind him. He had places to be. He didn't have time to deal with the person in front of him. It was the natural order of things. The strong preyed on the weak, and if you were one of the weak you either lay down to die or scratched and tore and bled until whatever soft parts that weren't burned away were shaped into daggers. He could have left well enough alone, leave it for whatever hero would slink by the area. That was their job after all. But Dabi stopped believing in heroes a long time ago. They were just more of the strong, masquerading as saviors, only to turn around and prey on anybody that they could crush under their oh-so-merciful boot. And as he felt sizzling flesh give like candle wax under his fingers, he couldn't help but smile, a twisted grin sitting unnaturally on his face. The screams were loud and for a brief moment he worried that someone would come investigating, but nobody did that around here. they weren't stupid enough to walk to their deaths. So he kept pushing his fingers into the person's shoulder, relishing in the sounds of hell coming to claim another soul. He thinks the woman behind him also screamed, but she was quiet, well knowing of the consequences of drawing attention to yourself. Eventually he got the mind to drop the person, who took one look at the contempt in Dabi's eyes and ran. The woman behind him pulled out a knife. He just stared with a bored expression and left her to her own devices. These encounters were nothing more than his own want to hurt being given an opportunity. He was simply abiding by his own selfish desires. He had no care for the people he helped and certainly not for the ones he hurt. He was not a hero. He walked past the local bar, hearing the usual all-out brawl going on behind the counter. Nothing alarming, maybe things would get exciting, maybe bones would get broken, or even an eye gouged out, but it was unfortunately unlikely. Someone got dragged out by the bouncer. It was none of his business. The offending party had a gun in his hand. It would be asking for all kinds of trouble to get involved, and he would much rather keep living. He kept walking, directly away from the direction of what was probably going to be another murder. Not that anyone would care. Whoever died, they'd just move on with their lives. Maybe the bar staff would care, only for the annoyance that would be cleaning the bloodstains. He doubted it would even be reported out of worry that the bar would be shut down. There were only a few buildings left before he reached his apartment. It was a straight walk, as long as he didn't stop for anything. He heard a child crying, and the yelling that accompanied it. He sped up, walking past the lone alley, not sparing a glance to see the young teen, covered in bruises, bleeding from their left arm and wearing a torn dark blue dress, or the woman screaming at them. It was getting dark. He sped up. The apartment was behind him. He needed to turn around and go home. The woman raised her hand to hit the child. A flash of tingling pain went through his shoulder as the blow landed right on the joint. The woman looked furious at being interrupted and raised her hand again, this time with a speed and ferocity that wasn't natural. Dabi let his arm blaze with blue fury and reached up to block the attack. His arm went out. A piece of his soul was being smothered. A metal staff appeared between his face and the woman's hand, and the person holding it had wedged their way in front of him. It seemed that whatever hero was assigned to this dump had finally decided to do their job. He backed off, staying as close as he could to the mouth of the alleyway, as Eraserhead dropped from the rooftops and started asking questions. Dabi might have mistaken the guy for a vigilante if he hadn't heard the rumors that floated around about the underground hero. Most people were scared shitless of the guy. Dabi figured he couldn't be that scary. After all, he was a hero, and those kinds usually had a strict moral codes. Then again, he was a hero. There was no telling how harshly he'd act with a perceived criminal, what he thought he could get away with. And that said nothing of the smaller person that had planted themselves firmly at the teen's side, watching the woman like a predator watching its prey. No, that wasn't quite right. They were looking at her like they were the prey, ready to claw and bite to stop a predator from killing. That made no sense. They were a hero, right? Probably a newer one given that he had never heard of any heroes matching their description, but those were the strong kind of people. The weak kind never made it that far. The weak kind burnt up before they could. It seemed that the police were being called on the woman, and Dabi took it as his cue to get the hell out before he found himself being interrogated. Just as he slipped away, he saw the unidentified hero whisper something to Eraserhead, who just gave them a look. He couldn't recognize it. He thought he might have seen that look before, the kind that threatened, that said, "You're making a mistake, you're going to regret it," but this look wasn't sharp enough for that. It was close, but it was all soft around the edges. He stomped into the apartment, barely sparing a grimace at the couple who couldn't be bothered to go into their apartment before making out. He slammed the door to his apartment, knocking down a random bottle in the process. He groaned. That was going to be a pain to clean up later. He didn't technically have a separate kitchen, just a counter between it and the rest of the living room. He glanced through his cupboards for dinner. He looked up. The window above his sink looked straight at the opposite building. The only thing worth looking at was the little vine growing on the outside. He nearly stumbled back when he saw the mystery person casually sitting on the windowsill. They knocked on the glass and gestured for him to let them in. He debated opening it and shoving them off, but the drop wasn't far enough to kill, and he suspected that if they lived the fall they would just climb right back up. He sighed and opened the window, letting them hop into the mess of a place he called his apartment. "What do you want, hero?" He was already irritated. "Vigilante, not a hero. they signed as they poked around his living room. Really, you seem awfully friendly with Eraserhead. I can't imagine he'd willingly team up with a vigilante. He's kinder than he seems. They didn't elaborate. Instead they introduced themselves. I'm Wraith. They held out their hand. Dabi, he didn't shake their hand. Now could you get out of my apartment? No. Well, they didn't have to be such a little sheet about it. Dabi sighed and resigned himself to his fate. Izuku thought that Dabi was one of the messiest people they'd ever seen. Not only did he look like death itself, but his living room looked like a hurricane had blown through it. They sighed. Not even their old warehouse had been this bad. So, is there a reason you came here, or should I just burn you to a crisp for wasting my time? Dabi let embers spark at the tips of his fingers. A threat? Well, Izuku was used to threats, and the kind of people who made them. Dabi was not that kind of person. He had saved someone, he had done it even though he had no reason to. He wouldn't go through with this threat, but just in case, they stayed out of reach. Just making sure you weren't hurt. It was the truth. They might have been curious about him when they first met, but they also hadn't expected to run into him ever again, and honestly they were glad to see that he didn't look any worse than he had a few days ago. Well, you've made sure, now get out. They really should take that advice, they should, but if they ever did what they should they would have been dead a long time ago. They inspected the moth-eaten couch with a mild interest. So how'd you get those burns? When they first met him, they had assumed he'd been in some kind of fire, but he had a fire quirk, and he should have the paired fire immunity. Him being burnt at all was theoretically impossible, but Izuku's entire life was a theoretical impossibility, and here they were, existing in complete and utter spite of all kinds of common sense. Dabi must not have any fire immunity, but then, why did he even use his quirk? Dabi visibly tensed. A grimace tried to hide itself in a grin as sharp as it was dangerous. You know, you really shouldn't be asking people these things, Wraith. Someone could get hurt. Izuku didn't back down, but they maneuvered so that they had a straight line to the window. All right, I get it, touchy subject. How about a different question? They'd asked before, but maybe he'd answer to Wraith instead of some random kid. Do you need help? No, Dabi said tersely, and I'm getting real sick of people asking that. Now get out. Well, this was getting nowhere. Izuku knew when to beat a tactical retreat. All right, I'll see you around. What? No you won't, you dash. They leapt out of the window before they heard the end of whatever insult Dabi was throwing at them. They caught back up to Eraser, who had been waiting for them on the roof of the building opposite. So? What did you find, kid? Eraser asked. While looking them over for any signs of injury, he had agreed to let them speak with Dabi, but he had been incredibly hesitant about it. I think he needs help, but he really doesn't want to admit it, Izuku mused as the pair returned to their patrol. We should just drop it, Eraser said. That should have been the end of it, but they heard the waver in his voice. He wasn't convinced. Or we try and befriend him. We can make a plan when we get home. Hisashi will pout if we leave him out of this. Dad had a fond smile on his face. Yeah, and maybe I can get Uncle Ryo to teach me some tricks to crack this guy with, Izuku agreed. If anyone in their family was a rational, normal person, they would have left well enough alone. Unfortunately, they were a family of heroes, and heroes never turned their backs on those that needed help. Dabi ducked into an alleyway on his way home, taking the long way around just to make sure he wasn't being followed. Logically, he knew it was probably a series of coincidences, but his instincts told him that something was up, and he didn't survive this long without listening to his instincts. He had spent the entire day without running into a single hero, and he wanted to keep it that way. It seemed that every day this month he'd ran into a hero for one reason or another, and all of them seemed unusually focused on him, and although most of them just stared for an inordinate amount of time or repeatedly glanced at him out of the corner of their eye, this week, some had been stupid enough to try and talk to him. He wondered if he'd done something recently to get on the MPD's radar, or, a more horrifying thought, what if, by some twisted miracle, he'd been recognized? He'd been so careful to hide anything that could link him to Endeavor, everything except for his eyes. When he ran away, he hadn't wanted to raise suspicion by trying to buy colored contacts, even if everyone thought he was dead. And by the time the world forgot him, it would have been even more suspicious if the people who knew him as Dabi suddenly saw him with a different eye color. He shook his head. He was being paranoid. There was no way he'd been recognized. Tuya had been legally dead for 5.5 years. Nobody would ever make the connection between him and a dead kid. The first time he'd really noticed it was when he'd passed by another battle. The villain had been defeated and the hero stood victorious. Dabi looked over at the buildings, basically undamaged. This wasn't unexpected, the villain wasn't that strong, and the hero was Cementos, one of the few heroes that he had a begrudging respect for because of the sheer lack of collateral damage his fights incurred. That was mostly normal, but then Cementos saw him, and his gaze lingered for a few seconds before he was distracted by some police to file a report, and Dabi suspected he might have just kept staring if he hadn't been pulled away. The first hero who'd been bold enough to talk to him was Midnight. It was on a dreary Monday. Dabi had been walking home when he was stopped by some police. Apparently a villain attack was happening and the area had been cordoned off while it was dealt with. He could have taken a detour like everyone else, but he was tired and stubborn and didn't feel like getting mugged on unfamiliar streets, so he stood around. It was about 10 minutes later that the villain was finally apprehended. He wasn't really paying attention to most of the fight, but at some point Midnight got close enough to knee the villain in the gut and then put her hand over their nose, using her quirk to put them to sleep. Afterwards she left the sleeping villain to the police and, as Dabi tried to slip away unnoticed, she approached him. There was nobody else around, just him, her, and the police who were too busy with the villain to notice him. "Hey handsome." "Nope, no thank you." Dabi wasn't sure what she was trying to do, but he wanted exactly none of it. He turned around to walk away. Midnight scrambled to stop him. "Hey, wait, okay, rough start, sorry." He scoffed and sidestepped her. "I'm not interested." No, sorry, I wasn't actually flirting with you." She looked apologetic enough. "Why are you even still here?" It wasn't really an exciting fight. Didn't feel like going the long way home. He continued walking. She'd eventually have to turn back around. "Fair enough, I'll see you around, sweetie." And while it was said with a wink and a smile, Dabi got the distinct feeling that was less flirty and more friendly, weird. Now if that was the only time, it would have been less weird, but then it happened again on Wednesday. Dabi was starting to regret ever accepting his neighbor's request to run some errands for him, but the old man couldn't do it himself and he offered to pay Dabi for the job, and well, he needed the money. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that this particular store happened to fall right within Ectoplasm's patrol route, and even more unfortunately, Dabi happened to bump into the hero on his way back, literally. He looked down, muttered an apology and tried to move out of the way, but Ectoplasm seemed intent on speaking to him. "Oh, no need to apologize, buddy. I should have been paying more attention to where I was going." Well, that was a first, a hero taking fault for something? If it wasn't the polite thing to do here, Dabi would have been surprised. He turned and walked away. He felt the hero's gaze burning into the back of his skull, and just as he turned the corner he noticed what was presumably one of Ectoplasm's clones turn the corner behind him. He stopped and turned to face the clone. "What do you want, hero?" "Nothing, just checking something." The clone proceeded to do a very poor job of pretending like he wasn't staring at Dabi. "What are you doing here anyways?" "This place isn't exactly the kind of place a kid like you would hang out at," the clone asks, nodding towards the store. "Running some errands for my neighbor." He tried to walk away. "Huh, you must be a nice neighbor." "Nah, just needed the money." He did not want anyone getting the wrong idea here. He was not, under any circumstances, going to be labeled a good person by a hero of all people. "Right? Well, I'll get going then." The clone disappeared quickly. Dabi turned and walked away, wondering what the hell that was. And then on Thursday, he was sure he was going to get arrested on the spot. He'd managed to find himself in yet another alleyway fight, this time thwarting an attempted murder. The victim had long since run off, leaving a very angry lady with a knife, and Dabi, who was keeping her at bay with a flaming arm. All of a sudden he heard two bangs, and the would-be murderer was clutching her arm as two small objects bounced off and onto the ground, rubber bullets if Dabi had to guess, which also meant that he had a damn good idea of what hero was interrupting his accidental vigilantism. He also noted that his quirk was still very much active and there was no way he could plead self-defense. He sighed. Hopefully he wouldn't have to spend too long in jail for this. The penalties for vigilantism varied heavily depending on all sorts of factors like how much collateral there was, and if they had caused any injuries or killed someone. Sometimes people were let off with little more than a slap on the wrist and others served months of jail time. This was not his first offense, and last time he had evaded capture by simply threatening the officer. His face scars had been covered by a face mask so he wouldn't have been recognized, but he knew he wasn't going to get so lucky a second time. There's another shot, this time making the woman drop the knife she was holding. She almost dived for the knife, but the hero was pointing a pistol directly at her, and another one at Dabi. He sighs and holds his hands up in surrender, and Snipe lowers the pistol he was pointing at him. His expression was hard to read under the mask, but Dabi was fairly certain the hero was thoroughly annoyed by his presence. Well, this was unexpected, Snipe muttered to himself while handcuffing the woman. Dabi suspected that the hero wouldn't just let him leave unnoticed. Snipe turned to him and asked, "So you're the one who stopped this varmint from causing trouble?" Dabi raised an eyebrow. "Not much I can do to deny that, I guess," and then, more aggressively, "So what do you want, hero? Going to turn me in for vigilantism?" He heard a weary sigh from Snipe, who muttered something under his breath before turning to him. "Look, partner, there's no need to be such a crosspatch. I ain't going to turn you in, just try not to get in over your head." If Dabi had been suspicious before this was ringing alarm bells in his mind, there was no way that this hero was just going to let him go. He slipped away anyways, checking over his shoulder every few meters. Surprisingly, Snipe hadn't even tried to follow him. And you'd think the weekend would be safe? Nope. Saturday was probably the most stressful day. And this time the forest fire was not even his fault. Dabi had just wanted to take a walk through the woods after a long day, and some stupid kid set off some firecrackers in the middle of a bunch of very flammable trees. And then that had spiraled into the predictable outcome. The problem was, Dabi did very poorly with large fires. He knew it was ironic. He was perfectly fine with his own blue fire, but put him in front of those orange and red flames and suddenly it's like he's 14 all over again. He stood still, he willed his legs to move, to run, but all too soon the fire had spread and surrounded him. He felt his breath quicken, the smoke burning his throat. He didn't know how long he'd stood there, frozen in place, but the sizzling of water on flames snapped him out of his panicked stupor. The fire department had arrived, and with them was 2 rescue heroes. 13 was nearby, clearing debris and using their quirk to smother the smaller fires, and further away he could see Hound Dog helping some firemen carry a group of people out of danger. He backed away when 13 approached him, but he must have still been out of it because he couldn't find the will to push them away when they gently guided him towards some ambulances. One of the EMTs gave him a concerned look when she saw his burn scars, but he assured her that they weren't from this incident, which didn't seem to do anything to convince her, but he was still one of the least injured people, so she just sighed and let him go. And then the heroes walked up to him. Great. This again. To their credit, they had been checking on almost everyone they could, so it wasn't that weird, but after the week he's had, he couldn't help but be suspicious. "Hey, are you all right?" 13 asked softly. "Yes, I'm fine. Actually, I was just on my way home." Maybe his tone was a bit too harsh, but he didn't really care. Hound Dog tilted his head, looking at him with literal puppy eyes. "We're just checking. You seemed pretty out of it earlier." He looked at Dabi's burn scars. "I'm guessing you don't do well with fire." "Great, just great." Their concerned Dabi scoffed and left. The heroes didn't try to call after him, returning to check the rest of the people. Honestly, he was starting to get annoyed, so when he didn't run into anyone on Sunday, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was sat on his couch as the sun went down, more relaxed than he had been all week. And then there was a noise at his window. He looked up, expecting it to be a stray animal or something, when a masked figure stared back at him. God fingdmn it. He stared at Wraith for a few seconds, before making the decision to ignore them and hope they go away. They didn't. He sighed and opened the window, just when he thought he was done with weird heroes. "And what are you doing here?" "Checking in on you. That fire yesterday was something, huh?" Dabi stared at Wraith. How the hell did they know that? "What? How?" "I have my ways. They were just as cagey as the first time he'd met them. Would it kill them to be a little bit less mysterious?" "Oh, are you stalking me or something?" "I mean, it's not like anyone's going out of their way to look for you if that's what you mean. But if they so happen to see me?" Dabi sighed. He had a sinking feeling that his weird encounters had something to do with this, The whole situation had started a few days after he met Wraith. Well, then you wouldn't blame them for checking in on you? Did you send a bunch of heroes after me? I mean, I don't control what they do, all I did was mention you a few times, and heroes did what heroes do. If anything, you should be thanking me. They flopped onto the couch he'd just been occupying. He felt a headache start to form. He was not going to like the answer to this one bit. Why should I be thanking you? He asked cautiously. Several of them wanted to just confront you to make sure you were okay, 'cause you know, all those burns cannot be good for your health. Actually, my grandma said that if she ever met you she'd hit you with her cane for being stupid about your health. Get the hell out of my home. And tell your hero friends to back off. On one condition. What? I'm personally going to check in with you every other week. Dabi could feel his flames burst out of his skin as his arm lit up. He was about ready to torch this bee. Wraith just looked unfazed. They sat on his couch, staring at him while he threatened to burn them alive. It was a game of chicken and Dabi was slowly losing. Fine. The flames retreated back under his skin. Every month, if he didn't have a choice he would at least negotiate the frequency down. Deal. They held out their hand for him to shake. He didn't shake it. Well, I've got to go, can't keep a racer waiting. And they hopped back out of his window. Dabi stared at the open window. What the hell had he just agreed to? Izuku dug through their closet to find the nicest pair of clothes they had, which happened to be a green button-up shirt and a pair of black pants, and of course their bright red shoes. They looked in the mirror and felt pretty fancy. They had about half an hour left until the Ida brothers showed up, probably enough time to tame their mess of. They spent about 2 minutes combing through tangles before giving up and finding Papa to help them, and that still took another 15 minutes to make their wild hair even mildly presentable. Izuku hadn't gone to any of the hero galas thrown this year, mostly because their parents didn't like to make appearances at the various celebrations that Hero Society regularly threw. Dad obviously didn't go, being an underground hero who needed privacy and also being a major introvert meant that he would rather die than attend a party. Meanwhile, Papa was exactly the kind of person to go to a party, but preferred to stay at home instead of play the game of social niceties and politeness that this kind of gathering demanded. Tenya, on the other hand, had been going to the gala for years now. Being a legacy kid meant that he got an automatic invitation along with the rest of his family. And this year he'd invited Izuku as his +1, something that was technically allowed as most heroes would bring their partners or best friends, but according to Tenya the legacy kids never brought +1s because they didn't usually have friends that wouldn't be other legacies. He had also been very insistent about the fact that they needed to be on their best behavior during the gala. Papa had given them the basics of the completely nonsensical, unspoken rules that they would be expected to follow, and they both had a laugh at the snobbishness of some rules, with Papa making them promise that they do their best, but also that the only rules they strictly had to follow were the normal family rules, as well as whatever Uncle Tensei said was important. The doorbell rang and Izuku waited for Dad to open the door before immediately pouncing on Tenya, letting themselves fall into his arms. Tenya was used to this form of greeting by now, and should have caught them flawlessly, but he took several steps back and forced them to quickly regain balance as they were left half falling. They pouted and looked at Tenya, slightly miffed that he hadn't hugged them back, before they noticed just how nicely he was dressed. With a clearly tailored dark blue suit that matched Uncle Tensei's almost exactly except that, where Uncle Tensei had a blue tie, Tenya had a bow tie of the same color, not to mention that his hair was nicely slicked back. Izuku looked down at their own loosely fitting shirt, slightly wrinkled pants, and ran a hand through their mess of hair. They suddenly felt incredibly underdressed for the occasion. They sighed and hoped that it would be passable. Sorry, I didn't want to mess up my suit, Tenya said apologetically. Izuku nodded, instead turning and hugging their parents who had been talking to Uncle Tensei and repeatedly making him promise to call them if anything goes wrong. Dad gave them a head pat and leaned down to whisper, "Listen, try to be on your best behavior, but if anyone gives you trouble," he gave them a small grin that would worry Uncle Tensei if he could see it, "give them hell." Izuku gave him a grin in return and nodded subtly before Tenya dragged them outside. He talked the entire time they walked down the stairs, what to expect, who's probably going to be there. Izuku made a mental note of any interesting heroes he mentioned that they wanted to observe. When they got to the apartment's parking lot, they immediately noticed the Ida family car. which was far nicer than any other vehicle in the area. Izuku signed hello to Tenya's parents and then stayed quiet for the entire ride to the gala while Uncle Tensei rambled. They looked out the window as the car slowed down outside of a very, very fancy-looking venue. There were heroes everywhere, and Izuku noted that all of them looked incredible. Every single person in this gala was rich, and it showed. The car was parked in the designated lot and everyone made their way over to the front of the building. Tenya looked at them and gestured to the group of paparazzi at the door. "Do you want to sneak around them and meet back up inside?" he asked them. They nodded and made their way behind the reporters who were busy taking photos of the Idas. Once inside they were stopped by one of the security guards who demanded to see their invitation. They panicked for a moment before Tenya walked up to them, apparently having managed to get away from the prying eyes of the media. He let the guard know that Izuku was his +1, and then dragged them off to a more secluded corner of the venue. "All right," he whispered, "I'll have to be out there for a bit longer, just greeting the other heroes and exchanging pleasantries. If you don't want to go with me you can just head to that table over there." He gestured to a table. Izuku hadn't noticed it at first, seeing as it was in the far corner of the venue and was also slightly hidden thanks to the way the decorations had been set up. They smiled gratefully at Tenya before slinking off. Hopefully they wouldn't get noticed. Luckily for them, most of the heroes were only just arriving and most were distracted by the paparazzi, so the back of the venue was basically empty, and they managed to sneak over to the table without incident. They sat there, looking around at the various heroes and feeling woefully underdressed for the occasion as people wandered around the gala making small talk and gossiping as they sipped champagne. They heard 2 sets of footsteps wandering over to the table and Izuku, not wanting to deal with anyone without Tenya to save them from a social faux pas, hid as best as they could by sitting behind one of the large potted ferns. Surprisingly, whoever was approaching the table didn't see them. 2 kids, probably around Izuku's age, both were blonde, although one had much brighter hair than the other, and they were both dressed as well as everyone else. More legacy kids. They racked their brain to place which heroes these 2 might be related to. The one with the black streak in his hair looked vaguely familiar. But before they had any time to think where they'd seen someone like that before, Tenya returned with 2 other kids, a boy with 2-toned red and white hair as well as a rather large scar on his face, and a girl with black hair who immediately sighed when she saw the 2 already at the table. Kaminari, Monoma, she greeted them as she took a seat. The boy sat next to the girl, making it a point to avoid the other 2. Izuku smiled in amusement as they saw Tenya suppress an eye roll at the other boy's clear disdain. "Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and is that Ida?" the one named. Kaminari exclaimed, "Dude, I didn't know you were here already." He got up to give Tenya a pat on the back that made him look like he would rather be anywhere else. Izuku noted that Kaminari seemed to be far more casual than anyone else at the table. Maybe he was here as a +1? Or maybe he was raised in a casual environment like Uncle Tensei. At least Izuku now knew who 2 of these kids' parents were. Todoroki was one of Endeavor's children, and while they hadn't been aware that the Yaoyorosis had a daughter, it was obvious to see the family resemblance once they looked. At some point Todoroki looked around, trying to ignore the overly excited chatter that streamed endlessly out of Kaminari's mouth, and his eyes locked onto Izuku who, now that Tenya was here, had shuffled out from behind the plant. "Excuse me, are you lost?" he asked, with a tone of voice that made Izuku feel like they were being judged as he gazed at them in a bored way. They shook their head as everyone's eyes turned to them. They immediately wanted to shrink back, but they forcefully beat back their anxiety and leveled small smile back at Todoroki. "Oh, I thought you went to see some of the heroes," Tenya said, blinking in surprise. "No, just waited here." They looked at the other children. "Are these your friends?" Monoma's eyes widened a bit at the lack of surprise from Tenya. "Wait, Ida, is this the +1 you mentioned?" he asked, staring a little too long at Izuku's now rumpled outfit. Tenya nodded. "Yes, everybody, this is my cousin Izuku. Don't bother asking for their family name, they won't tell you and neither will I." "Hello, I'm Izuku," they signed to the group, getting confused looks from both Kaminari and Monoma, a complete lack of acknowledgement from Todoroki, and a smile from Yaoyorozu. "It's nice to meet you, Izuku." Yaoyorozu signed back at them. They were stunned for a second, entirely expecting nobody to understand them. Tenya gave them an encouraging nod as Kaminari piped up, "Dude, I didn't know you had a cousin." He looked like he was pouting. "Why haven't you invited them before?" Tenya looked absolutely lost and looked at Izuku for a way to avoid the uncomfortable answer. Izuku shrugged. I'm adopted. Tenya didn't even know I existed until last year. Once again Kaminari looked confused. Yaoyorozu just sighed. I'm sorry for the trouble. Kaminari and Monoma don't know JSL, she explained, in a way that sounded like a parent apologizing for their children being rude. They said they're adopted, she said, drawing an "oh" of realization from Kaminari. Monoma nodded before realizing something. We forgot to introduce ourselves. I'm Monoma Nito, son of the hero copycat. He paused, then started to explain a bit more, but Izuku beat him to it. I thought underground heroes didn't really attend these types of galas? They tilted their head. Monoma looked to Yaoyorozu, who translated their words. He then looked even more surprised at the fact that they knew his mother was an underground hero. Well, Mom always goes, she likes to socialize, and I'm pretty sure I've seen other underground heroes here before. They just stay in the back to avoid the press. He explained. Izuku nodded along. Okay, underground heroes did show up to these things. Dad and Uncle Sekijiro were just weird, not like that was new information. Kaminari cut in as Monoma tried to continue talking about his mother. I'm Kaminari Denki. My big sister is the hero Thunder. He spoke excitedly, practically jumping out of his chair. That's where they'd seen hair like his before. Thunder was a lower-ranked hero, but she was well known in her area despite only having been a hero for a few years now. This also explained Kaminari's general difference in attitude. He wasn't really a legacy kid and had probably only started going to galas after his sister gained some recognition. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. I imagine my family needs no introduction? It certainly didn't. The Yaoyorosis had been heroes for generations, similar to the Idas, and her mother was the CEO of one of the largest support companies in Japan. Everyone then looked expectantly at Todoroki. He looked up and stared at them for a second, before curtly saying, Todoroki Shoto, son of Endeavor, and going back to staring at his hands. They nodded, not put off by the curtness. After all, Dad was the same way with new people, and Izuku themselves tended to just not converse with anyone if they didn't want to. Todoroki was clearly only doing this out of politeness, and the fact that Yaoyorozu looked like she would scold him if he didn't. It's nice to meet you all, they said politely before taking a seat next to Tenya, feeling a little uncomfortable at all the attention, resorting to looking at the other kids and finding every similarity they could between them and their hero relatives as a way to pass the time. And then, Kaminari asked the one question they had been dreading this entire time. Hey Izuku? What's your quirk? Tenya tensed up next to them and they froze. The best-case scenario was indifference, the worst was quirkism. They doubted any of these kids were bold enough to attack them in this crowded venue. They eyed Todoroki. Endeavor was definitely quirkish towards anyone with a quirk he deemed weak, and while they hoped his son would be kinder, they didn't really want to take any chances. Just as they were scrambling for an answer, Yaoyorozu saved them from answering immediately by saying, Kaminari. It's rude to ask for someone's quirk without telling your own first, she scolded, and Izuku was once again reminded of a mother scolding her unruly child. She said, My quirk is creation. I can turn the lipids in my body into anything as long as I know its atomic structure. Sorry, Kaminari looked embarrassed and Izuku couldn't help but sympathize. That particular social rule was one they were well aware of, as it was the reason they couldn't just ask about people's quirks without being put in a very awkward situation. He turned, My quirk is called electrification. It's basically the same as my sister's quirk except I can't do the electric whip thing she does. That caused Monoma to scoff. Please, it's nowhere near as amazing as my quirk. Copy. I can copy the quirk of anyone I touch, so I can basically use the quirks of everyone in this room. Kaminari scoffed. That's nice and all, but you just try to use something like half hot, half cold. He pointed to Todoroki. That must be the name of his quirk. You'd probably lose control of it instantly. Izuku made an educated guess, based on the name of the quirk and on knowing Endeavor's quirk, that it was probably a dual fire and ice quirk of some kind. They wondered if the even split of his hair and, now that they were looking closer, his differently colored eyes, had something to do with it. Maybe the half part was being completely literal, and if it was Izuku thought it was one of the most uncreative quirk names they'd ever heard. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Monoma had been bickering, with Monoma insisting that he could control any quirk he copied, and Kaminari daring him to prove it. and just as Yaoyorozu was trying to stop them, Monoma reached out and touched Izuku's hand. He looked at Kaminari smugly before blinking in confusion as he stared at his hand on top of Izuku's. He raised his hand and stared at it for a moment. His confusion quickly turned to annoyance. "Hey, why can't I copy your quirk?" he demanded. And they were right back to the same problem. They looked around the table, seeing 4 pairs of staring eyes, and Tenya, who was clearly trying to keep his composure. They sighed. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later, and they hadn't really planned on lying. They started to sign, before realizing that it would be unfair for Yaoyorozu or Tenya to have to explain something this socially awkward. They took their pocket notebook out, they never went anywhere without it, and scribbled their message before handing it to Monoma. "You can't copy what I don't have?" He read the note out loud, slightly confused, then scoffed. "You need to word this better. This makes it sound like you don't have a quirk at all." He paused as they nodded their head. "You don't have a quirk at all," he repeated, letting the word sink in. I thought people like you were extinct?" he said incredulously, with an agreement from Kaminari, an all too familiar look of pity from Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki looked fully disdainful. Izuku scrunched their nose. If these kids were going to start being quirkist, they were going to leave and stick with Uncle Tensei for the rest of the evening. Tenya looked like he couldn't decide whether to lecture his friends or drag Izuku out of here before they started lecturing them. They had planned to let it slide this time, before Todoroki decided to stand up, open his mouth, and say something that made their blood boil. "Why did you even bring your cousin here, Ida? They'd probably get hurt with powerful quirks like mine being around." "Oh, okay, so that's how he wanted to play this." Tenya's expression went from furious to scared in the instant he saw the expression on Izuku's face. It was the same expression they made whenever they were truly furious with someone, what Papa called their innocently dangerous expression. Before Todoroki had time to react, Izuku punched him, with only his surprisingly well-trained reflexes saving him from falling backwards onto the floor. He got up and stared at them, still with that bored, irritated expression, and then lunged at them. Tenya immediately got in between them, but it seemed more like he was trying to stop Izuku from hurting Todoroki, and not the other way around. "What was that?" Todoroki exclaimed. "I was trying to protect you and you punched me." "Okay, how about we all calm down?" Yaoyorozu looked horrified at this display of violence from both Izuku and Todoroki. Izuku ignored her. "Protecting me? By saying that I'm weak and useless? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Endeavor has been using that excuse to be quirkist without facing consequences for years. I thought maybe his son would be smarter, but I guess I was wrong." Well, that caused a reaction, with Todoroki's face going from furious to confused and finally settling on annoyed as he went back to his chair and scowled at the table like it had personally offended him. Izuku turned back to the others. "Does anyone else have an argument about why I'm inferior to you?" they asked as they stared down all of them, daring them to say something. The 3 of them had had the good sense to look ashamed of themselves. The air around the table had become incredibly tense, and Izuku sighed before deciding to try and break the tension. They were still mad at Todoroki, but the others seemed apologetic enough. They scribbled something down in their little notebook before sliding it over to Monoma. "For what it's worth, I do think your quirk is cool." He looked surprised by that, as did Kaminari. "What do you mean?" "Well, if you can copy anyone's quirk, that basically means you have as many possible abilities as people you can make physical contact with. Your enemies would never be able to predict you." They signed excitedly, and Tenya started relaying their words. He looked stunned for a moment before returning to that smug attitude he had earlier. "See, I told you guys my quirk was the best." Izuku shrugged. "Well, you're all cool. I mean, Kaminari has raw power on his side, and he could probably paralyze people if he tried, and Yaoyorozu could make weapons and traps and first aid supplies. All of you have super powerful quirks, you just need to use them right." Yaoyorozu shrugged. "You're surprisingly good at flattery, but I've never been able to make more than a few small things before I'm too tired to make any more." Monoma piped up, "And stupid over here," he pointed a thumb at Kaminari, "can't even use his quirk without frying his brain." Kaminari looked embarrassed and Izuku felt their eye twitch in irritation. Izuku blinked and looked the 2 of them over. They turned to Yaoyorozu. "Does your quirk have that high of a conversion rate, or do you not have enough fats in your body?" "Excuse you?" she said. sounding slightly offended. And Kaminari, how are you training your quirk? How is it possible that you fry your brain every time? That has to be causing some kind of damage. Tenya sighed and relayed the message to Kaminari, who just stared blankly at them. Tenya took one look at his now thoroughly confused friends, and at the sparkle in Izuku's eyes, and shook his head. If you're going to analyze them, at least ask first, he reminded them. Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up. You do quirk analysis? She asked, suddenly far more interested than she had been this entire time. Yeah, do you? Izuku pulled out their pocket notebook and was immediately poised to start writing. I've had a passing interest, but my parents have gotten my quirk analyzed recently, since I'm starting training soon and they wanted to find the best way for me to use my quirk. It was truly fascinating. Izuku frowned. Really? Then what? Can't you make more than a few things at a time? She shrugged. I don't know, it just happens. Well, your quirk takes lipids, right? Is it running out of fuel? Oh, maybe. Mother always says that my diet needs to be low in fats and carbs. Yaoyorozu looked thoughtful. Kaminari rolled his eyes. You guys have weird parents. I can't imagine not being able to eat what I want. Todoroki had been silent the entire time, not even deigning to look at the group, but he spoke up with another scoff. Your parents must be disappointed in you, Kaminari. Imagine having a child who can't control their own quirk. Kaminari looked down, ashamed, and they swore they could see the beginnings of tears form in his eyes. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Okay, Todoroki being mean to them was one thing, but being this mean to someone he was supposed to consider a friend? Tenya put a hand on their shoulder to keep them from leaping across the table to demand that Todoroki explain why he thought he was so much better than everyone else. Honestly, if he wasn't so lacking in expression, they might have thought they were talking to Bakugo with the way he was acting. Leave. Todoroki looked annoyed. Excuse me? If you can't stop being a complete a-hole to everyone around you, why don't you leave and stay with your father? I'm sure the two of you would have so much fun putting others down for things outside of their control. On the outside they were calm, but if he even so much as tried to argue, they were ready to stand their ground. Once again, comparing him to Endeavor seemed to strike a nerve, and Todoroki looked like he wanted to say something, but got up and stalked away, muttering under his breath. Kaminari looked at Izuku, barely holding back tears. Tenya stared sadly at Todoroki as he was leaving. Monoma seemed to look a little ashamed, probably thinking about what he had said to Kaminari. The table was awkwardly silent for a second time that evening, and this time it was Kaminari who broke it. Thanks for sticking up for me, he said, looking down at his hands before looking up at them and grinning. I didn't even realize he could be that. He waved his hand in the air, trying to describe it without insulting Todoroki. He looked ashamed. I can't believe you defended me even after I was kind of a JRK to you. Izuku nodded. Yeah, well, I've only met one person who didn't have some kind of reaction to my quirk status, and the rat isn't exactly normal. The best reaction I can expect is the one you and Monoma had, being surprised that I even exist. Tenya nodded in agreement as he relayed their words. Kaminari nodded. I'm still sorry though. He tapped the table for a few seconds. Hey, what's your favorite color? He asked, clearly trying to change the topic. Izuku looked down at their green shirt and grinned at Kaminari, who chuckled. I'd say that's way too obvious, but my favorite color is yellow, and that's not even because of my hair. The conversation became far more friendly after that, although nothing stayed on topic for more than a few minutes with Izuku and Kaminari leading the discussion. They even managed to get Yaoyorozu to laugh a few times, which given her tendency to only smile politely at everything was a sheer miracle. The time flew by and soon the gala was over, and they had to leave, but not without some last goodbyes. Hey Ida, you should bring Izuku next time too. Monoma exclaimed as the group started splitting off to find their respective families. Tenya looked at Izuku questioningly, who shrugged. They really didn't like the party, too many rich people who thought they knew better, but they did like this small group of kids. Why not? With the promise to return at the next gala, Izuku and Tenya rejoined the rest of the Idas, and when Uncle Tensei asked what they did, Izuku and Tenya silently agreed not to mention punching Todoroki. By the time they got home, they were tired from all the socialization and basically flopped on the couch the second that Tenya left. Hey little listener, how did it go? Papa ruffled their hair as the cats curled up next to them. Dad had also sat on the couch and was listening intently. It went well. Tenya's friends are interesting, they said. That's legacy kids for you. Even the nicest one is usually a stick in the mud, Dad said. Thunder's little brother was really cool though. I think he talks even more than I do, and he's funny. They laughed, remembering the exaggerated faces Kaminari would make trying to make people laugh. He talks more than you? Now that's a feat. Papa grinned mischievously before yelping as they threw a cushion at his face. Hey! It's true. Did you do anything else? Dad asked, probably expecting a normal answer like, another analysis, or maybe just wandering around. I punched Endeavor's son. Wait, what? Papa looked both concerned and curious. What did he do to deserve that? He asked. He was being quirkless to me and another kid, they said, frowning at the air as anger seeped into their voice. Papa laughed. Oh, please tell me you knocked him down a peg? Zashi, we really shouldn't be encouraging this behavior. Dad tried to sound scolding, but he was also doing a very poor job at hiding his proud grin. I also lectured him and told him to leave, but I wasn't expecting him to actually listen to me. The grinned. Izuku continued to talk about the gala, and their agreement to go to the next one as well, and eventually they were fighting back yawns as the sun had long since set. Eventually Dad convinced them to go to bed, and they could tell the rest of the story in the morning. They grumbled a bit but conceded. They didn't actually go to sleep, instead talking to nothing as they thought about Tenya's friends. They couldn't wait to see them again. Izuku was bored. Why the heck was it taking Dabi so long to get home? The windowsill was getting uncomfortable. They could just leave and come back. But then there was the possibility that they would miss the chance to surprise Dabi when he walked into the apartment. They'd done it 4 times in a row and they weren't about to stop now. They had taken to counting the leaves on the vine that grew out of a crack in the bricks on the edge of the window. There were exactly 22. They double-checked the count before deciding that maybe something was going on. They'd only talked to him 4 times before, 5 if you counted that one time in the park, and this would be the 3rd time since they'd made that deal with him. They actively kept their distance if they happened to see him during patrol. No point in pushing boundaries that didn't need to be pushed, especially since he was only just starting to warm up to them. Even still, they knew roughly what time he got home each day, just before the worst part of the night started. They waited for a little while longer before they heard the door slam open and a string of furious insults as Dabi stomped into his apartment. He didn't notice them at first, seemingly preoccupied with cursing the universe itself. Izuku decided to wait until he calmed down before they knocked on the glass. His eyes snapped up to meet their gaze. He looked up at the ceiling, muttering something that they couldn't hear before opening the window. Great, just who I wanted to see today. Sarcasm practically dripped from his words as he went right back to pacing around his living room, looking like he was about 2 seconds and a wrong word from throwing something into the wall. Izuku decided that their usual antics were not going to be appreciated today, and instead they stood next to the window and calculated the chance that they would make things worse if they tried to talk to him. After about a minute of watching Dabi wear a track in the carpet, they figured that he wasn't going to calm down on his own anytime soon. So, how was your day? He turned and glared at them. I don't know, Wraith, how do you think it was? I'm guessing it was bad. Absolutely horrible. This has to be a cosmic joke. His voice raised again as he kept talking. I go down my normal route home and guess what? I get caught up in a DMN villain attack, and to top it off, that flaming piece of trash just had to be the one to respond to it. Okay then, they barely needed to look to see the poorly hidden rage at this flaming piece of trash. They might be poking the bear here, but who exactly are you talking about? Endeavor. Just saying the name seemed to cause him physical pain. That stupid FING dumpster fire of a hero. Oh, well, that made a whole lot of sense. They'd probably be in a bad mood if they had to be in Endeavor's vicinity for an extended PRD of time too. Him? Really? I didn't think he patrolled around here. I don't know, I guess he was in the area. My bad luck, I guess. At least you were lucky enough not to end up as collateral. Izuku always wondered how Endeavor was still an active hero. They knew why. It was because he had one of the highest villain capture rates, the one compliment they'd begrudgingly give him. Dabi frowned. It was pretty close. I almost got roasted. Not like that would be an unusual feeling. He grinned sardonically. The BSD didn't even look to see who he almost hit. Izuku had to suppress a frustrated sigh. What else were you expecting? It's Endeavor, civilians are meaningless to him. Dabi raised an eyebrow at that. I was expecting less agreement and more surprise. Izuku shrugged. He's been subtly quirkless for years. That's never sat right with me. That was a bit of an understatement, but they weren't in the mood to explain. You know what? That makes a lot of sense now that I think about it, Dabi said. He always said weak people weren't worth his time. Izuku tilted their head at the abrupt change in words. What had he been about to say? Wait, you never realized he was quirkless? So why do you hate him then? Dabi shrugged. The guy is an a-hole who couldn't care less about the people around him. Why wouldn't I hate him? I guess? I mean, he really needs to watch out for civilians while he's fighting. For some reason that elicited a laugh from Dabi, some joke they weren't privy to, but if that was why people hated him, a lot more people would be calling for his head on a pike. Dabi suppressed a laugh at the image of the old man's bloody head being paraded through the streets. Maybe most people are stupid, they'd have to be if they can't see him for who he really is. He let bitterness seep into his tone, or maybe they just aren't close enough. Wraith shrugged. I don't know, I mean his son managed to bully his own friends without getting kicked out of the group for years. Dabi tilted his head. So, the replacement was a bully who didn't even care about his so-called friends? He wasn't surprised that the kid who was cut off from any influences outside of Endeavor turned out to be just like him. They'll probably never kick him out, not when he's Endeavor's son. If there was one thing he had learned as a kid, it was that people cared a whole lot more about who his father was than about him. In the replacement's case, he'd be surrounded by other heroes' kids who definitely wanted to get on friendly terms with the number 2 hero's kid. Actually, he's been avoiding them for a while, at least, that's what I heard. Now why would he do that? And why aren't they begging for him to come back? He wasn't expecting an answer, it was just something for him to wonder. I don't know, but if you ask me, that quirkest a-hole deserves it. Maybe he'll learn that even weak people can stand up for themselves. That seemed a lot more personal than someone who was just hearing about this through the grapevine. It sounds to me like you do know. Wraith looked around the room. Your place is a lot neater than the last time I was here. Don't change the topic, I want to know what happened. Well, my cousin is in the friend group, and when he tried to introduce me to everybody, I may have insulted Todoroki. Dabi raised an eyebrow. There was more to this story than a simple insult. Wraith stared at him for a while before sighing. Fine. I punched him and then said I was disappointed that he was just like his dad. Dabi cackled at that, imagining this tiny gremlin punch someone several inches taller than them. He wasn't sure if the replacement would hate being compared to Endeavor as much as he did, but that must have stung. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done it, but I got angry and he needed a reality check. They stomped their foot in annoyance and looked at the floor, just like Natsuo used to when he lost a game. You remind me of my little brother, he said it under his breath, not entirely realizing that he had even said it out loud until Wraith's head snapped up to meet his gaze. You have a brother? Dabi paused. This was dangerous territory and he could shut down the conversation now, but it couldn't hurt to tell them a little bit, and it would be nice to talk about his siblings rather than lying on his couch feeling guilty for leaving them. Yeah, I do. I have 2 siblings actually, a brother and sister. I'm the oldest, then my sister, and my brother is the youngest. He wondered what they were doing now. How come you've never mentioned them? Wraith perched himself on the arm of his couch, leaning forward precariously as they listened attentively. Dabi sighed. They would drop this line of questioning if he asked them to, but he didn't have to give them all the details. I haven't seen them since I moved out. Kinda hard to contact them with our father in the way. That, and he was sure they'd absolutely despise him for letting them think he was dead and running away like a coward. Wraith nodded. Shitty biological parents, huh? Mostly my dad. My mom was just there. He remembered seeing the news a few months ago, what she did to the replacement. He wondered how much of that was real and how much of that was Endeavor's twisted narrative. Do you miss your siblings? Now there was a question, did he miss them? He'd like to say no, to say that he could just cut that part of himself away for good. All the time, he missed Natsuo's fierce competitiveness and Fuyumi's unending smile. He missed playing pretend with them. He missed telling them stories. He missed being able to know if they were all right. He missed them in so many ways that words could not encapsulate it. My baby brother should be in high school now. I bet he's giving his teachers hell, stubborn kid that he is. He wondered if Natsuo still wanted to be a doctor when he grew up. No, he was growing up now, his baby brother wasn't such a baby anymore. Wraith hopped off of the couch. What's your sister like? Scared. She was always scared to do anything other than sit by and watch our father ruin our lives, but she's still my little sister, and she cared, even if she was a coward. He used to be angry with Fuyumi for never standing against Endeavor, but she'd always been the first to cover Natsuo's eyes and ears when the arguments got bad, and always had bandages and burn cream ready to fix his hands when he'd burnt himself for training. You really care about them, huh? You must have been a good brother. Probably not, but I can't change the past. He was suddenly very glad his tear ducts had been burnt away, or he would have started crying by now. Curse his emotional brain. The silence was only a few seconds long, but it felt like hours before Wraith finally moved. They paused for a second, before reaching out and patting him on the arm. I'm sorry. He didn't know what they were apologizing for, but it was a nice sentiment. They moved to the window. I think you'd be a great brother, if you had the chance to be one again. They hopped out of the window, disappearing to the other building where Eraserhead waited, taking whatever warmth they'd intended that sentence to carry with them. Dabi didn't register sitting on the couch until he was curled up with his knees to his chest as the world seemed simultaneously endlessly vast and crushingly small. If he had another chance, huh? The idea was nice, to see Fuyumi and Natsuo again, to atone for leaving them alone in that accursed house. But that would never happen. Are you sure that I have to stay home? I could stay out of the fights. I just have to dash. Izuku was cut off by a bout of coughs. Shyuda sighed and handed them a glass of water. Izuku didn't get sick often. Shyuda could count the number of times he'd seen them get sick on one hand, and when they did it was never serious. Normally they weren't this stubborn about going on patrol. If he said they had to stay home for the night, they would listen. However, today was the monthly check-in they'd have with Dabi, and they were trying their best to pretend like they weren't running a fever. Hizashi and him were going to make sure they stayed home. This was a pointless argument because, as Hizashi had pointed out multiple times now, they were in no shape to be running around the city. Kid, lie down, you're not going and that's final. The meeting can wait until you're feeling better. Shyuda ran a hand through their hair. Izuku fought to keep a smile off their face as they pouted at his words. If he had the choice, he wouldn't be patrolling tonight either. He would be right here with his kid. Unfortunately, there was no one who could cover his patrol route for the night. But I don't want to mess it up. If I miss this one, then he's not going to trust me to show up on time the next time. They were on the verge of crying. Shyuda recognized the beginning of a spiral when he saw it. Hizashi smiled at them in sympathy. Come on, little listener, you know that's not true. Just tell him you were sick the next time you see him. He'll understand. They pouted even more. But what if something happens today? I can go check on him today, all right? You're not going anywhere like this, Shyuda offered. Okay, at least make sure he's alive. Izuku looked unconvinced, but it seemed that they couldn't think of a reason to argue since they didn't try to push back on the point. Don't worry, I'm sure it's going to be fine. There won't be any kind of problem, right, Sho? Hizashi looked at him pointedly, which was fair. He wasn't the most tactful person in the world. Exactly, he grinned, giving Hizashi a quick kiss, to which Izuku made a fake gagging sound, causing Hizashi to laugh. Shyuda moved to the door as he pulled his capture weapon around his shoulders. I'll be home by morning, so try to get some rest, okay kid? They smiled and nodded. Patrol was relatively normal, stopping muggings, the occasional murder, drag deals, all the usual, although he got some odd looks from the police officers when they realized that Wraith wasn't with him. It was weird to think about. People used to stare when they realized that he had a vigilante with him. Some officers even tried to arrest them before he stepped in to stop them. But now? People expected it. The officers would glare at the little gremlin, but they wouldn't try and arrest them if they didn't want Shyuda to shut up and leave. Most of the detectives automatically looked around for Wraith whenever they saw Shyuda at a crime scene. Even he was always just a bit surprised at just how much he'd gotten used to having Wraith by his side while patrolling. On the few occasions when they couldn't join him, Shyuda found himself talking to thin air and being momentarily confused when he didn't get a response. After patrol was over, Shyuda made his way over to the apartment building where Dabi lived. Now what? Izuku always waited at the windowsill for Dabi to get home, but that was an awfully small perch, and there was no way that he wouldn't fall off if he had to stand there for more than a few minutes. He looked around looking for somewhere else to stand around waiting, hopefully somewhere a bit more comfortable than a window. He didn't see anything on the side of the apartment building, but there was a fire escape on the side of the building he was currently standing on. It didn't have a view directly into the window, but he could see a little into the kitchen if he stood in the right spot. He dropped down and waited. After a few minutes he saw movement inside the apartment, and he could have sworn he heard yelling. Soon after, the window opened, and Dabi looked around in confusion. Shyuda waved at him to get his attention, which just seemed to cause even more confusion, especially when he made his way up to the windowsill, although he had to lean down a bit to fit in the frame. What the F is this? And where the F is Wraith? Okay, that was aggressive. Shyuda was starting to reconsider standing this close to the man who could burn him at a moment's notice. They got sick, and they wouldn't stay at home and rest unless I showed up here in their place. Dabi looked suspicious, but nodded. Fine, but you're staying right there. Great, just wonderful. He was going to have to stand out here while having a conversation where neither person actually wanted to talk. They stared at each other for a while. So, how was your day? Shyuda really needed to find a better conversation starter. Normal, how is the little gremlin? Was that concern he was hearing? Shyuda resisted the urge to smile. Only 7 meetings and Dabi was already attached. Not that it was unexpected, his kid was amazing after all, and they had a knack for making people like them in the most unusual ways. They're fine, it's just a cold, they'll be up and about in a few days, probably complaining about being benched until they're properly recovered. Just because they listened to him when he said to stay home didn't mean that they were ever happy about it. So I'm stuck with you for today? Was it just him or was Dabi nervous? Pretty much. Shyuda looked into the apartment. It was exactly as Izuku had described it, like a hurricane had blown through, although if he looked carefully he saw piles of organized chaos like one would find in Higuri's lab. There was also something that had to be fairly new, a poster of the top 5 heroes that had been made last week, and this one had a truly excessive amount of stab marks. He was going to guess that the knife embedded into Endeavor's face had something to do with it. He was tempted to leave that alone, lest he become the next one stabbed, but the lack of aim was making a whole lot more sense when he noticed that Dabi's hands were shaking. You know what? You've done your job. I'm alive. We talked. You can leave. Dabi started to close the window, but Shyuda put his hand in the frame to stop him. Wait. Dabi looked properly angry now. What? Want? His voice cracked on the last word. Shyuda sighed as he held the edge of the window. This kid, he wasn't a kid but he looked only a bit over 19 and that basically counted, was trying so DMN hard to act like nothing was wrong. Dabi was fine, he was definitely fine. He absolutely hadn't run home after he saw an interview with some high-ranking heroes being played on a random TV. Said interview being one where Endeavor talked some bullshit about how he strives to make the city safer, and then the fucker stated bragging. Normally, this wouldn't warrant a reaction. Just a scoff and an eye roll before Dabi would move on with his day, but today Endeavor decided to start bragging about his son, and he managed to sound every bit the proud father that Dabi knew he wasn't. But hearing that, all this talk about how amazing the replacement was, how much potential he had, that he was destined for great things, it just served to rub salt in a wound that he thought had scarred over years ago. It wasn't fair, the replacement was over there being talked about over and over again, and there was no word of Fuyumi or Natsuo anywhere, and back when Dabi was still Tuya? He wasn't mentioned either, or if he was it was only as the failure. And after his death? How long did it take for the world to stop talking about him? A few months? A year? He knew it only took Endeavor 2 weeks to shut up about him. He didn't know how long it took his siblings, he didn't know how to find them. By the time he got home he couldn't decide whether to scream or cry. Unfortunately the second one wasn't an option anymore, so he spent a while throwing a kitchen knife at the poster he'd found a few days ago. He'd kept it just so that he could stab Endeavor in the face whenever he felt like it, which was becoming increasingly often these days. He was prepared to deal with whatever questions Wraith threw at him today. They were predictable if not easy, not to mention a Vigilante. He was not prepared for Eraserhead, who he had literally never talked to, and despite all that Wraith said about him, Dabi wouldn't trust him further than he could throw him. Are you okay? He was definitely imagining the way Eraserhead's voice softened just a bit. I'm fine. Dobby did his best glare at Eraserhead, who seemed unimpressed. "You're not fooling anyone," he glared right back at Dobby. "You're literally shaking. Are you okay?" His voice was calm and definitely softer than it was earlier. "And why do you want to know?" There was no reason for a hero to be this concerned about a civilian, not unless there was something they could gain. Dobby tried to think of what. Most heroes cared when there were cameras on them, but there weren't any cameras here. Some cared to lure people into a false sense of security, just so they could hurt them later. He wasn't going to let his guard down, not today. He backed away from the window, keeping a wary eye on any sudden movements. Eraserhead sighed. He started to try and step into the apartment but stopped when Dobby stepped back. He did not flinch. "Come on, kid, I'm not going to hurt you." He raised his hands in a placating gesture. Dobby let his flames run down his arms, definitely on purpose. He wasn't panicking, he was being intimidating. "Likely story, I'm fine." His voice didn't crack. "No, you're not, but okay." Why the hell did Eraserhead have to sound so patient? Dobby hated it. He didn't need a hero's pity. He didn't need to be treated like a child. "Why are you still here?" "Because, well," Eraserhead stumbled over his words, and Dobby grinned. Finally, no more fake niceness. Heroes always showed their true colors eventually. He mumbled something under his breath. What was that, hero? Because it looked like Eraserhead really didn't want to admit it. Dobby moved closer to the window, ready to burn him when he stepped out of line. "I'm worried." Dobby felt his flames flicker with his surprise. What? Why on earth was that so hard to admit? Or was he playing mind games with Dobby? Why? He wasn't buying it. No way that this hero was being genuine, because your precious Vigilante would get mad at you if you weren't? No, well, they would be concerned about you too, but you're not even 20, the world shouldn't have hurt you this much. Eraserhead took off his goggles and looked directly at Dobby. He actually looked concerned. Either he was an amazing actor, or he was being genuine, and that was somehow much scarier. Dobby was silent for a while, then he pulled back his fire, feeling the usual dull pain that seeped through any part of him that wasn't burnt. "Just leave, I'll be fine," he said, failing to make that sound aggressive in any way. Eraserhead nodded. "Alright, just, if you ever need help, me and Wraith are right here." Then he leapt back over to the fire escape on the other building, scaling the wall and disappearing over the rooftop. Dobby stared out of the window for a while longer. Someone was willing to help him. 2 people, in fact, were willing to catch him if he fell. What a terrifying thought. The universe was playing a prank, a very cruel prank. Dobby could practically hear the mocking laughter surrounding him as he stood there, completely and utterly frozen, watching the fighting rage above his head. It wasn't particularly exciting. He didn't recognize the hero, must be a new one. The villains weren't anything special either, just some 2-bit idiots who thought they were the next great threat. It was where he wasn't looking that had him staring up. It was the fire. The swirling mass of reds and oranges and specks of yellow that made up the roaring inferno, ravenous embers flying off and catching on anything even remotely flammable as it swept across the roof. He could feel it creeping its way towards him, the smoke getting thicker and thicker as he stared up at the fight. The hero had managed to take down one of the villains. It was only a matter of time until the other 2 went down as well. Maybe then someone would notice the person on the roof, but maybe then it would be too late. He could barely hear anything over the crackling of the flames, but sirens were made to be heard. He wondered if they had finished evacuating everyone by now. He could see flickers in his peripheral vision, light and shadow twisting in his mind to form a monster of burning teeth and a crackling roar. He was forced to look down as coughs racked through his body, a combined effect of the smoke clouding his vision and the cigarette that lay half-burnt and forgotten at his feet. The fire was so close, he could reach out and touch it. It was too close. Against all reason, Dobby stumbled backwards, towards where he knew the rooftop access was being eaten away by the flames. Maybe if he ran fast enough, he could get to the staircase before it burned away. If he could just get to his apartment, he could probably get to the fire escape. That was an entirely stupid course of action. The building was barely kept up to code, and the fire escape would crumble under him if he tried to use it, but fear has never made anyone rational. He ignored the pain as he shoved and kicked at the burning door, forcing it open and almost falling down the stairs in his panic. He tried to grab the railing but missed, sending him tumbling until he hit the wall. He heard the crack before he registered the pain, a sickening sound of snapping bone that he was all too familiar with. He couldn't tell what had broken, his entire body felt like it was being eaten alive and the pain blended together. Not that it mattered, he had to get out of here. He forced himself to stand, leaning heavily against the wall. He tried to make his way down the steps, but the slightest movement sent waves of pain through every fiber of his being. He had to keep moving, the fire was stalking its way down the steps to devour him, taking its sweet time like it knew he couldn't run. The feeling of burning alive from the inside was one he had gotten used to over the years, but this? Having the fire liking at his clothes and clawing at his skin was a feeling he had hoped never to feel again. The pain engulfed his body as he felt his legs give out from under him. A scream tore through the air as he landed awkwardly. His vision swam with darkness as he fought to keep his eyes open. The smoke shifted, forming the towering trunks of trees. The uneven concrete under him almost felt like rocks digging into his back. Was it just him, or did the whole world seem so much larger? A strand of hair as white as the snow melting around him fell across his face as the sound of burning wood filled his ears. The birds had stopped chirping ages ago and he wasn't sure if he could get to the river in time. But nobody was coming to save him, least of all his father, who still hadn't shown up to see him and the new flames he was so proud of. He tried to push himself up in one last-ditch attempt, but his arm bent weird and the sheer pain that shot through him caused him to fall back down, staring at the burning canopy. The fire liking at lightly scarred skin, bandages going up in flames, searing marks into his skin wherever they touched. For the second time in his life, Tuya burned. Anan would blame the fact that they hadn't recognized the address on the exhaustion. They had barely been able to rest since getting called out to a landslide that nearly buried an entire town. It had taken them and the wild pussycats 2 whole days to clear the area and find survivors, and then came the worst part, retrieving the bodies. Anan never liked that part of their job, although they had gotten used to it over time. Something about those lifeless eyes filled them with sorrow and 1,000 what-ifs of how they could have been saved. They sighed, recognizing that they were overthinking things, and sent a quick text to Rio asking if they could talk later. He would know exactly what they meant. It was how they had met after all. When they finally got back into Mizudafu, they made a quick detour to Nemuri's favorite bakery to grab those mini cherry tarts they both adored. They'd spent 3 days doing rescue work and the travel time added another day on top of that. They hadn't been able to sleep more than 3 hours a night that entire time. All they wanted to do now was go home, toss their backpack into a corner and watch a documentary with their wife before sleeping the day away. Nemuri would have been keeping up with the news reports of the landslide, just in case things went wrong, even though the HPSC would send her a report if anything happened to Anan. It was a habit they'd noticed with the rest of their family too. Whenever someone had to leave for a longer mission, they'd all keep tabs on it as best they could. On the way home, they saw someone running down the street yelling for help. A kid, maybe 6 or 7, with singed clothes. Anan might have been tired, but that disappeared the second they realized a civilian was in danger, all their training kicking in as they stopped the kid and asked what happened. She introduced herself as Asano Haru and said that the building where she and her dad lived was on fire. She continued trying to explain, but Anan was already moving, asking her for the address as they sent out an alert from their phone. The building was clearly old and not in the best shape. Anan could name at least 5 safety violations from the outside alone. A few people had already evacuated, but it seemed that Asano's father wasn't one of them, as she was being held back from running into the building by someone who kept reassuring her with empty promises. Anan knew they couldn't do much. They were in civilian clothes and completely unprotected compared to their hero costume, which was resistant to just about every common hazard they could think of, but they did their best to keep people calm and figure out what happened until the firefighters arrived. It turned out that a hero-villain fight had made its way over the apartment building and a stray energy blast had hit the gas pipe that ran through the building. That should have been impossible if the pipe was up to the safety code, which meant that they probably wouldn't be able to trust the fire escapes to be up to code either. The sound of sirens was a truly welcome racket. Firefighters running into the building to get any remaining survivors and others running the hoses anywhere that the fire was strong. Anan stepped back to let them do their jobs and focused on making sure nobody was hurt or in shock. They did have to calm down a few children whose guardians hadn't been found yet. Thankfully, it seemed that there were very few casualties. They didn't know if they could deal with more dead bodies and more grieving families without crying. An older gentleman seemed rather worried and kept searching for someone in the small crowd. Anan walked over to reassure him that the firefighters would do their best to recover whatever friend or family member he was looking for. "Sir? Are you looking for someone?" It was always better to start politely, especially with the elderly. The old man frowned worriedly. "My neighbor, a nice young man, helps me with errands sometimes. I'm sure they'll find him soon. Do you know where in the building he was when the fire broke out?" "I'm sorry, miss." They grimaced but didn't correct him. "I only know he wasn't in his apartment. It sounded like he was going up to the roof?" Well, that wasn't good. The roof would be the last place the firefighters reached, not to mention it was the worst place to get stuck once fight or flight kicked in. The old man continued, "I'm just worried the kid might try to fight the firefighters. He never trusted emergency services or hospitals." He sounded increasingly worried, and Anan felt dread building in their gut. They couldn't leave this to the fire department, not if this person was going to refuse help, and not if he didn't trust hospitals. Anan had never personally had a bad experience with hospitals, but they knew that some of their family had, the ones with villainous quirks, and they'd seen the destructive panic attacks that Sekijiro and Shyuda fell into whenever they wake up in the infirmary. They dropped their backpack and ran into the building, apologizing as they elbowed the firefighter who tried to stop them. Instantly they were surrounded by smoke, but the fires had mostly been put out on this floor. Anan took off their cardigan and tied it around their nose and mouth to keep the smoke out, silently thankful that they hadn't worn anything flowy that could get caught on things. Most of the floors were empty of civilians, which meant that the firefighters had cleared out everyone and were now working on putting out the fires. It seemed that the firefighter guarding the door had alerted his colleagues about Anan, which was making their work about 10 times harder as they had to avoid the 2 or 3 firefighters who had been assigned to look for them. They were starting to feel the heat of the fires as they climbed further up where the fires hadn't been extinguished yet, and their eyes were watering as the smoke grew thicker. Even their cardigan wasn't enough to keep out all of it. But they were almost to the roof, just one more flight of stairs, and there was someone laying on the ground. Anan took one look at the stapled together scars and recognized Dabi, the kid that Izuku and Shyuda had been keeping tabs on for over half a year. He seemed unconscious, and a quick check revealed that he was definitely alive. Although his arm was broken and he had a few scrapes here and there, Anan breathed a sigh of relief. They wouldn't be dragging out the poor kid's corpse after all. They pulled him into their arms, careful not to jostle the broken bones, and noted with some alarm that he was lighter than he should have been, but they could worry about that when they weren't in a burning building. They carefully made their way down to the lower floors, working through the slight lightheadedness from breathing in the smoke. Chio was going to kill them if they got heat slide. The firefighters quickly assisted them in carrying Dabi outside, where they were promptly lectured on safety and how civilians shouldn't get involved. They could have shown their hero license, but it was buried in their backpack underneath the bag of tarts and they really didn't want to dig it out, so they just smiled and nodded along to the firefighters' scolding. They grabbed their backpack from where they'd thrown it and fished out their phone, which was thankfully unharmed. They took a few deep breaths as they called Nemuri, trying to calm themselves down. "Hi honey. Are you almost home? I missed you so much." Anan almost started crying right then. They hadn't heard Nemuri's voice in days, and now that they weren't in an active rescue, the exhaustion had come back in full force. "No, 1 second. They double-checked their location before sending the coordinates to Nemuri. "Can you come here?" "What? Anan? Sweetie? Are you okay?" They felt bad for making Nemuri worry, but their attention was divided between the call, the burning apartment, and Dabi, who had been put on a stretcher further away from the building. Anan hoped he hadn't inhaled too much smoke. "I'm fine, Nemuri. There was a situation I had to help with. Just come pick me up." They didn't bother hiding the tiredness in their voice. "All right, I'll be there in half an hour." Anan heard the faint sounds of a car starting as the call ended. Dabi woke up to searing pain all over his body. His eyes snapped open as he looked around him. The forest was gone. He was in the city, laying on his back and staring up at a sunny sky. What happened? The fire. Panic gripped him as he tried to sit up, ignoring the pain that shot through his arm when he tried to move it. Someone came over and tried to hold him down. That sent alarm bells ringing in his mind as he swung a flaming hand at the head of the stranger. that seemed to cause them some pain but nothing burned. When he looked closer he saw that the person was wearing a firefighter's uniform, so someone managed to find him in time. He was still being held down, but unfortunately the firefighter was physically stronger than him, so he settled for spitting curses in her face, which seemed to attract the attention of someone else who wandered over. A person who looked as if they had been caught up in the fire as well. He figured they must have been visiting someone. Their clothes were nicer than anything the people living here owned, and he certainly would have recognized someone with dual-toned hair, rare as it was. "Hey Dobby." He blinked at them. How did they know his name? He sure as hell didn't know them. "Excuse me?" he asked, slightly annoyed and wondering exactly where this was going. Instead of answering him, the person turned to the firefighter. "Sorry about that, he's just flighty." Dobby glared at them. Who the F was this? And why were they pretending to know him? The firefighter shrugged. "It's surprisingly normal for people to get disoriented in situations like these. No need to apologize for your friend." She momentarily turned her head to gesture to the rest of the survivors. Dobby opened his mouth to correct the firefighter on her choice of words, but the stranger shushed him. "Play along." He looked at them for an explanation, but the firefighter turned back and continued talking. "Anyways, we're going to be taking your friend to the closest hospital, so that would be," the firefighter thought for a moment, "Muzudafu General, not the worst place to go, but certainly one he'd still like to avoid." "Hey, no hospitals," he said, trying to sound intimidating, which was rather difficult when laying down. "Sorry, but we need to make sure you're cleared of smoke inhalation, plus you have a broken arm." Dobby was about to throw an insult at this lady when the stranger stepped in. "Hey, can I talk to my friend for a bit?" He was about to correct them, but the firefighter just nodded and took a few steps away. The stranger whispered, "Hey, what's your problem with hospitals anyways?" "Why should I tell you?" The stranger shrugged. "You don't have to, just that I know that some people don't like hospitals because they don't trust doctors, that or they don't want any records of their existence." Dobby stared at the stranger. "And what if those were the reasons?" The stranger shrugged. "Well, I can't exactly fix the problem, but I can tell you that with this many patients, especially from this area of the city, most of those doctors are going to be too busy to care about a fake name." Dobby tried not to show how relieved he was. All of the records he had since running away were listed and filed under his new name, although those would be hard to find. The one doctor he went to wasn't exactly legal. It was a "don't ask me and I won't ask you" kind of deal. "Why exactly are you trying to reassure me?" The stranger smiled. "Let's just say we have a mutual friend." They winked at him. Dobby sighed. He should have known. "Let me guess, this friend is a tiny green gremlin?" "I'd say it's nice to meet you, but this isn't the first time we've met." Dobby raised an eyebrow at that. "I think I'd remember if I'd met you before." "Well, I'm in casual right now. Last time we met I was dressed for work, and some people tell me I look like a marshmallow, so I'm not surprised you forgot." "A hero then?" Dobby thought for a second before remembering the last time he got caught in a large fire. "The space hero, 13. Well, at least he knew why they were trying to help him, not that he trusted them, but if they were friends with Wraith that gave them a bit of leeway. Suddenly 13's phone started ringing. "Oh shoot, my wife's here, I have to go or she'll be worried. Good luck." They adjusted their backpack and jogged away. It seemed that he was doomed to go to the hospital no matter what he did. He just hoped he could get out again without too much questioning, either from the doctors or from the visitor who'd inevitably show up. The soft humming of the fluorescent lights was deceptively soothing. Dobby had to focus to keep his eyes open. He had been running on adrenaline as soon as the fire started, and the exhaustion had crept up now that he was in less immediate danger. There were only so many times he could find nonsense patterns in the ceiling tiles before it no longer kept his mind occupied, and he felt his consciousness slipping away. He shook his head, relishing in the pain that flared up whenever he moved. If that was what it took for him to stay awake and alert, then he would gladly suffer through it. He sighed. This was futile. He would fall asleep if he kept laying down. Shifting around in the hospital bed, he tried to figure out how to sit up with one arm. He managed it after an embarrassing number of tries. Now what? He looked around for something to keep his attention, anything to make sure he didn't lower his guard, not while he was trapped here. His eyes wandered over to the cast covering his arm. The material was itchy and uncomfortable. At least it wasn't as bad as when the doctors first wrapped his arm. The pain was awful, but he would rather endure that, the only thing really keeping him awake, than take the painkillers the nurse had left on the table. They said he'd have to stay for a few days. The doctor had said he was medically fine, paused, eyed his scars, and then clarified that she meant he was stable. Still, they'd be keeping him there until they were sure his lungs weren't damaged from the amount of smoke he'd breathed in while he was panicking. His only thought, however, had been trying to figure out what the hell he was going to do after they released him. That apartment was the only place in the area that would let him rent with a fake name and shady past. He'd probably have to move to another city to find a place that wouldn't ask too many questions. It would be a pain in the butt, but it was his best option. So why did the idea of leaving this city behind feel like a horrible idea? Why did it fill him with sadness just thinking about it? He hated it, hated having a feeling that he couldn't explain, and hated that the reason felt like it was on the tip of his tongue. There was a knocking on the door, unnecessary since there was nothing stopping the nurse from opening the door, but he supposed it was a courtesy. The nurse smiled when she saw him still awake. Dobby had worked enough shitty retail jobs to know a fake smile when he saw it. "Your family is here to see you." He must have done a good job of hiding the panic that washed over him because the nurse's plastic smile didn't change. His family? Surely nobody had recognized him. He would have heard something if that was the case. But what if someone did figure it out? What if they had contacted his siblings, or worse, his father? Really? He asked skeptically, because not believing her was the only way he could stay calm. She nodded, smile still plastered on her face, and continued talking, oblivious to the fact that he was calculating the chance of being able to fight his way out of here with a broken arm. "Yes, your uncle and cousin?" "What?" Dobby blinked in confusion. He didn't have any extended family. Endeavor was an only child and his mother's side of the family was estranged before he was even born. The nurse was too busy talking to notice a little kid poked their head into the room. Now he was even more confused. Nobody in his family had green hair, and certainly none that was fluffy enough to look like an unruly pom-pom. And was it just him, or had he seen this kid somewhere before? The kid must have noticed his staring because they waved at him. "Hey Dobby, it's me. Your friendly ghost," they signed, before ducking out of sight before the nurse could see them. Of course. He really should have seen this coming. Of course 13 would have told Wraith what happened. Wait, did this mean Wraith was a literal child? They didn't even look like a teenager yet. Who was letting this kid run around being a vigilante? Although that explained a lot about their behavior, and still made no sense at all. Wraith was smarter than some adults. They literally talked circles around him the last time he tried to argue with them, and they're a kid? He didn't know whether to be impressed or annoyed. He sighed as the nurse left and Wraith walked into the room, followed by a man who he had to assume was Eraserhead. Wraith, with their usual lack of boundaries, sat on the edge of the bed. Eraser leaned on the wall as far away as possible in the cramped room. "Hey, we heard about the fire. Are you doing all right?" Wraith's expression was much easier to read when it wasn't hidden behind a mask, and right now they looked so concerned that it hurt. Eraser just sighed. "Kid, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? After all, he can't use our code names while we're out of uniform." He looked over to Dobby. "I'm Aizawa Shyuda and this is Izuku. It's nice to meet you, I guess. Don't you have better things to be doing right now?" Aizawa shook his head. "1, it's the weekend, and 2, we don't have patrol tonight, so we can stay as long as we need to." Dobby wanted to be annoyed at that. Dealing with these two for longer than an hour would be a pain, but for some reason he wasn't that upset about it. "Oh, by the way, I hope you don't mind. We had to pretend to be family to get the nurse to let us visit you," Izuku explained. "Yeah, I figured, although you nearly gave me a DMN heart attack, I thought my actual family had found me." He still didn't know how this kid had gotten him to open up about his family, at least, as much as he could without revealing his identity to them. Aizawa winced when he realized what Dobby meant. Izuku just looked horrified. "Oh no, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to scare you." "It's fine. Speaking of families, do yours know you're here?" he asked, because honestly, where were this kid's parents? "Well I mean Dad is standing right there and Papa is at work, but he knows." Well, that explained a few things. Dobby glared a bit at Aizawa. "What? How old are they?" "10? And you're letting them fight crime?" Dobby knew what happened to legacy kids. Hell, What happened to him was a shining example of why this was a bad idea. I'm 11 actually, and I was a vigilante before I got adopted. Izuku huffed and crossed their arms in a pout. Aizawa sighed. Trust me, it was either this or dealing with them sneaking out every night. You still didn't try to talk them out of it? Have you tried to talk them out of anything? Fair point, they were impossible to argue with once they'd set their mind on something. Hey Dabi? Izuku asked. They were looking between him and Aizawa like they weren't sure what to do. Are you okay? I mean, I almost died and I have a broken arm, but yeah, mostly why? Dabi wasn't sure if he said something wrong, but Izuku definitely had tears in their eyes. Izuku? Can I hug you? They must have seen his hesitation because they backed away. Wait, Dabi reached out with his uninjured arm and gave them a pat on the head. I'm fine, okay? Izuku nodded, still looking unconvinced. Aizawa smiled at the two of them, a soft and unguarded smile Dabi had never seen on the hero before, even during the few times they had talked, a smile that was quickly hidden when Aizawa realized he had seen it. Dabi barely suppressed a grin of his own. He wanted to laugh and tease Aizawa for being such a softie, but a part of him was delighted at the fact that a smile as kind as that had been directed, at least in part, to him. What happened anyways? Aizawa asked. Anan only said your apartment caught on fire. We didn't get that many details. Dabi shrugged, as much as he could shrug with one arm, that is. Remember how I told you I don't do well with fire? I freaked out, managed to fall down a flight of stairs, broke my arm and passed out. Not much more to say. There were a few more things, but they didn't need to know that he had hallucinated being a kid again. I wasn't hurt too badly, I'll be out in a few days, and then he'd have to move, a thought that wouldn't have bothered him normally, but why did the idea feel like it was twisting his insides? His expression must have changed because Izuku frowned. Is something wrong? Dabi wanted to smile and say no, nothing was wrong after all. There was no reason for him to feel this unhappy. It wasn't the first time he had to move, it wouldn't be the last. Aizawa hadn't said anything, but he stared at Dabi with an expression that meant he wasn't going to be fooled by any half-hearted platitudes. Dabi had gotten good at reading both of them, even though they only visited him once a month, or just waved hello whenever he saw them on patrol. He had gotten used to them and I'm going to miss you guys, because despite every attempt to keep his distance and not get attached, these two had managed to get through the cracks in his walls and worm their way into his icy heart. He cared about them, they cared about him. And, horrifyingly, Dabi couldn't bring himself to be angry about it, not at them, and not at himself. Miss us? Why? Oh no, Izuku looked like they were about to cry, again. The apartment is a wreck, I can't stay there anymore. I'll have to leave the city. His voice cracked and he knew that his eyes would be watering right about now if they still could. Izuku's face fell. They were clearly trying to hold back tears. He wasn't much better. He was sure he had started shaking. This was so stupid. There was nothing they could do about any of this. It felt so unfair that the universe would give him two people to care about only to force him to leave them. He didn't notice when Aizawa had walked to the edge of the bed, but he was there, one arm wrapped around a crying Izuku. And he was looking directly at Dabi with such worry and kindness that just made it harder to hold back the sobs that had built up in the back of his throat. It's okay kids, I'm right here. Dabi just started sobbing, eyes hurting from unshed tears. It took several minutes for him to calm down, and Izuku was half asleep by then. I don't want to be alone again. Dabi's voice was barely a whisper and hoarse from the crying, but it seemed, in that moment, like it was the loudest and most crushing sound in the room. Because it was the truth, the one truth he had tried to run away from ever since that day. He was never made for being alone, no matter how hard he tried. I know kid, I know. The sound of Aizawa's voice was the only thing keeping him from breaking down again. I don't know what to do, I can't leave, I just can't. Aizawa smiled at him. Don't worry kid, we'll figure something out, trust me, okay? Dabi nodded. He did trust Aizawa, and Izuku, more than he would have ever admitted to himself if circumstances hadn't forced him to. And while he was sure a part of him would always be waiting for the other shoe to drop, he ignored it for now, because doing anything other than clinging to this thread of hope would send him spiraling again. A yawn escaped Dabi's mouth before he could stop it. He was already tired, all that crying just made it worse. He couldn't just fall asleep. Who knows what could happen while he was unconscious? Aizawa must have seen the panic on his face because he just sighed. Get some rest, kid. I'll wake you up if anything happens, okay? Promise. I promise. It took 3 long days before Dabi was let out of the hospital. Izuku and Aizawa had stayed with him the entire first day, but they had to leave after that. Of course they did. They both had duties to attend to. But before they left, the 3 of them talked about where Dabi was going to stay. The main issue was that no apartment nearby was going to let him rent with a past as shady as his. This was surprisingly easy to solve now that there was someone else helping him. All they'd have to do was put Aizawa's name on the lease and say that Dabi was a friend or relative who was staying at the apartment. That would take a day or 2 to get done, and Dabi was just prepared to camp out in an alleyway or 2, but Izuku had very firmly insisted that he could stay with them. He wasn't too keen on intruding into their home like that, but it was the better option and it wouldn't be for long. When the idea had been suggested, Aizawa had looked rather uncomfortable about the matter. Dabi was convinced he didn't agree with the idea and was prepared to turn down Izuku's offer, even though it was his only real option. But then it turned out Aizawa was just worried about Dabi being stressed out because apparently his over-emotional cockatoo of a husband would try to befriend him as soon as he saw him. Dabi shrugged and said he'd be fine, which was mostly the truth, and internally he hoped Aizawa's husband wouldn't be that pushy. He was married to Aizawa after all, and Dabi was pretty sure that nobody could get in that man's personal space if he didn't want them there. He had just said goodbye to the nurse with the plastic smile when his phone started ringing. He checked the contact's name. It was Aizawa, right? Dabi had called him in the morning to let him know that he was finally free and what time he was going to be released. It had been Aizawa's insistence that Dabi had his number, just in case something happened. He wasn't sure if it was completely necessary. He could probably get out of most situations on his own, fires being the one exception. But looking at his incredibly short contacts list and seeing Aizawa's name right there, it felt like a lifeline, even if he wasn't going to use it as anything other than a last resort if he did get in trouble. Hey, they finally let me out. Dabi carefully balanced the phone between his shoulder and ear, leaving his hand free to open the door. The cast was still itchy and annoying, and he hated it. One of the doctors here did have a healing quirk, but it wasn't enough to completely heal a compound fracture. Still, it was nice to know that he'd only have to wear the cast for a month and a half instead of the 4 months it would have been otherwise. He was sure he would have gone crazy if he couldn't move his arm for that long. That's good. I was going to come find you. But if you're already out, I'm in the parking lot. Dabi hurried outside, looked around and finally spotted Aizawa standing around, and he had to do a double take just to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Ugh, are you wearing bright pink sweatpants? Dabi asked, barely holding back laughter. Aizawa sighed loudly enough that he heard it from both the call and across the lot. Yes, that's me, now hurry up, and he ended the call. Dabi tried not to stare as he walked over. Honestly, that was one of the least inconspicuous items of clothing he'd ever seen, and he'd had to suffer through witnessing those neon dresses Fuyumi used to like. He politely waited until after they'd both gotten into the car before asking, "Did your wardrobe get mixed up with someone else's?" Because there was no way Aizawa wore those willingly, right? No, these are mine. You'd be surprised at how effective it is at getting people to not recognize me. Dabi nodded. Honestly, if he didn't know where Aizawa was, he might have thought that it was just someone who looked a lot like him. You're worried about being recognized? Dabi asked as he couldn't think of any reason. After all, the last time Aizawa had visited, he was dressed pretty normally. A coworker of mine is here for reasons, and I really don't want her to see me here. She can't be that bad, right? Oh, no, she's fine. We're kind of friends, at least friendly enough to have a running joke between us. I just didn't want to sit through an hour of pun-infused conversation while I waited for you. Aizawa shuddered, and Dabi couldn't help but agree. That sounded like torture. There were a few worn-out stickers that had been stuck to the roof of the car. There was a dinosaur, a cat, and the last one was the biggest. It looked bright yellow with faded letters that he couldn't quite make out. What's with the stickers? Aizawa laughed softly. My husband put those there a few years ago. I couldn't remove them, so they're just there now. Your husband is starting to sound like a very interesting man. Who is he anyways? Another hero, right? Present Mike. Dabi rolled his eyes. He was expecting a serious answer. Demanded. He knew Aizawa's default was sarcasm, a trait they shared in common, but this was just laughable. He couldn't have made it more obvious that he was joking. The car ride was mostly silence after that. Neither of them really liked talking. Dabi just watched the scenery pass. Eventually, he found that he could pass the time by trying to spot all of the random cat hairs that had found their way into random nooks and crannies, although he really only found long brown ones. Izuku had mentioned a black cat as well, but her hairs were a bit harder to find seeing as the interior of the car was mostly black. They got to the apartment building and Dabi noted that some of the other residents of the building were looking at him with confusion and fear as they passed by. Some of them were whispering, a reaction he had come to expect from people, but they were quickly silenced by Aizawa glaring at them. It was weirdly nice to have people not talking about him where he could hear their speculations about how he got his burns. The apartment itself was on one of the higher floors, and Dabi found himself slightly out of breath by the time they climbed the last flight of stairs. If he had known it would be this high up, he would have asked if they could take the elevator. Aizawa opened the door only to be pounced on by a very small cat with eyes that looked just a bit too big for her head. The cat then took one sniff of the air, looked directly at Dabi and darted back into the apartment. So that was the shy one. Dabi was more wary of the other one, the one that Izuku had described as a bit grumpy and maybe a little unfriendly to strangers. Aizawa had just smiled and called her a grudge-holding bastard. Moonlight. A slightly too loud voice called from the other end of the room, and before Dabi could blink, Aizawa was trapped in a hug by a blonde man who seemed to have far more energy than a normal human should ever possess. The man, who he assumed to be Aizawa's husband, turned to him, and "You must be Dabi." He held out his hand but didn't seem offended when Dabi ignored it. "I'm Yamada Hizashi, but you might know me better as Present Mike." Dabi blinked a few times to make sure he heard that right, then he turned to Aizawa. "You were serious?" Aizawa looked confused. "Did you think I was joking?" "Yeah, I mean he's Present Mike, he's kind of known for being..." Dabi floundered for a sentence that wouldn't sound like he was insulting Yamada, you know. "You can just say loud, obnoxious and annoyingly friendly, I don't mind," Yamada laughed. "And I get it, I don't really seem like the type of guy Shyuda would marry." Dabi smiled awkwardly, but it seemed that neither of them had been offended by his mistake. In fact, Yamada started teasing Aizawa about it, who responded in kind. Dabi would have been concerned about it being a fight if both of them didn't have growing smiles on their faces. He shuffled away as the couple continued their verbal play fight, suddenly feeling like an intruder in a space that was definitely not where he was allowed. Izuku had just been sitting at the table this entire time, reading a book and occasionally looking up to see what was going on. They waved him over. He sat down on the other end of the table. "Are your parents always like that?" he asked, watching as Aizawa said something that made Yamada melodramatically monologue only to be interrupted as he bumped into, and then fell onto, the couch, causing Aizawa to start giggling uncontrollably as he helped his husband up. Was this how people were supposed to act with their spouses? He thought back to his parents. They had never laughed like this, not together, playful teasing replaced with sharp arguments. Had he ever even heard them call each other by anything other than their names? He had known his parents' marriage was a loveless one, but seeing Izuku's parents together, it felt like comparing a bonfire to a coal thrown into the river. Izuku must have been talking about something while he was distracted because they suddenly pulled out a notebook, opened it and handed it to him. Where had that even come from? Dabi read the writing on the front that labeled it as Analysis Number 10. Oh, these were the notebooks he'd heard so much about. He looked to the page Izuku had turned to. It was him, a full analysis of his quirk in thorough detail. It got a few things off. There was a note about how his scars were likely due to the fact that he didn't have the fire resistance mutation, and while that was technically correct, his burns were actually worse than if he had a normal body because he had the ice resistance mutation from his mother. He flipped the page to find another random hero. Izuku started explaining this one in further detail. It reminded him of the way Natsuo used to talk on and on about whatever news show had caught his eye. Dabi might not have been the best brother, but he was good enough to sit and listen even though he barely had any idea what Natsuo was talking about, because he never had anyone else who would listen. So he did his best to pay attention to Izuku's ever-confusing ramblings while the time flew by. On nights when they didn't have patrol, Shyuda was always the last to go to sleep. Hizashi would go to bed at 9, Izuku would go to their room around the same time, followed dutifully by Shadow and sometimes Mop, although he was sure they didn't actually fall asleep until much later. which left Shyuda to deal with his insomnia by trying to get some work done, going over cases, grading papers, or other such things to keep his mind and hands busy until he was finally tired enough to flop into bed and cuddle with Hisashi. Tonight it seemed that he wasn't the only one awake he checked the time, 10:30. Dabi was sitting on the couch, the pillow and blanket that Hisashi gave him were still untouched. He seemed to be muttering something under his breath, but Shyuda wasn't really paying attention. He would have just chalked it up to being in an unfamiliar place, until Dabi sighed frustratedly and started pacing around the room still muttering to himself. Is something wrong? Shyuda asked, not really looking up from his students' essays. Dabi looked at him like he hadn't realized Shyuda had been here the entire time. Nothing, just thinking. Shyuda hummed as he marked some more lines in red. About anything in particular? My parents, I guess. Dabi started tapping his fingers to the cast on his arm. He was nervous. Shyuda smiled sadly. Something made you think of them? Not really. I was mostly thinking of how much better you and Yamada are to Izuku, and Dabi cut himself off. And? Shyuda put the essays down. He could grade those later. He had a distressed kid to deal with. And I was just wondering if things would have turned out different if I had a family like you, if maybe I could have been a normal kid. Do you mean you wouldn't have run away? Yeah, I don't really care about my parents, but I wish I could have seen my siblings grow up. Dabi stopped pacing and flopped back on the couch, a faraway look in his eyes. If I had a family like yours, maybe I wouldn't have given up. Given up? On what? On everything, on being happy, on having friends, on being anything more than a failure. Taking a breath, Shyuda moved to the couch, keeping some space between him and Dabi. He hated that he couldn't do anything to help. He didn't know who Dabi's family was, so he couldn't take Dabi and his siblings away from their parents. If he ever found out, though, he was going to punch their father in the face, if Hisashi or Izuku didn't get there first. You're not a failure, kid. Dabi, look at me. Dabi blinked, focusing on Shyuda for the first time in the conversation. You're not a failure. Dabi opened his mouth to argue, but Shyuda cut him off. Whoever told you that was wrong, even if it was yourself, you didn't fail by being born with a quirk that hurts you, you didn't fail because you couldn't stop your siblings from getting hurt, and you didn't fail by running away. You were a child with no one to turn to, you did the best you could, you never failed. You wouldn't be saying that if you knew who my father is. Dabi laughed bitterly. I don't need to know. Hell, your father could be All Might himself and it wouldn't change a single thing. No one deserves to be hurt the way you were, and no child deserves to be held to the expectations of their parents. Dabi looked completely lost, like he hadn't ever thought of things that way. Shyuda supposed he probably didn't. He might have hated his father, but still, shaking off years of parental influence like that was never easy. I guess you're right, he finally said, leaning back to stare at the ceiling. I wish I could have a family like yours. You're all so good to each other. You're always welcome to be a part of our family if you want. I know Izuku and Hisashi would agree with me. Dabi looked at him disbelievingly. Really? If I wasn't serious, I wouldn't have offered. Dabi looked up at the ceiling again, thinking. Then he took a deep breath. I don't know, I mean, aren't I too old to be adopted? Shyuda smiled at him. You don't have to be legally related to be considered family. Trust me, that's basically how our family works anyways. Dabi was still staring at the ceiling, not saying a word. I'll let you think about it, Shyuda said, getting up to finish his grading his students' atrocious essays. A few minutes later, Dabi spoke up from where he lay on the couch, eyes closed as he was half asleep. I think. He took a deep breath as he considered his words. I think I would like to have you as my family, he said, voice soft from sleepiness. Shyuda hummed in acknowledgement as he finished marking off another essay. There were quite a few more to get done, but he was finally tired, so he put the rest away and stood up to go to bed. Good night, Dabi said, sleep slurring his words. Shyuda smiled. Good night, kid. Hisashi woke up to the sunlight shining through the bedroom window. He checked the time. It was about 10 minutes before his alarm. Well, no point in going back to sleep now. He tried to sit up only to be pulled back by the arm wrapped around his waist. He sighed and poked at Shyuda, which accomplished nothing as he just continued nuzzling his face into Hisashi's chest. Okay, time for Plan B. Hisashi smiled. Plan B was fun. He started humming a random tune. except without his hearing aids he couldn't tell if he was on key or not. Shyuda glared at him, but since he didn't let go, Hisashi just kept humming what he hoped was a horribly off-tune melody. Shyuda put a hand over his mouth to stop him, and then pulled it back almost immediately. "Did you just lick my hand?" Hisashi just grinned and kept humming. Shyuda looked completely exasperated. "Come on, stop that. You know how to get me to stop." Hisashi looked over at the case with his hearing aids, which he could reach, if he wasn't being held in place. Shyuda reluctantly let go of Hisashi. Great, now he was pouting at him. Hisashi just shook his head. Shyuda would wake up in a few minutes anyway. He was just being stubborn. "Shyuda, sweetie, we have work in 2 hours." He wasn't normally this tired unless patrol was particularly tough, or after Nemuri or Hirohito managed to convince him to be social for once. Shyuda grumbled something unintelligible and buried his face in the pillows. Adorable, Hisashi smiled like an absolute dork. Before realizing that he couldn't stand there staring at his cute husband, he had to get him out of bed. "Alright, what's going on?" He dragged Shyuda away from the bed, which was not made easier by him just going limp like a petulant cat. Emotionally drained. That wasn't the answer he was expecting. Then Shyuda mumbled something else before sighing and resigning himself to the fact that he was going to be tired for the whole day. "What happened?" Shyuda grabbed his hero costume out of the wardrobe. "We have a son now." "I'm sorry." "What?" Hisashi paused, halfway through putting on his jacket. "Talked with Dabi last night. He said he'd like to be part of our family." Shyuda grinned at him, and it took Hisashi several long seconds to process what had just been said. "We have another kid. We have another kid." "Sunshine? Are you going to say anything, or are you going to tell Izuku the good news, or should I?" Hisashi asked, brain finally catching up to reality. "Whoever sees them first, they would pout if we waited even a minute to tell them." Shyuda gave him a kiss before leaving to start the coffee maker. Hisashi smiled. It was really only a matter of time before Dabi was fully integrated into the family, but sooner was definitely better than later. When he walked into the kitchen to make breakfast, he was greeted by the sight of a very delighted Izuku conversing with Dabi and asking about a million questions about what happened last night. Shyuda was standing off to the side, coffee in hand, and not helping Dabi out of the barrage of questions he was clearly struggling to keep up with. Hisashi sighed. "Good morning, little listeners. Izuku, stop interrogating your, brother?" He looked at Dabi, who shrugged, but Hisashi could see the small smile on his face. Izuku also seemed to have noticed as their eyes lit up and they jumped up from their seat, grinning widely, although they did stop the questioning and grab their own cup of coffee. Dabi himself had already finished a cup, and Hisashi could feel the headache of future lectures about the health effects of too much caffeine. Why was he surrounded by perpetually tired people? "Alright then, I'll just get started on breakfast. Anything you can't eat?" he asked Dabi. As long as it's not fish." Dabi made a disgusted face like fish had personally offended him, and Hisashi had to suppress a laugh. He started getting the ingredients to make omelets when Dabi walked up to him. "Do you need any help?" Hisashi blinked. Not really. Did you need to get away from those two?" He nodded towards the other end of the kitchen where Shyuda and Izuku were petting the cats. "No, it's just, it kind of feels weird to leave you to do everything while I'm just crashing on your couch." Dabi clearly looked uncomfortable. Fair enough. Hisashi never particularly liked sitting back and letting other people do all the work either. "Well, if you want to help, could you cut these into tiny pieces? I'm making omelets." Hisashi handed Dabi the vegetables he just washed. Dabi nodded and started chopping while Hisashi started cracking the eggs. He was a bit worried at first, but Dabi seemed to be handling the knife pretty well. "Where'd you learn how to cook?" Hisashi asked. Dabi shrugged. "Mum wasn't always capable of making meals, so me and you, I mean my sister, we had to learn." Hisashi grimaced at the explanation. "Yeah, that's pretty much how I learned to cook too." Dabi raised an eyebrow. "Your father?" "Nah, the BSD left a few days after I was born, but my mother never quite recovered, mentally speaking." Hisashi shook his head. That wasn't really a part of his life he liked to think about. Dabi scoffed. "That's parents for you. My mum ended up a mental hospital after everything my shitty excuse of a father did." "If you don't mind, what happened?" Hisashi asked. He was curious, but he wasn't going to force an answer. Dabi shrugged. I don't really know, it happened after I ran away. You've been keeping track of your family? Yeah, kind of. That seemed to be where this line of questioning was going to end. Hisashi never liked silence. Sure, he could be quiet if he wanted to, but why would he when that's how he spent his life until middle school? So, he talked. Anything that came to mind was fair game about his friends or work, or even just a random dog he saw the other day. Eventually he figured out that Dabi was equally as talkative, smiling as he shared stories of his siblings. Hisashi suspected some of these would make far more sense if Dabi wasn't omitting any identifying information. Still, it was nice to hear about his family, and clearly it was nice for Dabi to talk about them. Despite the extra help, all that talking meant that making breakfast took just as much time as normal. Izuku and Shyuda had set the table, which was the only thing Shyuda was allowed to do to help. Izuku was welcome in the kitchen. Hisashi would be mad if his kid didn't learn how to cook, but they might have just wanted to leave him and Dabi alone. Hisashi had to remind Izuku several times that they had to finish eating before they got late for school. They could always talk to Dabi later. It wasn't like they had to wait a whole month anymore. Izuku grinned sheepishly. They probably still had 1.5 million things to say to Dabi, who was now their brother, a concept which seemed to still be sinking in when they left for UA. Dabi was apparently just going to stay in the apartment until they got back. When Hisashi asked if he didn't have any other plans, he just replied that he didn't know the area and he didn't know any people here. Izuku and Shyuda had already gone out the door when Dabi tapped his arm, looking hesitant. What is it, little listener? You mentioned that one of your coworkers is 13, right? Ah, right. Anan had been the one to save Dabi's life, and done so out of costume, which had caused a bit of commotion within the family and several concerns about their safety. Yeah, why? Just thank them for me? Didn't exactly get the chance earlier. Dabi looked away, like he was embarrassed. Yeah, I'll let them know, although you could always thank them yourself the next time you see them. Hisashi knew that Anan would be delighted to hear the message, not because of the thank you. They didn't like people thanking them for just doing their job. However, they had been texting the family group chat nonstop for updates on Dabi's condition. Dabi smiled. Thanks, I probably will. Shyuda half yelled from outside the apartment to reminded him that they were going to be late if he kept messing around. Right, I'm coming, Hisashi called back before turning to Dabi. We'll be back in a few hours. Don't let the cats destroy anything. See you later, kiddo. Hisashi reached out and ruffled Dabi's hair, something which earned him a swat on the hand and a half-hearted glare from a grinning Dabi. Dabi watched the door close. It was just him and his thoughts for a few hours. Mop rubbed up against his leg, begging for attention. He reached down and picked her up. They really do care about me, don't they? He asked the cat, who just let out a small meow which he chose to believe was her agreeing with him. Dabi looked out of the window, which actually had a decent view. Natsu, I promise I'll be a better brother, to Izuku, and to you if we ever meet again. Nemuri loved her partner, of course she did, that was why she married them. Anan was wonderful and kind and selfless and beautiful, and Nemuri could keep listing things for hours. Most importantly for this situation, Anan was so incredibly empathetic. They were a classic bleeding heart, something that some people would consider detrimental for their profession. They always talked to the people they rescued, asking about family, friends, pets, even sentimental items, anything that might have been caught in the destruction. No matter what it was, they'd go right back into the disaster zone to find it, once going into a flood risk zone where the water was already knee-deep to find a kid's stuffed sheep. Nemuri both loved and hated Anan's empathy, loved it for how brave and kind her partner was, hated it because it made any rescue operation 10 times more stressful. She knew there would probably be a day when they would go looking for someone or something and never come back. Even worse was seeing what happened when they failed to save someone, seeing that haunted look in their eyes, the nightmares that always followed for days on end. That was why she didn't bat an eye at their behavior after saving Dabi from the fire. Their almost obsessive checking for updates on whether he was all right, the constant worrying that was only set aside when they were doing their job. Fires were some of the most dangerous kinds of disasters. Even if the flames didn't get you and you didn't get heat slide, you were still in danger of choking on all the smoke you breathed in. Sometimes, even saving someone from the disaster wouldn't save their life. And unlike earthquakes or landslides, you couldn't evaluate their chances until they're already in the ambulance and fighting for their life. When Hisashi told them that Dabi was fine, they had been relieved. In fact, they'd almost cried. And Nemuri had personally been elated to find out that she now had a nephew. That had ultimately resulted in Nemuri and Anan showing up the next day to greet the newest member of the family. Dabi seemed to be far more interested in talking to Anan, which was understandable. He tried to thank them, but that went about as well as normal, with Anan insisting that they were just doing their job. He did bring up that time when Nemuri first met him and decided the best way to start a conversation was by flirting with him. Not her best idea, sure, but he was walking away and she panicked. They also got the address where Dabi's new apartment was, in case they wanted to visit again, or rather, Anan got the address. Surprisingly, it was within walking distance of their own apartment. And finally, a whole week after Dabi had moved into the apartment, Nemuri and Anan both had days off at the same time. If they were going to hang out with their nephew, they didn't want their hero work to force them to leave after only an hour or two. So here they were, strolling down the street, hand in hand, on a kind of day that they'd normally spend laughing at trashy rom-coms. Nemuri was also carrying a bag of cookies. She didn't know what kind Dabi would like, so she had bought a variety. Cookies were always a safe bet as a gift, because even if you don't know what people want, everybody likes a good cookie. It took them a few minutes to actually find which apartment was Dabi's, but eventually they found the right door. Nemuri knocked on the door, complete silence. Okay, that was odd. She knew he was home, and he knew they were coming over. They waited a bit before Anan got impatient and knocked on the door again. This time it was met with the sound of something falling over. The pair exchanged equally worried looks as there continued to be the sounds of someone scrambling about. Just as they were contemplating trying to force the door open, they heard the lock click open, and Dabi opened the door. Everything seemed fine. The inside of the apartment was a bit messy, but nothing alarming. And aside from the still broken arm, Dabi also seemed unharmed, although his hoodie would hide any injuries. "Hi, you showed up early." Dabi seemed weirdly nervous. He kept fiddling with the hood of his hoodie, even though it was already covering most of his head, leaving only his face visible. "What do you mean? We showed up on time, didn't we?" Anan turned to Nemuri questioningly. She checked her phone and nodded. They said 11 o'clock. It was currently 4 minutes past that. Dabi cursed under his breath. "I guess I lost track of time." "It happens to the best of us," Nemuri assured him. "Yeah, I lose track of time so often it's a wonder I get anything done in the first place," Anan joked. That caused Dabi to laugh. Good, he seemed stressed. Nemuri smiled. "Oh, by the way," she said, holding up the bag of cookies, "we brought you something." He smiled back at her and put the bag on the kitchen island. "Sorry about the mess, I was looking for something." He glared at the mess in the living room. "My organizing skills are lacking." Anan frowned. "I thought Hisashi and Shyuda helped you sort everything out?" Now that Nemuri was looking closer, the things strewn across the couches were all just a bit charred, or at least stained with soot. Shyuda had gone and hunted down all of Dabi's belongings that survived the fire. Meanwhile, Hisashi and Izuku had gone with Dabi to buy stuff like clothes, food, any necessities that he was missing. "Yeah, but I left some stuff in the boxes, told them I'd deal with it myself. Somehow I got the stubborn BSTs to back off." Nemuri laughed. "What a miracle. Now if only you could tell me the secret." "Honey, we both know you're just as bad when it comes to helping people. We all are. It's why we're heroes." Anan shook their head. Dabi frowned. "Of course, that's why you are heroes." Nemuri wasn't sure he meant to say that out loud and politely ignored it, sharing another look with Anan. "Anyways, what are you looking for?" Nemuri asked, looking over the pile of things. "Really?" Dabi glared at her. "What part of me saying I'd deal with it myself makes you think I want help?" Nemuri smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, Anan is right, it's a habit." Dabi rolled his eyes. "Whatever." He pulled at his hoodie again. Nemuri frowned. "Was there something wrong? Is everything all right, darling? You seem stressed," she asked. "I'm fine, dim Enit," he snapped, taking a step forward, and then immediately backed away. "Sorry, I mean, everything is fine." "It doesn't sound like everything is fine," Anan frowned. Dabi messed with his hoodie again. "There is nothing I want to tell you," he said firmly. "All right, All right, Nemuri said, putting a hand on Anan's shoulder, getting them to step back. How about we forget about this whole interaction and just talk like we originally planned? Dabi seemed relieved at that and readily agreed, so they talked for a while, mostly getting to know each other. They decided to play 20 questions, and at the question of least favorite person, Nemuri and Anan were all too happy to beach about some of their coworkers. They were even more happy to add fuel to the flames when Dabi started ranting about Endeavor. Nemuri had never worked with the guy personally, but she was good friends with some heroes that did, and they all said he was awful. Anan just complained about having to deal with the aftermath of several of his fights. As fun as it was to find out random facts about Dabi, Nemuri couldn't help but notice that he was still stressed, no matter how hard he tried to hide it. She was very good at seeing that sort of thing, a side effect of being friends with Hizashi, who was always far too quick to wave everyone's concerns away with a smile. They ended up staying for lunch, and Anan insisted on helping Dabi with the cooking. When they were almost done, Nemuri grabbed some plates and chopsticks. The kitchen was a bit cramped with all three of them, so she tried to move out of the way, accidentally pushing both Anan and Dabi several times. At one point she bumped into Dabi while they were both putting things on the kitchen island. Oh shoot, sorry. Nemuri quickly put down the plate she was carrying and turned to make sure the food hadn't gotten spilt. She gasped. The shove had managed to mess up Dabi's hoodie, exposing a bit of his hair. It was white. She recovered quickly and finished setting the table. She then turned and took another look at Dabi, who was actively trying to fix his hoodie and pull the hood back over his head. Did you dye your hair? Or is that its normal color and you dyed it black? He froze like a deer in headlights. He stuttered. Anan held up their hands. Hey, we won't judge. Dabi now looked confused. You, don't have questions? What? I mean kind of, but it's none of our business why you dyed your hair. Was there something they were missing? Nemuri frowned. Dabi looked so panicked a second ago. Was there a reason his hair would be a problem? Nemuri took another good look at him. There was something. She almost thought she recognized him but couldn't pin down exactly where. You don't know? Or, you know what, never mind, he seemed relieved, and then continued trying and failing to fix his hoodie. Nemuri reached out and pulled the hood up for him. He smiled at her. Thanks. I'm guessing you don't really like that color? It's dash. Dabi paused as if debating whether to tell them something. It's my natural hair color, and you already know how I feel about my family. He frowned at the mention of them. Anan smiled sympathetically. Dyeing your hair to escape from family ties? I completely understand. They reached up to fluff their own, very distinct, hair. That seemed to be the right thing to say as Dabi visibly relaxed. I thought I had enough time to re-dye my hair before you showed up, but I don't think my hair dye survived the fire. Well, that was a problem, but Nemuri had an idea. She checked the time. Perfect. Hey, do you mind if Hizashi finds out about this? She asked, pulling up their messages. I guess not. Why? He should be off patrol in a little while. I can ask him to pick up some hair dye and come over. Oh, that? Yeah, that's fine. Dabi still looked like he was waiting for something else to happen. Nemuri wasn't sure what, but she sent the text to Hizashi anyways. Hizashi was very confused when he read the text from Nemuri. Black hair dye? Dabi dyes his hair? Huh. Hizashi wondered what color it normally was. He just picked up everything needed for hair dyeing and headed over to Dabi's apartment. A few people glanced at him every now and then, but they didn't say anything. It always amused him how unrecognizable he was when he just took his speaker off and had his hair down, as if the rest of the outfit wasn't a dead giveaway. Then again, he'd seen some incredibly talented cosplayers. Maybe people just thought he was one of them. Walking into the apartment, he was greeted with a fascinating scene. Anan and Nemuri were cleaning up plates from what was probably their lunch, chatting like nothing was wrong, while Dabi was seated on a chair and staring into the distance like the world was ending before his eyes. Wow, that's pretty cool, he thought as he stared at Dabi's hair. Pure white was a rare color. It also looked weirdly familiar. Nemuri was the first to notice him. Zashi. There you are, doll. Did you find everything? He held up the bag. Yep. Everything we need to fix this mess. He helped Anan clear a space on the floor, making sure nothing in the vicinity could get stained, then laid out the contents of the bag. Dabi looked on in confusion. What are you doing? And why do you have an extra brush and pair of gloves? You know the box is gonna have those, right? Hizashi nodded, taking off his jacket so that it didn't get stained. Luckily he wasn't too attached to this t-shirt. Yeah, but I thought it would be easier if Nemuri helped me. What? Dabi sounded even more confused now. Hizashi looked him dead in the eye. Your arm is literally broken. How exactly were you planning on dyeing your hair? Dabi stared at him, trying to think of a response, before sighing and sitting on the floor next to Hizashi. Nemuri was already wearing black, so even if her clothes did get stained, at least it wouldn't be visible. Alright, this is going to take a while, she said, sitting on the other side of Dabi. It only took them a few minutes to fully color his hair. Luckily, they didn't get anything on their clothes. Hizashi disposed of the gloves before he forgot he was wearing them. It would be a disaster if he got any dye in his own hair. The instructions on the box said the wait time was 20 minutes. Hizashi filled the time by talking about his patrol. Afterwards, Dabi went off to wash his hair, and came back looking back to normal. Nemuri grinned and started complimenting Dabi, assuring him that you couldn't even tell that it was hair dye. Dabi, however, looked distracted, thinking for a while before interrupting Nemuri. I think you guys deserve an explanation. Hizashi tilted his head. For what? Dabi gestured at his hair. This, and everything really. I mean, at this point it's only a matter of time before you guys figure it out on your own, and I'd rather tell you on my own terms. You mean who your family is? Nemuri asked, shaking her head. Sweetie, it's not like we're going to go hunting for every white-haired family in Japan to see which ones are missing a son. Dabi laughed, rejoining the circle on the floor. I'm surprised you haven't recognized me already. I mean, my face was all over the news a couple of years ago. It was the talk of the nation. What, is your family famous or something? Hizashi asked. Yeah, well, my father is famous. The rest of my family is only by association. Anan had been staring very intensely at Dabi after he mentioned his face being on the news. They were likely trying to match him to any missing child reports they remembered. Their brow furrowed. Wait, no, that he was declared dead, so that's impossible, they muttered to themselves. I'm pretty sure Kuro's figured it out, Dabi grinned. Yeah, technically the world thinks I'm dead, not that my old man tried that hard to find me. So you're... Anan's eyes widened. That explains a lot, honestly, including why you hate Endeavor so much. Hizashi was officially lost, and looking at Nemuri, she was just as confused as he was. Who exactly are we talking about? Todoroki Tuya. Anan looked at Dabi, who just nodded in confirmation. Nemuri gasped, Oh, so then your father. She shook her head. Oh, sweetie. Hizashi wondered if he could get away with hurting Endeavor if he was careful enough, or maybe some nasty insults. He could probably slip some in the next time he was in an interview. Yeah, I know I've told you a lot, but I haven't really told you everything he's done. There's more. Hizashi was appalled. He'd heard about everything from neglect to spousal abuse, and now Dabi was saying that's not the worst thing Endeavor did? How on earth could it be worse? Nemuri asked, both morbidly curious and very afraid of the answer. Do you know what a quirk marriage is? I'm sorry, what? Anan looked absolutely horrified, an expression mirrored by Hizashi and Nemuri. Those are illegal, right? Hizashi asked, because he could have sworn that was the law, and even if it wasn't, it was deeply effed up from an ethics standpoint. Yeah, Nemuri agreed. I mean, I don't trust the commission as far as I could throw them, but at least they don't condone, let's just call it what it is, literal eugenics. Dabi shook his head. It wasn't legally a quirk marriage, everything was done under the table, and as far as the world was concerned, my parents were just in love. And I'm guessing nobody in your mother's family wanted to speak up against the number 2 hero? Hizashi asked. Pretty much, the only reason me and my siblings exist is because he wanted to create the perfect heir, one that could surpass all might when he couldn't. Dabi scoffed. He thought my mother's ice quirk would balance out his fire, make an unstoppable hero. I would have been an only child if I didn't inherit the wrong resistance. I don't know if that would have been better or worse. Anan, who had just been repeatedly muttering, what the F dash, the entire time, seemed to realize something. Didn't you say you only had 2 siblings? Endeavor has 3 other kids. Dabi frowned. Oh, right, Shoto, I guess he's technically my brother. You don't think so? Nemuri asked. He's the perfect child with the perfect quirk. He wasn't allowed to interact with the rest of us. The old man didn't want us corrupting his masterpiece, or whatever. Stupid kid replaced me, and took away any love my siblings could have gotten from our mum. Anan frowned. That seems a bit unfair, he's a child. Does that matter? Dabi scowled, bitterness seeping into his voice. If that BS wasn't born, maybe things wouldn't have gotten this bad, maybe Endeavor would have bothered to save me. Anan shook their head. That's just more of Endeavor's fault. Besides, from what you've said, saving you would have been protecting his legacy, not because he cared about you. Dabi sighed. I know, I just... Nemuri put a hand on Dabi's shoulder. It's always easier to blame someone you can disregard instead of blaming an authority figure, especially a parent. But Todoroki Shoto has done nothing wrong, he's just as much a victim here as you and your siblings. I guess, but I still can't see him as a brother, Dabi shrugged. That's not what we're saying, Anan said. You don't have to call him your brother. Just, it's not his fault, it's your father's. Dabi nodded. I know. It's always been that stupid BSDRD's fault. Nemuri sighed. Honestly, I'm not as shocked as I probably should be. Endeavor's always been an a-hole, no surprise he's even worse to his wife and kids, right Zashi? She turned, Hizashi? Doll. I'm contemplating murder. Anan nodded. We all are, but I think we know that's not going to happen. Dabi looked at them incredulously and shook his head, laughing, and I thought Izuku and Aizawa were feral. Nemuri grinned. Darling, our entire family is like this. They'll be calling for Endeavor's blood the second we tell them. Dabi looked mildly concerned at that. All right then, he said, a bit of fear in his voice. I don't think it would be a bad idea to tell the rest of the family, just that I'd want my siblings to be in on the plan. Fuyumi would have to be convinced not to tell our father. And I think Natsuo might kill me himself if he learned we planned to take down Endeavor and didn't let him have some of the fun. Hizashi nodded. It's the start of a plan at least. I'm sure we can come up with the rest soon. Sounds good to me, Anan agreed. Oh, by the way, Dabi? What? Now that we know, do you still want us to call you Dabi, or would you prefer Tuya? He opened his mouth, then paused, closed it, and then answered, I'm not sure. Normally I'd hate being called Tuya, but somehow if it's you guys it doesn't feel bad at all. What do you mean, sweetie? Nemuri asked. Everyone who called me Tuya, my classmates and friends, all they saw was Endeavor's son. He looked at the three of them, but I know that's not who you see, you just see me. So I don't think I'd mind if you called me Tuya. He smiled at them. Anan smiled. It's nice to properly meet you, Tuya.